Just a couple of days ago, we were in Copenhagen. Now we're in Rotterdam. Excited for all the Counter-Strike action. And Dupree's going to be joining me for this one.
Yeah, I'm excited, good Counter-Strike. But the thing is, the greatest question is that when do I play and why is Astralis still the greatest team of all time?
Dupree, I got to break it to you, man. It's Vitality's time.
No, it's not.
They're pushing towards greatness. Apex, he might be surpassing Glaive. Do you see what Flamesy doing?
Yeah, but you always
He's
bring up this
catching up
stuff.
to you.
You always bring it up.
They're going to discuss that a little bit more. They'll figure it out themselves while everyone's getting ready for the Counter-Strike action that is last Premier Open Rotterdam.
All you got is...
Power. All crave it. But what is it to be powerful? 6 teams showed us what it means to make your mark. Some chase it through skill, some through brutal aggression. But nothing is as violent as an ignorant man. Here, ignorance is punished. One step too far, the arrogance to assume it was a fair 1v1. You weren't paying attention. The ones you underestimate are not the ones to be tested. Ignorance makes you rush. Power lets you wait. This is where every mistake is exposed. Your weaknesses are hunted, and only one will remain. This is when true power comes to the surface. This is what you came to see.
The grenade down, hell from above! Can you believe it? No! Doing! What the hell is that? Oh my
He's
god!
absolutely ready. It's the shot towards bench. That's outrageous.
The best! The absolute best! What a ride it has already been, and we are just getting started. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Blast Premier Open Rotterdam, live at the Ahoy Arena. Now, first things first, I just want to say my name's Ian Chambers. It is truly both an honor and a privilege to be a part of this illustrious broadcast team as we get set to crown our next champion here. I also want to give a massive thank you and a hello to all of the fans that are already starting to fill out this arena, because this place will be packed with thousands upon thousands of you by the time this trophy is raised. So make some noise for yourselves, please, Rotterdam. Now, of course, we started out with 16 teams, the group stages, and now well and truly in the rear view mirror. And now we are down to our top 6. The best team in the world are back again to prove why they are #1 with a bullet. A team born to win, fresh off the back of a Pro League title. The seasoned Turkish veterans who are no stranger to a stage like this. A hungry, determined roster ready to prove to the world why they belong amongst Counter-Strike's elite. The inspiring Mongolians who are here to do their region proud. And the star-studded super team, hoping that this is the weekend that everything clicks into place. This is it, Rotterdam. Are we ready? It's single elimination, no second chances. To you guys here and wherever you are in the world, welcome to the playoffs.
Welcome to Blast Open Rotterdam. difference. One for 9-10. Oh, there we go.
Who's gonna win?
Vitality!
Go. Who's gonna win?
PARIVISION, let's go.
Aurora! Who's gonna win?
MongolZ. There we go. Of course, PARIVISION. Of course, you know why? Because rush power, PARIVISION, let's go, guys. Falcons.
G2, trust the process.
MongolZ.
Let's go, MongolZ!
There were so many different opinions there with the fans in the crowd cheering as well. There's going to be a lot of different opinions on our panel too, because Maui and Dupree both joining me now in Rotterdam. Have you guys enjoyed the last few days waiting in anticipation for what now is Blast Premier Open Rotterdam?
It's been a great time. It's a city that we don't usually get to travel to for S-tier lands in CS. In fact, I think this has to be the first S-tier land. There's been some DreamHack events here and there, but this is by far the best teams that have ever graced the city.
I never got to play in the Netherlands when I was a player, you know. So for me, well, so for me, I don't know if that speaks for me, but I mean, like, this is great. You know, we've had a good time. I think the turnout of people has been great. You can feel that people are pumped for many different teams, and also playoffs that's maybe a little bit out of the ordinary. So I'm excited for what's going to happen.
I will say, when Ian was going through all of the teams, sort of giving their narratives, their stories here, it felt like the cheers were loudest for MongolZ. But do you guys resonate that they're the team that's going to go forth, lift that Blast trophy, or is your opinion maybe a little different to the crowd favorite?
I would consider them pretty distant underdogs, dark horses at this one.
Okay.
I'm a little surprised that the Dutch seem to like the Mongols as much as they cheered for them there. That kind of gives me sort of like American energy. I mean, in America, they root for them like crazy. I don't usually hear that much in Europe.
I mean, I think we can look at the whole picture of that Vitality is probably going to win the tournament. That's usually the take when they are attending one. I think the MongolZ, I mean, everything can happen once you hit playoffs. I don't want to count the MongolZ out, but I do also want to point them, if they go up against Vitality, that will almost be like an impossible task at this time.
Sure, but then where do you guys sit with it, right? You're talking about, yeah, you want to give MongolZ the benefit of the doubt. You want to give the crowd what they're cheering for. There's also the big headline, Vitality. We can't look over that, but who would you guys voting with your heart, who would you want to see up there lifting that trophy?
I've already gone with PARIVISION. Well, I think PARIVISION.
Okay.
I know I said PARIVISION, right? I think PARIVISION, they can do it. I mean, like, I know that a team like Na'Vi has also impressed, but what I've seen from PARIVISION has been impressive. And if this would be the first time they would take to the stage, then I would be worried. But we have seen throughout the year that they can actually play good in the playoffs as well. So PARIVISION is my bet that can take the challenge.
It would be simply ludicrous to say anybody is the favorite other than Vitality, but I like Na'Vi a lot. I like how Na'Vi has grown. I am a stan of Blade. I feel like I'm one of the people that's watching all the vlogs. I'm taking notes. I'm looking how he even designs his bedroom, and I'm trying to match the feng shui at my room at home. So I'm all about everything that they're peddling right now.
I like it. There's always some caveat, though, to what my panelists have to say. They've always got to have a level head around them, but there's two people that like to put it all out there. It's going to be our casters. Let's check in with Anders and Henry and see exactly who they think might be taking this tournament.
Oh, yes, indeed. Ahoy, Counter-Strike fans. We're here at Blast Premier Open Rotterdam 2026. Henry G, Anders, you're back in the arena. How does it feel so far?
It feels amazing. We haven't even got the game started, and people are already fired up. In terms of who's taking it, you have to say Vitality, but I'm with Dupree on this one. I think if anyone is, PARIVISION is. They almost took them down on Mirage. They almost defeated Vitality on Inferno. I think they could do it.
They could do it. My dark horses and EPL champions, Na'Vi coming into this one. MongolZ is one of my favorite players in the entirety of the CS2 landscape right now. If Wonderful can turn up with that world-class grand final performance, I think they have a chance of taking the trophy. Sure, against Vitality, they are the heavy favorites, but we're playing with our hearts right now. So, you've got PARIVISION, I've got Na'Vi. Guys, back to you. Thanks so much.
Look, I thought we were going to get some different opinions, but it turns out the apple doesn't fall far from the tree here. Our cast is aligning, whether it's going to be PARIVISION or Na'Vi. That seems to be the two teams you'd put the highest stake in at the moment against Vitality.
I feel like people might be sleeping on Falcons, or at least our small little crew right here. It just feels like they're always that one step away from lifting the trophy, but unfortunately, they just keep hitting speed bumps. They keep tripping over their own shoelaces in ways. So I'm liking though what Henry's peddling to. I like MongolZ as well. I can't lie for even a moment here. I think it's fantastic.
I'm just turning my attention away from Falcons for once because I have picked Falcons.
They've let you down too many times.
Yes, exactly. I've tried to pick Falcons so many times to be the team that could go and, you know, combat Vitality for titles, but they've let me down so many times. So now I gotta try something different, you know. And I cannot side with Maui and go with Na'Vi, so I have to do something different. So
why not give it?
So that's why I know by heart I'll go with Anders.
Well, I'll give you a little bit more for the heart here, warm you guys up, and show you exactly who is playing today, and maybe that team that you're looking out for to be able to take away this tournament from favorites of Vitality. Now, you're not seeing Na'Vi on that schedule. That's because they were able to make it to the semifinals for themselves. They wait in the wings. They're going to be playing tomorrow. For today, though, we get to look at that Falcons PARIVISION matchup. Seemingly, Dupree, you've gone so far against Falcons, you're actually picking the first team they're coming up against, but they're not our first series for today. That is all the pleasure of MongolZ up against Aurora.
Two great games, two matchups that are very neck and neck. It's difficult to decipher right now between who is really the runner-up to Vitality's dominance, and it could be any of the teams, any of the five, including Na'Vi, who's waiting in the semifinals, that could take them down next.
There's definitely a lot of storylines coming into this one, with also, you know, the Mongols looking to get, you know, another star into team incorporating Cobra Zero, but on the Aurora side, you know, for them, you know, they feel like they've created the same kind of results for a year now, and now going to the playoffs has also been the talking point for them. You know, they want to be making that more consistent. They want to make deep runs. They had that loss against Na'Vi in the EPL finals, right? So for them, it's also a story about finding more consistency in playoffs where it actually matters more, because if you can play well in group stage, but you can't convert that into the playoffs, then you're not going to be winning trophies. And that's what Boxing also said in his interview, that they feel that they can do it, but now it's also time for that they prove it time and time again.
Well, that seems to be mostly Aurora's undoing, is Na'Vi, whether it's in grand finals, whether it's to make it to that semifinals, right? We're only really seeing Aurora here because it was that final seeding match where they ended up falling just short, but still putting up a fantastic showing.
Right now, I mean, Aurora are in a position where there's a new wrinkle to their game. The way that they're playing looks like they've upgraded. Madger has gone back to the drawing board in terms of his approach, how he delivers that sort of message to his team, and you can't ever count out the firepower beside him. The fact that Wycadia is playing some of his best Counter-Strike as the rising star of Turkey, and also, of course, reliable Xantares. We don't know today how his hand is feeling, but I'm sure he's going to make it look like nothing's wrong in the matchup.
Woxic, big atmosphere already on the red carpet. A lot of fans in attendance. How's the energy coming in?
I think it's great to see that there are many Turkish fans as well here, because we always feeling in the tournaments that we don't have that much people in front of us. But here this time in front of hotel, here as well, there are many. So I think it's going to be a great atmosphere.
Is that going to be the key for you guys finally taking down Mongols?
Maybe. I hope so.
Any secret weapons you've got planned for them?
Me, myself.
You yourself, you're taking them down?
Yes.
Can't wait to see it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Without a doubt, a very tough opponent waiting for the side of Aurora. The Mongols is a team that's coming out of the Asian region that has taken everyone with surprise. We know how good Counter-Strike indeed, but you know, the differences of how they benched Sensor, now having to find their groove. They need to find this groove, and they are working their asses off to find that thing. I think the Mongols is a team that is going to be coming in with a lot of firepower.
Mazinho, you headed into the arena here. First stage game in Rotterdam. How's the team feeling?
Feeling regular, yeah. Just another playoff.
Just another playoffs. Always fun in front of the crowd. Are you expecting the big Mongols fan presence today?
Maybe. But yeah, European people love us, so maybe, yeah.
You guys are always that crowd favorite, right? What's going to be the secret weapon today? Is Cobra Zero going to drop 40 in the first map?
Yeah, I think so. He will drop 50 on
50?
Yeah, both maps. Like, that's 2 under.
250 kills in the first map. Love to hear it. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Well, you definitely can't fault Mongols for their ambition or their confidence by any means, but I also love Woxic. It feels like he's taken a bit of a personal slogan that you can't spell team without me, because he truly believed in himself as he was walking that red carpet and coming here to Ahoy Arena.
He could be an X-Factor player for an Aurora team that so desperately needs one. He's actually played himself into form. The fact that he's definitely within the top 10 oppers in the world. You're not necessarily going to see his name up in lights with the uber elite players like ZywOo, like MongolZ, but he's a stable force that has a lot of clutch factor and also a lot of big stage experience. The fact that he's been playing in arenas back in the late 2010s with Kerrigan, with Mouse Sports, all of that is going to be just worth its weight in gold when he's playing beside a Soulfly, for example, who is a little bit less experienced in these kinds of moments.
Yeah, and my time with Vox, he was supposed to be reckoned back in the time. He's become more like the stable guy, the more with the experience in the squad. And I also feel like St. Harris is always someone we want to bring onto the table, a guy that usually always performs with the team, but you need to find someone that helps him. And I think that Voxic also has to step up to the occasions. If they want to make deep playoff runs, he also needs to bring more to the table, because you can't solely rely on St. Harris, for that matter also Vikeda. You need to have at least 3 of your players stepping up to the occasion and playing good Counter-Strike. I think Voxic is probably the guy to be doing it, and I think that we still, well, at least personally, I want to be seeing more out of him when it actually matters the most, because we know that he's done in the past. Sure, he's in a different position now, but he has the capabilities of doing so.
And we also have to factor in, it has been a couple of days for them, so we do wonder where's the pressure, where's the stress coming out in front of a crowd, where exactly is the team going to align for themselves. But for us, where we're aligning is going to a quick break. On the other side, we're going to get way more information and a step closer to our first quarterfinals.
Including me or no?
You could include yourself if you want.
Wow.
Honestly, gonna be pretty easy.
I just put the whole Vitality lineup.
My dream roster right now in CS would be IGL, definitely Apex.
I'm assuming I'm in there, so it's gonna be me.
We have Blitz, who is probably sharpest IGL, I would say.
If I had to make a squad to beat Vitality, I would make Nico IGL. Because I think isolated Vitality is really, really great players to have ZywOo and then have really great role players. And if you want to beat them, I think you will have problems beating by the system, the way they play right now. So you have to beat them by raw firepower, just out of the gate.
I think it's a no-brainer to pick ZywOo and Donk in your team. I think it's just unfair.
It's to me the bend of that end of the scope is so ridiculous.
I don't think it needs any extra explaining. Like, they're not crossing each other's roles. Yeah, they're the best currently.
I have no idea how this roster might work in terms of relationships, like how they're gonna get used to each other, and if it is even gonna work. But Donk is Donk, ZywOo is ZywOo.
Hopper, I would say ZywOo. I would put Donk because I think he's probably the best driver in CS right now.
I will take MongolZ. I will take Donk.
Multi-frag moment, but here's Donk's rebuttal! They're feeding Apex to him, and now this huge health advantage. Time's ticking. Donk's out!
And we have Nencher and Messi. At this point, he is like the best one, like past more than a year.
Robs, Apex, ZywOo and Robs are playing for Vitality, which is by far the best teams in the last months, like even last 1 year, let's say.
Robs, for the sake of being one of the world-class anchors for such a long time, and right now in the top 1 team, and he's been in form for a long period of time.
And then we'll take Bit.
Kyosuke, I would choose him because I think obviously he's really young, but even though he doesn't have too much experience, he has shown how good he can be, and I think he definitely has a bright future.
Kyosuke. This is just Kyosuke, everyone knows.
I think you also take Kaisuke.
And the last player, I would put MongolZ as a hybrid. I just think MongolZ just has the class, just has the talent. He knows all of the situational utility. He understands how to play clutch. So I just think it's an overall pretty tough team to beat.
If we're saying that current roster Vitality we're all going to stay together and you can't have any of them, who would you take instead?
I would take the full roster of Team Spirit.
You never know how a team connects. These players in Vitality seem to add something to the server and make the teammates better. I think that's unique, and I think we've only seen that in the Astralis era, where every player is really great and they're making each other better. And I think that is always the hardest when you make a team that has to compete for the finals on the first day, basically.
Tell me how you hope the veto will go to give you guys the best opportunity in this series.
So today, hopefully, we can have. I know my pick, so we're gonna pick Inferno today. I think they have both choice. They can pick Nuke or Mirage, but I think it will be more Mirage. Maybe they will pick Mirage. And the last map, if it can be Dust 2 overpass, it's okay for us, but it will be either Dust 2 overpass, yeah.
I think they might pick the Dust 2 or Inferno. It's an obvious map pick for them, and they will also expect us from the pick Mirage, and we're waited for the Vito and Maples.
All right, so those are the predictions. It's now time to find out our picks and bans for this first quarterfinal live in the Ahoy Arena. Let's do this. Aurora. They ban Ancient. The Mongols. They ban Anubis. Let's now move on to picks. Aurora. They pick Inferno. The Mongols, they pick Mirage. Back to bans. And Aurora, Nuke. And the Mongols ban Overpass. If we do go to a final deciding map, that will be on Dust 2. So as you can see, this is the lay of the land for the first quarterfinal, which of course will determine which of these two teams will go on to face off against Vitality in the semis.
Cover Zero, I want to know how you think Mongols are going to fare up against Aurora in today's series.
I think we will be good. We have 5 win streak against them, and I think just we have to play like we used to. Yeah.
Okay.
So generally, our matchup against Mongols is our history is not in the favor of us. Like I think they have an advantage in this matchup. But today is a different day. It's a new day, you know. And when you have a new day, you have new opportunity. So hopefully today we can show good Counter-Strike and we can win.
Well, Techno, in his pre-veto interview, said, oh, they'll probably win Inferno or Dust 2, and banning out Overpass, you kind of give it to him. So there is some question, Maui, where you go, okay, we know what they want. It's Inferno, Dust 2. And then you let the deciding map fall in that favor towards them, or at least something that you know they're comfortable on.
I don't think Aurora is even remotely confused about this veto here. I know Dupree had an idea, though, about probably what Mongols could have done differently in this, and yeah, I feel like there's a way that they could have changed things up here.
I think looking at this video, it just feels like Mongols have been trying not to overthink too much. And I think the reason of why they would go for Mirage is that they've picked it the last 5 times they play against them, and they've also won it. So, I mean, it's this saying of that why would you fix something that's not broken? So that's probably the thought. You know, they also don't have their coach, so the preparation has probably also just been a little bit more like on the low end. For the fact of having those 2 as the last one, it doesn't speak in the favor of Mongols, at least when you look at the statistics. But they did beat them last time, so no, again, it just speaks into the previous matchup of going up against Aurora. So, I mean, I think Mongols will feel comfortable regardless of the statistics are saying.
Well, our quarterfinal, it's just on the horizon, right? It's not far away, but it doesn't mean that you've run out of time completely if you guys want to head over to Blast TV and participate in our Gaming Malta Fantasy. And we've taken, well, one successful analyst, Maui, here. We've taken his fantasy team.
Wait, 6 minutes left to submit, guys.
That's it. You got 6
minutes left.
So if you need inspiration on what to pick, copy paste, all right? There's no cheating here. Just take it. I would if I still had time to submit.
Where's Makasi?
I've already done mine.
Where is Makasi?
I think well, okay. I like him a lot, but I got enough out of him from the group stage, okay? The group stage, he was great. I think he was in the same category as Zywoo, maybe.
Yeah,
okay. So it just, it's tough. It's tough at that point.
I get it. I get it.
It was like a coin flip. Now he's like Zywoo, Makaze. I'm not really sure. Ended on Zywoo, but the heart is still with Makaze. Right now, we have to wonder where our hearts are lying with Aurora or Mongols and exactly how fast theirs might be beating, because for Aurora, it's a loss streak. You're coming into this quarterfinals that you almost were able to pass, and you're going up against one of the worst matchups on paper here.
It is a nightmare matchup for Aurora versus the Mongols in this one. Just generally speaking, the style that Aurora like to play, which is to get 5 players together, group up and hit a bomb site, Mongols love that because Mongols are always poking and prodding on the extremities. They're always looking for an in on a round, and if you're not there with a lurker to contest a Mazinho flank, then he will be right behind you. So that's part of the reason why MongolZ has just been so dominant 5 matches in a row against this Aurora squad.
Yeah, there's no doubt that the playstyle has to play, and then there's also probably the mental edge now that if you've lost against the same opponent 5 times in a row, you also look into, like, why can't we beat this team? And why is it in the category that we're having such trouble finding our like playstyle? And I think that, MongolZ, Aurora, they need to obviously be the one that has to dig deep to see what we can do different. And, I think the playstyle of Aurora is so set in them that it's hard for them to just, come up with this huge new playstyle idea against the MongolZ. They probably shouldn't, but they should at least be looking to what can we change inside this map pool that we have now to make it more uncomfortable for the MongolZ. But if they keep pushing you and keep getting information, then they're going to be in a very tough spot.
There is one thing I'd say, though, that has been a worrying trend for the MongolZ in this one, is that Blitz is just having his worst year ever right now. And if he's going head-to-head with Xantares all the time, money's on Xantares.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things to factor in, but the preparation time, that's done and dusted. It's over for those teams. Instead, they have to lock in. They have to be ready to take to the stage because we're getting ready for our very first quarterfinals here for Blast Premier Open Rotterdam.
Counter-Strike is about the mental war against your enemy. It's about concentration, discipline.
Enjoying the game, having fun, like be competitive.
When I play, I try to have a good game plan. I try to force my enemy to make mistakes.
When enemies make mistake, just punish them.
There's the kill for 910. There we go. Sequence it now.
As a 5 Turkish guy, we are fighting for our nation, for our fun. Emotion is very high, and we are like a family.
Waxic waits, hits his shot. Xantares, it's perfection!
We were the biggest dark horse.
Zeno with the sequence, awkwardly throwing grenades, but he still gets away with it!
I just fight for the back of my teammates.
Triple! Oh, it's so clean!
And I'm ready to die for them.
We're like family, one piece.
Welcome to the stage, Falcons. Texas. Kios. Experience combined with an insatiable hunger. Please welcome the MongolZ. Blitz. Cobra Zera. Techno 4K. A nation's pride, and the last thing you see before you go home.
Well, I think it's safe to say we know who the crowd favorites are. I thought maybe just because it was early mornings that it would have been MongolZ favorite, but it still stands, Maui. There are a lot of people out there hoping for the success of MongolZ.
People just love a good underdog story. I mean, how could you even imagine a team from Mongolia is playing World Elite Counter-Strike even after losing their star player? And I will say, they have put a lot of faith in CobraZera. He's finally delivering. This is his best tournament thus far in a Mongols jersey, and he needs to be the difference maker if they want to get this upset victory.
In my books, I wouldn't even put the Mongols as being the underdog in this one. I think this matchup actually is fairly open, but I'm actually even prone to be saying that I think the Mongols would be the favorite here. I think they have the most experience when it comes to stages. I think that the integration of CobraZera has only been getting better since his first event. I think the Mongols is a team that will also come with the firepower and the playstyle. It would be they're gonna be in the face of Aurora. They're gonna make them work for that space, and they're gonna be sniffing around, see if they can figure out where they're beheading. And specifically with that playstyle that Aurora is coming up with, it's gonna be tough, but it's gonna be interesting to see if Aurora can bring something new to the table.
Yeah, there is also that question, will a timeout finally be taken for this side of Mongols? They've gone the entire tournament so far not needing it. They've been able to rely very heavily on, Blitz in their IGL, as well as CobraZera just stepping up, like you've said multiple times, Maui.
Of course, I feel like the aspect that makes this so difficult for the Mongols is missing the architect of the project. The fact that Mara, their coach, is not standing behind them means that, yeah, like we saw in the group stage, they went for 0 timeouts. All of the decisions have to be on the fly. It has to be the brain trust of Techno, who has been the right-hand man of Blitz for the last 4 years, coming together with the in-game leader in order to find any solutions, and I'm sure they're going to need to find some in this one.
That's for sure. I mean, you can't really underestimate the fact of not having your coach on the stage, because it is the guy that's going to have the overview. He's going to be the one to take the timeout to see what are we actually doing wrong. On the other side, I think that the head-to-head between Santaris and CobraZera is going to be interesting. We know how good Santaris can be. We know he's the guy to stand out, the star player of Aurora. On the other side, the young kid coming in for the Mongols, trying to find his groove and also becoming the player that Sensu once was. I still think there's a lot of things that he can prove to us. I think he's been developing in this style, but there's still more for him to prove. But throughout this tournament so far, he's second best rated player inside the Mongols. So I think we should give this guy some credit. He is developing in this role, and we can see throughout their games that he's gotten better, he's been more involved, and have a lot more impact.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, right? Whether we factor in coach, no coach, where your star player is, who's going to show up, who's going to perform in front of a crowd. There's only one thing that I know for sure, is that we're going to have one of the best crowds for a CS event. We're going to have one of the best crowds for our first grand quarterfinals between Mongols and Aurora.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a privilege to be here in your beautiful city. Quarterfinals start here. It's Aurora taking on the Mongols. My name is Henry G. We're joined by a legend of the microphone as well, Anders Bloom. Are you ready for this one, Anders?
You better believe I am, Henry. Let's get into the game. We're ready. Aurora versus the Mongols here as we kick off in the Aurora Arena. I can't wait to get this game live. Inferno is ready, and so are we. Aurora, they're going to start on the T side, the Mongols on the CT side, and let's get into the action.
Oh, let's do that indeed. This is the only map Aurora have ever beaten the Mongols on, Anders, and it's all going to kick off here towards the bottom and middle. CobraZera, he sinks his fangs into the first kill. Magic goes down. It's the opening kill, but can he get out of there? He absolutely can. Fighting tooth and nail. He finds a man advantage, but he can't hold on. We go into a 3-on-3.
Oh, the fact that he even got the second kill is criminal. He should have been punished and dead right away. Now they're trying to see if they could run down Blitz. He's only just showed up in position. And they actually back off. They saw him. Oh, the headshots. He cuts down Soulfly. And now he's in the pit. This is a big problem for them. Can they actually make it out without? They're going to be showing the top of the helmets here. They're right on top of him. One missed shot and he's dead. And Santaris strikes from the high ground. And they will pick up the bomb. They're going to get the bomb plant here. So now the Mongols are in a little bit of trouble. Messinio, we know what a madman he could be. Sneaking close. He's got them in the corner. Cuts down Woxic. And Santaris is now the last man standing. Glock in his hand. He can't hit the shot. Messinio to the rescue.
Well, that's what you like to see to kick off a quarterfinal live and direct from the arena. No holds barred, straight down towards second middle. It's CobraZera finding a double kill. The fact he gets away with one was criminal, but getting the second, that's a nightmare for Aurora. But Anders, it has to be said, they did well to get the bomb planted and made the round at least possible for them going forward. Excellent retake from Enzinio, but we go 1-0. We're expecting that force buy. It's going to be locked in for this second round. We're talking Galils and Mac-10s here. That does mean they lack utility across the board. Not a single Tech 9 in the mix. Very rare to see. So this will be all-out warfare, and I guess they're choosing to go towards the Palace position. Something very basic. Something very simple, but once again, it's the Mongols. They're bringing the game to Aurora. Brips is going to be in a lot of trouble here as we trade equally. Down to the 3-on-3, and CobraZera tucks himself in towards Boiler Room.
What a game plan the Mongols have shown up with at the start of this CT side. CobraZera strikes in the middle. He takes down Wakadia. They're putting so much pressure on the Turkish side already.
Not letting them run any of their strategies here. Their defaults go out the window. The CTs are hunting you down. Interesting maneuver from Techno. Was actually pushing Banana with the MP9 deck. Yeah, I think that's the better idea here. Upgrade to the M4. We'll see if he can find another. Spots one. Still wanted to fight. I think that was the time to get out of there. Now 9-10 with 10 points of health. Anders will have to go above and beyond to even get one kill. That's if they even come Banana. They throw the smoke down CT spawn. CobraZera is rotating over, but it's all a ruse. It's going to be Majab. It's going to be Woxic falling back here. Another smoke deployed towards CT spawn, buying themselves some time here, but they're not taking the bait. CobraZera in between the bomb sites right now. I think the second smoke might be enough. He can't make up his mind.
He's starting to roll back. This is a good time to pull the trigger. He needs to be here.
He's there in time.
Yeah, this can't be on 9-10. It has to be CobraZera doing a bit of the work. He's in the library now, he knows, but they've already got the smoke up for the cross. Deep Molotov on top of him, and that nearly kills him. And you gotta wonder if it's worth it here. The Mongols, they're so low on health. They're not gonna have a lot of money left. They picked up another M4 down on Banana. It's tempting when you're in a 2v2 like this, but it could cost you almost everything. And I think they're making the right move here, stepping a bit further back. It's a really good call. Matt just said at the pregame, he wants to force his enemies to make mistakes, and he did.
Ruthless aggression once again from the Mongols. It was going so well. It was looking so promising. The 3-on-2 advantage, Anders. I always say it, though. In those sort of situations, play the percentages. Enable your crossfires. I feel like Techno's doing too much there. He gets the initial advantage, gets the peak, but doesn't get the damage. The second peak towards Banana, that's when the round fell apart, because then you can't set up 9-10 for one cheeky kill. He had 10 HP and an MP9 in the back. They should have got that intel, set up the crossfires, but well done to Aurora, pulling them around the map there. The double smoke down towards CD spawn made things very uncomfortable. And you can see it's all out warfare in that second middle. Back-to-back rounds with the headline reads, it's Aurora winning the second round force buy. We save a couple of weapons, so there's going to be a lot more to play for in round number 3 here.
And you could imagine that if Mara was here, this would be the sort of thing that in a timeout he would mention. Say, listen, they had that 2-on-3, got to chill out a little bit. But still early days on Inferno. We got the 2 M4s. Some upgraded pistols, even an MP9 being invested into. The Mongols ready to fight. For once, they're not aggressive in the middle.
They've gone for the 3-man stack towards the top of Banana here. 9-10 with the rifle in hand, though. Will he go for the spam through the smoke? Doesn't want to give it the fact where the firepower resides. Speaking of firepower, there's Antares, the trusty AK-47, putting it to great work. Double kill as Aurora crack things open towards A. That should be enough to win the round. You're thinking about the save already. Keep 9-10 with the rifle in hand going forward. We have got one player here. I don't think there's anything they can do, though. Techno will have to fall back. That's very clean, very concise from Aurora. Job done, Anders, and they'll go 2-1 here on Inferno.
Yeah, very smooth work. Very good to see Aurora bounce right back into this game. They were being under a lot of pressure from the start, but they are back now. And you opened the can of worms. That is Centaurus with the AK on the T side. This is where he is just such a lethal rifler. So anyone watching here, maybe you haven't seen too much of Centaurus do this kind of work. Maybe you have. You know what to expect now. He's world-class at it. And he's one of the real threats that they're going to have to deal with here on the CT side, Mongols.
Worth noting, he is injured currently as well, but doesn't seem to be slowing him down in the initial stages of this quarterfinal. 2 great kills so far. Got one in the pistol, and now opening things up in this first real gun round there. 4 players surviving for Aurora. Speaking of survival, the Mongols trying to hold on to the M4, a Deagle, and an MP9. The battle will continue. That was a more subdued round, but it will be Aurora finding those openers. Nice little replay here. That's how he does it. Free fire straight to the dome of the Cobra. We're going to see now round number 4. Bear in mind the Mongols have not taken a single tactical timeout this entire tournament.
Yeah.
Yes, you heard me correct, Anders. Not one timeout. What do you make of that?
It's just so wild to imagine. Even without Mara being here, you'd think there'd be a reason maybe something to slow the game down, but that's not been their style. I kind of like it, though. I feel like it gives them a certain flavor coming into the quarterfinals here. I appreciate it.
Let's see what we've got up next here. The saved M4, a purchase M4A1S. Aurora setting up that default right now. Zantares once again in the boiler room, looking to heat things up. No one home this time, wisely so, considering how the last interaction went. He'll smoke off towards the arch, Molotov towards quad. 9-10 rotates in, trying to go for the spam through the smoke here. Will he find any damage? Nothing really connects. That's mid-control granted now to Aurora. They're looking to go on the arch side this time. Flashbangs coming through. Zantares patrolling towards quad, flashes in towards the apartment. Even while completely blind, Soulfly will find the opener.
It's a great flashbang, but it just didn't give them what they needed. And through the smoke, it's Wakadia. I don't know how he's done that. Soulfly coming in with the kill on the Cobra Zero. He leaves 9-10 at the corner. He doesn't have his trusty AWP. They don't have anything like that at the moment. They don't check the corner, and he picks up a double. Outrageous. Looking for a more. Even the dink, he's down to 11. But so far away, Techno. The bomb is going to be planted. 9-10, very nearly had enough to clean up the round there. Might have made it past the corner. There's still a chance here. If he could put some pressure on, he's got a smoke in his back pocket. And there's the first one. Techno, could he actually do it? Wakadia is on his back. He's not quite sure. You can see he's fumbling a little bit now. Picked up the AK, taps the bomb. There's almost no time here. He's got to find Wakadia right now, and it's in the open. Wakadia taking him down for the clutch. One more round for Aurora.
A hollow victory, though, Anders. Sloppy gameplay there. Never assume the bomb site is clear. Check every corner. Make sure you're trading effectively. They fought after these kills, and maybe rightly so. You'd think, okay, the A bomb site's completely open, but bear in mind, you're killing players with pistols. They could be stacked anywhere. You walk in on the bomb site with a C4 in your hand. You had 45 seconds there. What are we up to, boys? Tidy it up. And the fact that it was a messy spray from Wakadia, there was a chance he loses that.
Well, another scenario, if Techno has a kit, he just defuses that inside of the smoke, and Wakadia's got a big problem.
They honestly almost don't deserve to win that round, but they get away with it. Running on the bomb site like that without checking the bomb site is a massive error. Rookie stuff, but they get away with it.
I think that's fair.
We're going to get into a very important round. Can't afford to throw massive moments like that away. Aurora are known for those sort of chokes, getting to the big stage and throwing away huge advantages. And they're trying to fix it. Luckily, they get away with it this time.
I think that the Mongols as well, they need to shut down this Aurora T side, because their CT side for Aurora is going to be really strong. They've got a couple of expert players on that side of the map. You really want to make sure they don't run away with this, and they kind of already are. 3-1 in spite of some early success for the Mongols. It's a real interesting turn of events, as Cobra Zero will find himself right up next to the boiler room with the FAMAS in his hands. A dangerous weapon to play this close with, but could work. Wakadia on the other side. He gets flashed in, and it's a similar result as the last round. Instantly dead. Spray from Masinio. Not strong enough, and just one player left to defend. 9-10. He did it last time. You better believe they're going to be checking every single corner of the bomb site.
Good point.
And they'll find him.
Well, there we have it. The win streak continues. No harm, no foul on the previous encounter. The almost fumbled round. They get away with it, and they will go up 4-1 here. Inferno, their map choice, the only map they've ever taken the Mongols down on ever. Never won a series against them in 5 outings. And this is looking very promising so far. Soulfly getting more comfortable with the big stage environment. Zantares, he's been here many times before. Finds Techno on the hunt. It's just poor old Blitz here cowering at the back of the B bomb site, but he should be fine to hold on to his rifle. Anders, in terms of lost bonus, will be getting themselves $2,900 in the next round. So partial by territory with the M4 save, but still huge advantage now. Money starting to get very comfortable for the Turkish squad.
Here's something to consider as well. Because we've been playing this kind of weird economic game, it means 9-10, he can't have the AWP. Now, on the CT side, might not be the strongest offer right now, but on the T side, I want to see him pick it up. He's the 3rd best rated player in the top 10, AWPing CT or T side Inferno. So I need to see that. I don't care about Woxic so much on this side. This is not one of the sides that he AWPs really well on. So stay with the AK if you're Woxic. Even if you can afford the AWP, I don't think they need that right now. And he's not fighting one of the CT side anyway. So I think this is going very well according to plan. Aurora, they love this. They shut down the early aggression. They've got everybody warmed up on that side. They made one mistake in not checking the corner, but other than that, it's been pretty good.
But they didn't lose the round. We know this team tilts.
Yeah.
Had they lost that, I don't think they recover, Anders, but they managed to get it over the line.
You think it's that brittle for them?
I think so, considering the advantage they had, and it comes down to running on the bomb side, the C4 in your hand, like I said, rookie mistakes, and even on the 1v1, where Cardia had the advantage, very nervous spray down from him. They were lucky to get that round over the line. But it's okay, as I mentioned. The fact they don't lose the round, all is well. Maybe a wake-up call early here. Remember the fundamentals.
Nice. I like that thinking.
And now, like I said, partial buy territory. We're averaging $3,000, and there is the availability to drop 1 minute 4 of your blitz, but I think they just go with the pistols here and try and make the 5-7s work. The game plan they brought to the table, the hyper-aggressive CT side, hasn't necessarily worked out. It seems like they're kind of going back into a more regular default setup on the CT side, but would love to see a bit more aggression here with the lesser weapons.
Yeah, I like the game plan for the Mongols. I think it's a really sick idea, but you can see what the downside is when it doesn't work. You'll put yourself so far behind at the moment. And like I said, I am worried. Just when we have the timeout here, Henry, I do want to say, second half, right? Madja and Makadia playing, respectively, Banana and B support for Madja. They are second best in the world in both those positions when it comes to the CT side.
Okay.
So that bomb site's going to be very, very hard to break through for Aurora.
Well, Madja, he's like iconic for creating some of the most powerful flashbangs on the CT side of Banana. He was the one who first started doing that one behind the coffin, the right click that goes over with the wide swing. It's called the Madja flashbang. So, yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah.
And does not bode well for Mongols right now, who are getting flattened here in the first half. T side for Aurora, 4-1 up, as we have a slight technical issue. Looks like a headphone situation with Soulfly. But I'm liking the tone so far, Anders. This game is delivering. Sure, it's a 4-1 game, but in terms of the skill we're seeing there, some of the mistakes being made early, it sets itself up very nicely for a quarterfinal here in Rotterdam.
You got to appreciate, I guess, for the Mongols as well. They're coming into a map that they know Aurora are going to be strong on. They're not really favorites to win this map. Why not come out swinging? Why not try and knock them off their feet? I think it could have worked. I think if they'd won another round doing the mid-aggression early on, then you might maybe all right. Mongols kind of crash out. Maybe it's too much. The economy isn't with them. I think the game plan certainly makes sense, but this is the other side of the coin, though. They're lacking the money. And what could you do now? You've already conditioned Aurora to be worried at the start of the rounds, so you're probably not going to catch them off guard too much.
Bear in mind, the Counter-Strike keeps on coming today as well. This is our first quarterfinal. Aurora facing the Mongols. Difficult to call who's going to take this. Historically, you would say the Mongols, but Aurora, they seem locked in. No fumbled rounds yet. Following things up, we've got your favorite team, Anders. PARIVISION take on the Falcons. What do you think about that one? Do you think they could actually take them down? I think in terms of pound-to-pound power, Falcons have them beat in every facet, but in terms of gameplay and the way they approach every situation, it might be too much for the Falcons to handle. James, the Time Lord, could be taking it.
Yeah, if you discount brain power, anything else, it's the Falcons winning. Brain power, it's James, 100%. He's so smart right now, but that's why that matchup is so fun, because even though they shouldn't win, I think there's a really good chance they will, and that's what makes it a really curious matchup. We'll be a little bit later in the day. Just say the turnout already here in Rotterdam has been amazing, and the atmosphere in here, like even hours before we even started the game, people were walking around, interacting with everything. It was a real good mood.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. For a Friday afternoon to be at, like pretty much a full house right here, thank you so much, guys. The atmosphere is electric. We're just getting going here. We're going to try and blow the roof off this joint today. I hope you join us as we get ready to get back into the action here. Headset issues, so hopefully get back into it. Yeah, it is a classic. That one, though, we can resolve normally pretty quickly. It is Soulfly, like we said. A couple of big stage appearances for him now. Yeah, hopefully getting used to the environment.
To be honest, Henry, I tried to destroy the casting headset right before I went live as well. Did. So I can't really complain too much. It happens every once in a while. The mistakes can be made. But yeah, it gives some time here for the Mongols to reflect internally. Maybe not discuss so much with the tech timeout, but yeah, just to have a bit of an internal monologue about what are we going to be doing coming into this one? What do we need to do? Like you said, they're not going to have the most exciting weaponry, but there are grenades that could do damage. You've got the triple nades. There are a lot of fun things that can be tried if you really feel like it.
Yeah, they have that saved M4. You would assume they bring some 5-7s, some Kevlar into the mix as well. This is Aurora's round to lose. So your options here, you could play a very slow default, let the game come to you, which has been happening, or you could call something really quick. It's a high-risk maneuver, try and get in towards B quickly. I doubt they do it. You're going to feel things out. Allow players like Zantares to get in towards the boiler room. See what stack you're up against, but the utility is going to be the aim of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for bearing with us. Can we get some noise going as we get ready? Round 6 is coming in. Mongols taking on Aurora. This will be a great series, let me tell you. And we're into the action now, Anders. We'll see the buys come through, and they have purchased a secondary rifle. It's going to be the hands of 9-10 and Blitz, 5-7s to accompany them. And we'll see what kind of call we have from Aurora. They're setting up early utility towards Banana. It's going to be set towards our half ball. Grenades towards a corner. Nothing connects. And that might just be a bit of a round reset here.
I'm hearing a Let's Go Mongols chart now building in the background. And you know what? Those 5-7s, you warned us many times, Henry. One of the most lethal pistols, maybe especially on a map like Inferno. This would be the time for one of those to come alive, but in fact, it will be 9-10. Clean headshot, Blitz pushing forward. He will be traded out. Centaurus on the other side. He knows someone's there.
You've got to take this opportunity now. You know the other M4's on the other side of the map. You managed to remove one. Your best chance is to get towards B, but you've been smoked off. Techno has played this fantastically and called for the aforementioned M4 to rotate through. This will be a very difficult round now for Aurora to recover. Damage through the smoke being exchanged.
That's risky. If Techno dies, it might be all over. There's a massive flank coming in as well, all the way through T-spawn. A long mission to try and get here. I don't think they realize. I don't think Aurora know how much trouble they're in at the moment, but they're about to get shot in the back. If they don't speed up right now, they have to clear out the bomb site. Cobra Sierra. He's just locked back here, ready and waiting. Techno again strikes, takes down Zantares. This should have been the easy round for Aurora. Not a lot of weapons on the other side, but they might have bungled it here. Techno lands another headshot, a 9-10 in the corner. What a surprise. It's a second round for the Mongols, and they desperately needed this.
They certainly did. You know they're going to strike eventually. This time it's with a lesser buy. They give too much away. We said it'd be the slow default. Try and feel the map out, but they didn't account for 9-10. The wide swing towards top of middle. We can see it from his POV. And yeah, Wakadia caught his nades out. They had plenty of time to work with there as well. We said they should be using the grenade. Molotov top of middle. Get the flashes up there before you try peek him. Very well handled. And it's all about that smoke towards a half wall as well.
Yeah.
They're trying to break through towards Banana. The smoke comes out from Techno, allows the rifle to rotate in. And it is 2 rounds on the board now as the Mongols, they'll have the AWP for the first time in the hands of 9-10. Once again, battling towards Banana, smoked off. 9-10 boosted up, lovely grenade, should do significant damage. Tickles Woxic down to 83.
Which is not insignificant against the M4 or the MP9. It makes a difference. They do flash him off the wall, but he comes back once more, steps up and shuts down Woxic. 9-10, he's been their star player so far, hitting some great shots. They will lose Cobra Zero, unfortunately, over on the Arch side. And you want to see Mongols relax a bit here. There's a 5-on-3. This round is looking good right now, but if they keep fighting in the middle, you never know what could happen. They've got the 3-man setup at the A bomb site. They don't need to do anything more now. Molotov down towards the pits. They're looking, they're inching for a kill here on the Aurora side, but now they're also worried about the potential flank. 9-10 is set up.
He's in a perfect position, Anders. This is excellent. Magic trying to sneak in towards the library, going for Banana split here, but they don't prepare themselves for the AWP. Magic has made it through to the library, but MZinho more than aware of it. That's going to be round. Nothing Wakadia can do. 40 HP, 30 seconds, 4 versus 1, and it will be Blitz to find him. Very impressive stuff here. Mongols are waking up with convincing rounds at all starts of 9-10. Aggressive once again towards Banana, boosted up. 2 beautiful shots as Aurora is starting to shrink here on Inferno.
Crazy position on the last kill, because if they try to pop flash him, then if he isn't there, all they're doing is showing that they're going back Banana, so they can't flash this position. If they do that, they're giving up the entire round. They have to just face peek him, and he knew that. That's really smart play coming out from that CT side.
Partial investment here. We're expecting something very quick indeed. A Palace pop, perhaps. See whether you can get out of the apartments. You've got 3 MAC-10s, Tech 9s, and I think that's exactly what we're getting towards those apartments. MZinho, though, reads it well. It's going to be the big spray down. MZinho is more than ready for this one. Can't find multiple kills, though. 3 versus 3. They're breaking through, and there's a chance to win the round.
It's a great call and a great read from you, Henry. You're right. The Palace pop has come out. and it's given them a bomb plant, if nothing else. Blitz and Techno. Now the weapons have been picked up on the other side. Woxic's got the AWP. That's a big surrender. They've given it over to one of the strong snipers still left in the pool here. And Blitz now 1 versus 2. He almost got shut down, and he will, but Cardia takes him. Tech-9s and Mac-10s, and just the speed behind this round, it will overwhelm the Mongols. Even if Messinio got those first 2 spray downs, it wasn't enough.
Very quick round. It's an old classic for a reason. Excellent flashbangs. Magia just had to find one. And Zinio overworked in his position. Sure, he gets a couple. Kill by kill, though, and he give the Southpaw sniper his weapon of choice. He's going to put it to work. Aurora bouncing back on the low bar here, fast up towards middle, quick through the apartments, and now with an AWP within their ranks as well. 5-3, we've got a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen, but plenty of cash, and you don't see this too often, Anders. A double AWP setup in Inferno, an old school play. Blitz and 9-10 to wield the snipers here, and we'll see whether they come out on top. Ideally, you see one towards Banana, maybe one towards top and middle, but I'm interested to see what kind of ideas they've been cooking up here.
You probably want one of them to be a little bit active to sound off, so that maybe somebody will peek a corner somewhere else. You hear the AWP on one side of the map, maybe you just walk around and you're not quite as ready as you would be. Let's see how this one plays out. Could be a sign of desperation as well for the Mongols. They realize that Aurora are running away with a lot of rounds here. Turks are looking very strong at the moment. Round number 9 already kicked off. Got some utility traded out. Techno trying to find a position to stay alive in. There's 9-10. All right, he's supposed to have the AWP, so they're not going to be surprised. They know that much. But that second AWP on Blitz, that could be a bit different. They're going to be ready for that. He is back here. You might never read this. You might not expect it.
I think you might be onto something. Feels like a guaranteed kill. Zantares with the face check again.
Yeah.
Ideally, you want to be pop flashing, Molotoving out positions, but a dry peek. It's Zantares. You expect that from him, but never going to be the AWP in that sort of duel. It's going to be a very easy pick up there. 5-on-3.
This is where you need the discipline, right? This is where you really need the Mongols to... This is a round you should win it almost every time.
This is the fundamentals where they come through. You want to be dumping a util about the 40-second mark, locking them out and making sure you get 1 kill each. It'll be a B execute, so they are going for this one. CT spawn smoke being set up by Woxic right now. Molotov available for the coffins. Flashes to go over. It's down to Magia to open things up. Bear in mind, he's got the bomb in his back, and there's the smoke, Anders. The nightmare scenario, running through the smoke with a couple of flashes now.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing that, but you've got a choice. There's no other way out here. Techno gets the first, pulls out the USB, lands a headshot. Why's he got the pistol out? Blitz now in the smoke, ready to go through, flashed in. The bomb is planted here, but Woxic, he should never win this. He's in the corner, and they're hunting him. Blitz, not your likely AWPer on this team, but he did a great job in this round. A double kill for him, and it's a 4th round for the Mongols.
I think you're dead on, though. As soon as they get that call that the 9-10 AWPs in towards the boiler room, you're focusing your efforts towards a Banana there.
Yeah.
You're thinking, okay, there's no AWP to face, and then it's a face check coming in from Zantares. That's when the wheels fall off. This moment here, you assume you're up against the M4 at the very most, but no, it's the double AWP setup, something you don't see too often. And like we said, we're talking about the fundamentals. This was perfect play. You drop that smoke at around the 35-second mark. You got a crossfire enabled, the man advantage. Don't overplay your hand, and it is looking very promising now for the Mongols, recovering from their 4-1 deficit as we go into another bye here. A weak one, I should say, from Aurora, operating with Mac-10s, and it might be more of the same. Could be going for that apartments pop once more.
They thrown away the AWP for another AK. They said the surprise is gone. We don't need it anymore. We'd rather have another AK. That's so wild. Normally, once you invest that much money into something, you're going to keep it, but Mongols making some big decisions here in round number 10. That's very interesting. 9-10 back at his trusty position. Playing Banana, it allows for a 4-man defense at the A side. 3 of them right now on Arch. That's perhaps a bit much, but yeah, they're going to rotate around. There's a heavily defended bomb site. We're talking about Henry. This will not be easy for the Turkish side to try and break through. Good grenades in the middle. Another one that lands on Zantares. It's getting real rough out here now. They're already up against a big stack, but now softened up before they even get to step foot onto the bomb site. It's a smoke landing in Arch. They're checking the corner. They know Cobra could be here, and he can't strike. Not quick enough. Another grenade lands, and this one will take care of Woxic. A 4v4, but they're so beat up on the T side.
They're not going to expect this maneuver, though. Blitz is going to push the smoke.
No way.
If he times this well, it could be an absolute miraculous play. Decides against it. Gets himself back in towards the arch side. 4-on-4, 30 seconds remaining. Back towards B we go. As you mentioned, that's where the AWP resides. And we have got a banana split. Extra creamy as Maja is getting ready towards CT Sport. He goes down, and the game is afoot. It's going to be 9-10. Once again, defending and looking way too comfortable with that AWP. One player remaining. What a player it is, but taken care of, no problem. Banana split does nothing for them as 9-10 continues to frag out of his mind. And the thing is as well, it just looks so calm, so comprehensive.
Yeah.
12-3 right now, but all the shots look so clean. Look at those grenades as well. They were cooked before they even got going.
Very, very hard to do anything, you could tell. I do like the idea, to be honest, for Aurora in this round. I think it's a right call, but they can't get past 9-10. He played it as perfectly as you could have. Got the first kill, dropped the incendiary, picked up the second one. He was never really exposed to anything there. Round number 11, near the end of the half in the middle. Quick flick for 9-10. He won't get the shot, but Messinio's going to be there. And there's nothing to fight with on the other side. So Mongols are looking to take the lead again.
So, since they were up 4-1 Anders, the only round they've won since then is that Mac 10 apartment pop. That's all we've really seen. It's been nothing but one-way traffic for the Mongols ever since. They are asserting their dominance now. They're moving 9-10 across the map. He hasn't missed a single orb shot, to be honest with you. Looks too comfortable, too clean. And it is going to be Aurora dropping off significantly. They can do nothing with this round. It's going to be 6-5. An ultimate round of play here in the first half. Glocks only, a Desert Eagle, I suppose, for Woxic. Is there anything he can do? He's got a bit of space to work towards that quad side, but down he goes. Maja has been caught out many times here towards the arch side, trying to sneak through, trying to find the gaps. And he maybe gets one, but everyone seems very, very sharp right now for the Mongols. Final round of play coming up next. And you have a 4-1 start, and it finishes 7-5. It's not going to feel great, especially on the T side of Inferno.
No, it won't. And I think for the Mongols as well, that will really bringing the team back alive and back online for this one. What a horrifying sight for Aurora to see on the scoreboard. 9-10 with a 12-3 scoreline. And the T side opening isn't even where he's strongest. He's better on the T side. So if they can pick that rifle up early on, what a difference it could make.
And the double orb setup as well. What a nightmare this has been to deal with. You're not expecting it. It's not meta. And it just means you have two turrets working around the map. No one's missing. 9-10 is freed up to go wherever he wants.
And
funneling them into the tunnel. Yeah, it's so good.
With 3 AKs, this is everything you could have wanted.
Yeah, you're right. This is the royal flush right now, huh?
Yeah. Oh, but this could be very scary. Techno, if it worked, he would have looked like a genius, but unfortunately, he's shut down. Centaurus on the other side. He was ready to go. Rotation is coming in here. Blitz. He doesn't hit the shot, and they might be onto him, but just in the nick of time.
Here we go.
Cobra Sierra trying to get there. They should run him down. The Deagle's out. It's desperate. He needs backup, and none will arrive. He's on his own, and Soulfly just able to battle him out in the corner. That's exactly perfect. 9-10 of Messinio. 2 versus 4 should be an unlosable round here for Aurora.
Don't ever say that, Anders.
Well, I did, Henry. Let's see how this plays out now. 9-10 versus Messinio. With Messinio trying to get into the bomb site, looking for the headshot, but they're hiding in the corner. They're not really giving them any fights at all. And that bomb is ticking. Soulfly, haven't heard much from him, but the second kill of the round for him. And 9-10 shot down. They split the half. 6-6. What a game we have to start with.
A full year as a esports player, especially Counter-Strike player, it is a lot of work, it is a lot of spending time with your team.
As a pro player, you need to sacrifice. It's not just going to tournament, having some fun, see a city, go around being a tourist.
It's pretty hard with all the travel and the boot camps and practice from home and all of that. But yeah, that's how it looks.
Travel days, it's always so tough. We are traveling like all together, like 5 players, coach, manager.
I mean, usually the year starts with a boot camp. Before the first tournaments.
In Navi, we are boot camping quite a lot. We tend to have a boot camp at the start of the season, at the end of the season, before the major. And sometimes we might even have a boot camp in the middle.
You have now grinded practice at home for 2 weeks with maybe 2 days off. Then you go into a tournament and you get met by extreme happy emotions or extreme sad emotions.
The best part of all of this is definitely a competition.
When you're making deep runs, especially if you're winning a tournament, you get the benefits of the hard work you put in. When you're losing constantly, even if you might go home a couple days earlier, you're thinking of what would have happened if we beat this team or win the tournament.
As a pro player, you need to fight to stay mentally strong. You have to fix mistakes, you have to adjust, you have to prepare for the next day. You go into the game and then you repeat.
This year was pretty hard for us, I would say, because we had a boot camp, tournament, just a few days off, then another tournament, then again just 3 or 4 days off.
Getting energy again is one of the most important things for me. I've done this for 25 years now. I have my family close, I have my wife close, and those are the people I see the most, but not a lot.
You're traveling a lot of countries, sometimes even back to back, without returning home. I'm used to it, I guess.
I think one of the most important things as a team is the team dynamic. We are 5 people on the server, and if one person is missing outside the game, automatically feels very less.
In Navi, we try to have the balance and not spending time 24/7 with each other. But I'm close with Ima, for example. I'm close with MongolZ. We might spend more time with each other. Overall, you're still gonna be in the practice room with all of your teammates for countless of hours a day.
When we, let's say, go out for a dinner or we go for a team walk, we always try to be together, like the whole team.
Everybody has to commit to the same amount, sacrifice the same things, and only then you can reach the trophies.
What makes the whole year worth it is the majors. I always have the best feeling of my life when my parents were watching me and my best friends were watching me. So I just think that's the peak of the tournament calendar.
Everyone is looking for winning, and this is what makes competition being real.
I'm here for one reason. I'm here to win everything I can, and the day I stop, I have time for everything else in my life.
Ahoy, Counter-Strike fans! You join us for the Blast Premier Open Rotterdam 2026. It's the first day of the quarterfinals here, and we've split things right down the middle. But it has to be said, the Mongols riding high here in Rotterdam, Anders, after being 4-1 down, bringing it all the way back with a stunning performance from 9-10. He lit up the scoreboard there, and the double orbs on the CT side of Inferno, a very scary prospect and difficult for Aurora to deal with.
Yeah, this is not a done deal. They came in with a strong game plan, the Mongols. Let's see if they can do more now on the T side. Let's get ready. Yes, indeed. 9-10 is the highest rated T side Inferno player in the world since Sensu left the Mongols. That is pretty impressive. He does insane work. And that's what I said at the first half. If they allow him to get the AWP early on, this will be a problem. In fact, I think this is a win condition right now for Mongols to get that AWP out early.
Well, you also mentioned that B bomb site is absolutely rock solid for Aurora. So I'm so happy we've got a 6-6 game here. It could go either way. We'll have a look at the buys right now, see if we can work out where they're going. Molotov, couple of smokes, decoy in the mix, and 2 flashes on the T side, working their way towards middle. Wicardia drops down the smoke, holding on to the balcony position with these dual elites in hand. He is very good with this particular weapon, but they are going to peel off. They're feeling like B might be their final option here. It's going to be the bomb on the back of Blitz, and they still have all of the Utilanders. They can smoke off towards Coffins, CT spawn. They really have a lot of options available to them as CT's hungry for information. I can explore their options towards middle.
I do actually like this. They need to know what's going on. Soulfly's alone on B, so they can't just leave him there. They need to know what's happening in the middle. Santaris finding out in a big way. Flash around the corner. Here he comes. The Turkish Terminator has shut them down. Techno out of the round. Only Cobra Sierra left. Oh! And he is nothing but prey in this round. 3 kills for Santaris. Wounded or not, he's here to play.
That's what it's all about. When you're in the dark, you need that information, and they went hunting for it, bringing the game to the offense, giving them a taste of their own medicine, and what a flashbang it is. From the outside, you can see he has all the time in the world to mow them down. Feeling himself now, Zantares gets the double digits, and we go 7-6, and more importantly, no bomb planted. We're going to have pretty much a full eco, but 3 HE grenades, Anders. Might be able to crack things open here. They can find these grenades towards the top of Banana. Maybe it does enough damage to yield a kill, but they don't seem to land. It's going to be Wicardia. Oh, caught out. Okay, things get a little bit uncomfortable now. It's the in-game leader. He goes down with nothing. All of a sudden, they have 2 rifles. They have a smoke for CD spawn. This was the guaranteed round. They brought 3 HEs and 5 Glocks. Thankfully, Xantares saves the day, tracks them through the smoke, and gives them the round. Should be another kill with this HE as well. My God, that was way too close. But there it is, a sigh of relief. Another close call once again for Aurora, but they get away with it.
I just said that combination, Wakadi and Madja, 2 of the best, second best technically in the world at these positions, and they nearly get outdone by Glocks. I mean, they do get outdone by Glocks, but look at this. The double kill for Xantares is so ridiculous. He doesn't even see anyone, just lines it up. Last bullet headshot on 9-10. Aurora could have been in a lot more trouble here. But the Mongols go for the buy. No surprise there. Woxic, a little bit of a slip up on the AWP. Didn't get the kill that he needed there. It takes a lot of damage in return. Let's see. Early 3-man setup at the B-bomb site. The Mongols need early success right now. I think if Aurora get into the groove of this second half, I don't think they're losing this map.
I like it, Anders. They're looking quite confident now. Some close shaves, sure, but they're still looking quite confident, setting up their young star, Wakadia. A big responsibility, though. Alone towards that B-bomb site. Xantares and Madja, the old boys, rotating back over to bolster the A defense. Wakadia will have 1 smoke to work with. I'm sure he's got more in spawn as well. Should have a reservoir of utility to recover. And it is going to be that B execution. They'll trade out Molotovs. But all 5 players for the Mongols are here. Wakadia now cannot afford to go down with nothing. He needs to get that smoke planted and delay them and call for rotation. He gets a smoke down, but they're playing in front of it. He's in trouble.
Straight through. Coming in. That is wicked sick from Wakadia. 3 kills. He was alone. There was no backup coming. It was all on his shoulders. And he still picks it up. 9-10 of Messinio. They get the bomb down, and that's nice. But holding on to the round seems impossible from this position. 2 AKs. They had 2 more smokes. So they can delay, they could be a bit of a nuisance, they can slow down Aurora, but winning the round from this position should never happen.
It should never happen, but it's not impossible. Trust me on that.
Well, get your screenshots ready. Look at the minimap now. Let's see if this is going to blow up in Aurora's faces. They're so calm. They're all of them retaking from the church side. Messinio, only the one spray down a 9-9-10 in the corner, looking for the headshots. Not even a chance here. Soulfly, they get the job done. They're quick at the defuse as well. And you have to admire the calm. They set up that retake. They knew they were going to win it. And Aurora now with a much bigger lead, 9-6. Oh, Wakadia, look at this.
We said he had to try and stay alive, find the rotations, but he took the game to them. Wicked, sick indeed, Anders, mowing them down. He saves the day. He steps up when Aurora need him most. He was alone on the bomb site. They played in front of the smoke, and it was no problem. What a stud, stepping up to the plate. And now the money has been shut down as the Mongols will have Tech 9s, a Desert Eagle. And we said before, most teams in these sort of scenarios go towards the apartment. They smoke off Moto, they Molotov the pit, they triple flash over, and they hope for the best. We're seeing no one go towards that apartment position, at least right now. Retake utility deployed by Aurora, hunting for double digits here on their map pick. Bear in mind, the only map they have ever taken the Mongols down on is Inferno. It's been an up and down affair so far, but they're in the driving seat at this very point in time. And Xantares, as you know, he wants to get stuck in. AK in hand, his weapon of choice. The absolute master confirms he's up against pistols, and that's the right call.
Yeah.
No one needs to overstep the mark now. Missed shot from the sniper, but still willing to hold the angle. No problem.
He's so aggressive with it as well, Xantares. His playstyle is different. It's like once he has it, he becomes a different player. So I appreciate the fact that he's fallen back. I feel like in another scenario, maybe he would have felt like it's worth taking a fight. His confidence is so high with that weapon. A little bit of a burst there. Doesn't really take anyone down, but Woxic now doing good work. He actually flicks him down. A quad kill from Woxic. Yes, it's against pistols, but that was some really good sniping happening there from Woxic. 25 seconds. Bomb is going to be planted. 9-10. He's got the AWP, but they should be on top of him. Surely there's no way. 21 health. A rescue mission here for 9-10 to try and get his team back into the game. He does hit the first, but not enough for a kill. That's through the wall. A bit bizarre now as he tries to fall back around the corner. They're going to flash him out. He throws one himself. They're already on top of the defuse. And the flick, he hits him in the shins, but can't kill Madja.
Great effort there. Scary moment. Stressful round, it has to be said. Aurora, you thought it was a done deal with this walk 6 sequence. You can't ask for much more from the sniper at this stage. Gets himself 4 kills. Doesn't miss a shot. Absolutely electrifying with the AWP, but still it comes down to a 2 versus 1. The backstab, the Desert Eagle, it had it all. He hits a couple more shots of the orb, and they are lucky to get away with that one.
Yeah.
Once again, there's been too many close rounds, but none of them fumbled really so far from Aurora. They're the ones that have won the eco so far. Money not great. The grenades certainly are. Techno down to 16 points of health. Blitz 41. Ricardia, you're burning away, my friend.
You hate to see that. Smoke up, they know exactly what's on the other side. Look at the damage assisted on that one as Blitz finds the HE.
I'm not sure if that's a fumbled piece of utilities. That's where the incendiary's supposed to go. He should know that on the retake.
Yeah.
I guess maybe the movement wasn't quite there, maybe a bit of panic, but that is quite a massive error. You go down by virtue of your teammates incendiary. Here we go in towards A, Anders.
Okay, it's a really, really quick turnaround towards the bomb side. They knock out Soulfly in the pits, and Zantara's in the corner.
There we go.
The last boss that they have to take down is found the back into the smoke. What a ridiculous defense. One player on the site. Madja couldn't even see what he was shooting at there. And Massinio, he's had some games in this tournament. He was electrifying on Overpass and on Nuke later on. But now we're on Inferno, and the team needs him. He's got 15 kills. He got a little bit of health left as well, hiding in the pits. Molotov in his back pocket. I don't know if that'll be the big difference maker. They're getting close on short. They're right on top of him as he's cowering in the corner. Speaking straight into him. Woxic, no fear whatsoever. The retakes here for Aurora have been expert.
So many scary moments, but this time it's Zantares to save the day once again. My God.
But that's a round that the Mongols should have won. With this kind of an opening, they take Soulfly in the pit. It's wide open.
You can damage the machine, you can slow it down, but the Turkish Terminator will always rebuild himself, Anders. 3 kills from the bomb site, saving the day once again. He's enjoying himself out there. 15 kills, 11 deaths. As we get into round number 18. Do or die time for the Mongols after their 4-1 deficit. Things were looking promising, bringing it back to a 6-6 half.
Yes,
They're yet to post a single round so far in their T-side campaign. Massive nade damage again. Woxic looking to open things up. Better from Ricardia. Takes one down with him, and Zantares here to pick up the pieces, feeling himself right now, and rightly so. Finds another kill. Woxic confirms the round as we see a 3-on-2 situation. We talked about fundamentals. We need a rotation here. Madja, one of the best that is delaying play towards this side of the map. He's got all the utility, all the tricks of the trade. He calls a Soulfly. He's got a full belt of util as well, including an incendiary, a smoke, a couple of flashes. He'll go towards the coffins and just try and set up a blockade. You've got Woxic with the AWP on the other side of the map, also with full util. Should be map point here. Should be in the operative word. You've got Techno and 910 here. AWP for Techno at 910 with the AK-47.
Okay, so the defense is perfect. This is what you want to see. It requires something of a miracle for the Mongols to get back into this round. Now, they do have 9, 10 still alive, so plenty of health. They even have the ult, but they've given over to Techno, which is being one of the oldest rules in Counter-Strike. It's what you do now. 30 seconds. 2-man defense. They have the utility. Counter grenades are coming out. Flashes to slow them down. Woxic's not quite there yet. But Madja's here, and Soulfly, 20 seconds, a headshot to start with. They know there's another player in the back, but Madja stands tall. That's all he needed, the 1 kill there. Clock running low, a desperate shot, but not for Madja. He slides wide, and he will take down Techno and get up to 12 rounds. Aurora, they did need this map, and it's looking very good for them right now.
It certainly is. 6 opportunities to put this one to bed, but round number 13 is always the hardest once again. I know it's becoming a bit of a cliche line at this point, but we've seen it so many times. You get to this massive lead, you have the easiest round when they have Tech-9s and Galils. This is the one you normally fumble and you let them back into the game. You're not going to get a better opportunity than round number 19 to close out this map. Your pick of Inferno. Let's see if Aurora can do it. It's going to be a B rush by the looks of things here. And there's Ricardia, there's Zantares fighting for the man advantage, and they've got it. Techno's down to 15 points of health. This should be GG, Anders.
They meet them straight up on Banana. Violence against one violence, and they come out heavily on top. They've got no respect for them in this round, and that's exactly how it should be. Aurora, they want to take a victory over them here. Woxic will find Techno, and 9-10 wondering, we're what, 20 seconds into the round, and already the team is gone, and so is very likely the map. He's boxed in here on Banana. How do you fight your way out of this one? If they start to make a mistake here, if they push him to fight him, that's how you could get back in. But this is 2026 Counter-Strike, and at this level, we don't want to see those kind of mistakes. Just confirm that he's here, lock him in the box. Oh, a little bit of a peek there. Xantares perhaps hungry to close it out. I don't think it's necessary. Madja in the corner could go down as well, but a lot of damage. He's so low, 9-10. I think that was a big opportunity right there. Madja, he's done enough. Aurora, they look red hot on Inferno here. Headshot.
Oh, no.
No way, Henry. There's no way. He's so low on health. 30 seconds. He's done well and assisted by a little bit of a mistake. But look at the grenades here on the Aurora side. They're ready to go up in the box, and Soulfly will take him down. It's another round, and the map that goes to Aurora.
We said it was going to be an impressive CT side there from Aurora. They have turned up the play today. Flawless in the second half, and it's Terminator in the front, Sniper in the back, Aurora locking the first map.
They just look so promising on this one. I'm very, very impressed. This is a map that they had to win. We know Mirage is going to be difficult. We know they had a hard time defeating the Mongols in the past, but right now, here today, in Rotterdam, they look so strong. This is exactly the team that we're hoping for, Henry.
Absolutely true. It's looking impressive out there. And bear in mind, mistakes were made. It was by no means a perfect game, but they weren't punished for the mistakes there. They almost lost the Glocks on a banana rush. They almost gave up an overlooked bomb site when they had the C4 in hand. But the headline is, it will be Aurora going up 13-6 as we move on to Mirage.
All right, I'm standing by with Madja. Madja, they fought so hard to bring things back in that first half, leveled things up at the break, but then you crushed all momentum. How did you do it?
Yeah, it was a good Inferno from outside, and yeah, it was a good map, but it's not over. Mirage is their pick, so we need to be focused for the next.
There were some close calls in there for you and your team, but it didn't feel like there were any frustrations coming out. It feels like the vibes are really high and you're feeling incredibly confident.
Yeah, we were chill. I think we did a pretty good T-side, like in the middle, but the T-side was really good. And the support here is awesome. Thank you very much, guys. Keep supporting us. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Well, the first map for Aurora, it is good signs, but there's still a little bit left to be done to be able to close out the series to advance into the semis, but it looks good. A strong CT side and able to shut down a lot of what Mongols wanted to do as well, Dupree, in that first half.
Overall, pretty impressed with what Aurora brought to the table. I think, you know, if you'd go back a couple of months, that wouldn't be the case for them, you know, closing out so convincingly. I wouldn't say that Aurora played as a team the perfect Counter-Strike, but they at least had the individuals, everyone taking their turn, having some big moments. Vikadi having that amazing 3K when he was alone on the bomb side. Voxic with the AWP having a 4K, but also the fact of Xantares.
I felt like all of the likely suspects for Aurora stepped up when they were needed. I mean, we had Xantares also saving them on the Glock round, especially, where he gets the double kill through the smoke spray. CT side, though, just impenetrable. And that's what you want to see from an Aurora team that's continuing to compete here, where Xantares, who is going through a hand injury right now, I think he was said he had 2 cysts on his hand. Madger didn't really want to comment further because he just wants a star player to shoot. And thankfully, he did just that in this one. This is, I mean, he's the guy that makes Aurora the world contender that they are. And if he's set up in these kinds of ways and able to deliver, they're a tough opponent to beat.
And that's even more props to Aurora than having potentially your star player, whether it's a big hindrance or a small one. The fact that you're still able to rely on each individual throughout that lineup too, that everyone's able to pull out something for themselves and clutch it up. And it's not always all on Xantares, even though he had a great map here in Inferno.
Yeah, but it's hella important, you know, when you hit playoffs, it's I wouldn't say obviously you don't throw the system out the window, but you also have to rely on your players making intuitive plays whenever you need to, but also coming in with the big plays individually. And I think that's also what we saw today in this game. You know, Voxic specifically also was up there. You know, we talked about Voxic having you know, back in the days he would be a nuisance to play against, and also a guy that would have a force to be reckoned with. And I think Voxic also showed today that he can play up to the start that he once was. I think he was being very instrumental, specifically on the CT side. This highlights specifically being you know, going back and forth with the AWP, and he even gets carried away trying to get the fifth point. But it's good to see that Aurora can rely on not only having Centaurus play good. I think it's good to see that the team now showcase that everyone in the team needs to step up if they want to make deeper runs into playoffs, because the opposition only gets harder, and this is only the first step of them actually getting deeper into playoffs.
It's always impressive to see Woxic have moments like that, because it makes you think of his Mouse Sports time in 2019, roughly, where he was so instrumental to their defenses as well. I mean, that was one round of several where if he just misses that first shot or gets overrun, then it's a completely different story for that second half. But yeah, him, Xantares, even actually Madger and Waikiki back on the B side, all of them played an important role in making sure that they just had an airtight defense.
Yeah, there is a specific round for Waikiki that we're going to have a look at that really illustrates what you're talking about. This individual play that stepped up, even when players like Centaurus and Woxic, as much as they're trying to steal the show, can't take it all away.
This was just such a great moment where he deploys the perfect block utility here, gets the triple kill spray down. I wanted to pick dupree's brain on this one a little bit, because as we were watching it live, the way that Mongols used both of their smokes just to smoke CT and Coppins immediately felt like those little edges are kind of where sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to win. It's already hard enough in a 2v5, but when you're just immediately deploying your smokes without thinking about it, it can get even harder.
I mean, I think it's the obvious choice when you see yourself in a 2v5, you just think that, hey, we have two smokes, we can smoke Coffins, we can smoke Seeds again to buy us extra time. But those smokes will not do you good. They will not win you the round if you deploy them too fast. They literally, that was their win condition. Like when they were in that 2v5 and they had two smokes, I was thinking there's a slight chance this one can actually be salvageable. But the thing is, they smoke Coffins at first, but they also smoke CT at the same time. I think they should have, the first smoke is fine, smoking Coffins is good, but they should have used the other one either to like deploy it close to themselves so they could play it around it, or at least hold on to it a little bit long to buy them time. You know, if they could have re-smoked Coffins once more, that would be a time for them to actually have a situation, because at that point, you know, when they just wait out the smokes, you're not going to win the 2v5 because you didn't even have the crossfire set up here.
And that sort of adds to the layer of just how, like you said, Maui, impenetrable the Aurora CT side was. On the T side, though, for themselves, it was a little bit harder to get going. Mongols ended up taking the first pistol round. They lost the next few, but overall, 9-10, I think, was the one that showed the most in the first half. I thought that this was going to be a Mongols map with how strongly they did open up, especially on 9-10 as an individual.
Every successive tournament that I see from the Mongols is an exhibition from 9-10 to show that he can be the star player to fill some of the void that Senzu has left for them. Obviously, you would like the role-for-role player in CobraZera to be that replacement, but 9-10 has been incredibly impactful. He is really just going toe-to-toe with all of the opening fraggers from opposing teams, and even though he put up these great numbers, unfortunately they just weren't always able to I'd say parlay it into something a little bit more fierce. So 9-10 once again satisfying his role, his job on this team, but just needs a little help.
Yeah, job's done for him. I think that he was being the guy that would literally go for the first, like, attempt of going for the first gun. He had a lot of success coming into the beginning of the game, and the thing is, if you're an AWP and you go for these picks and he's getting those really comfortable picks in the beginning, he's going to build confidence. And I think that really showed throughout the match, but they couldn't really convert on it, the Mongols. It really lacked, I really feel like the Mongols, they lacked that timeout that the coach would probably have taken. You know, the missing of Mara is very instrumental. And I even saw also when the game was over, the Mongols player would just sit back at the desk, you know, probably playing more bots or whatever, trying to get back in the scene. But that was a poor display from the rest of the Mongols, but that's for sure.
I feel like we've alluded to just how impactful not taking timeouts are, but specifically from your experience, Dupree, like what happens when another team takes a timeout, or when you as a team and as an individual take a timeout? Like what happens in that time period?
There's a lot of thoughts behind taking tactical timeout, because you also allow the other team to talk. So in theory, you do have 6 timeouts if you actually, you know, you calculate it.
Yeah.
And obviously, the fact that Mongols doesn't have their coach here, I'm curious to see what their team speak is going to be like when the other team is taking a timeout. Maybe they're just saying, yeah, well, right now it's working out, guys. Let's just keep going, you know? Like, they're the ones taking the timeout, but the fact that they don't take one is probably also just a sense of, they don't know what specifically to change. You know, they don't have that extra overview. So it's also a tactical decision to take a timeout, but that obviously plays into the favor of. But maybe it also plays into the favor that they don't want to give Aurora too many timeouts.
That's
right?
what they said earlier in this tournament, that they didn't want to give a timeout to, I forgot what team they were playing, whether it was Navi or Mouse or something.
Mouse,
I think it was Mouse. They didn't want Cyclone to get on the mic to help Mouse out anymore. But that works when things are going well.
Yeah.
When you lose 4 rounds straight on your own T side, it's probably nice to at least try to slow the other team down, ice them out a little bit, try to construct a different plan, because they could have definitely, it couldn't have hurt at that point when you lose 7 straight on one half.
Well, pro players have the luxury of having a coach getting those timeouts if things are going wrong for them. But a lot of people at home don't really have access to that, right? They're not going to have a coach standing beside them waiting for them to take a timeout. But you do have access to refrag, and that might be just what you guys need to push you over the line there.
I feel like we've talked a lot about refrag, but it's for a reason, because refrag is really a tool that you can improve your counter-strike capabilities. We've even had our, our official observer Chef go around, and he even showcases that an observer can actually play good counter-strike.
Even apparently it was
it's Mikkel this time around.
So even
All right.
an average CS player can get better.
It's a great tool in general, though, obviously. I mean, you'll see the way that he's pathing out, the way that it just kind of makes you work on your snappy aim, as opposed to just going into deathmatch or into just kind of an aim server where those are just kind of raw abilities. This is much more in the flow of an actual match.
And this is also the challenge of game over.
Look at that cheeky smile. He's loving refrag.
He knows he's doing right. That's the good thing about refrag. You can play so many different scenarios. You can actually pinpoint and really handcraft what you want to be working on, whether that's going to be nader, it's going to be pre-fire, it's going to be crossfire. There's plenty of things to go around if you need to improve it.
Yeah, look, the thing is, we can all say that we need to improve a little bit, and all the pros really need is just a bit of time to get ready for themselves for map number 2. That's coming our way. It's looking in the form of Mirage, just on the other side of this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Blast Premier Open Rotterdam 2026. My name is Henry G, joined by the legend Anders Bloom, and we got a second map getting ready for you right now. It was a surprise package there from Xantares, especially Inferno. What a performance, Anders. They don't drop a single round on their CT side. They're looking hot to trot to take this 2-0. And bear in mind, they have never beaten the Mongols, ever.
That is exactly right, Henry. This is the day to do it. Everything on the line right here for the quarterfinals. I look forward to it. Now, I think Inferno, that was the easier part of it.
Oh, really?
Mirage is going to be a lot more tricky. The
Why is that?
Mongols, they are very good on this map. They'll not be a walk in the park here for Aurora, but they did look very strong. They had a perfect mix of aggression, and they knew when to be a little bit more drawn back in some of those clutches. I thought they played the afterplants very well on the CT side.
The thing is as well, it wasn't a perfect game from Aurora. I'm not going to say they got lucky, but they got very fortunate. They didn't throw some of those rounds away.
That's
you
true.
think about the Glock rush towards Banana, 2 opening kills, and then fortunately, like I said, I'll use that word instead of lucky. Fortunately, Xantares gets 2 kills through the smoke, and there was no nightmare blunders going down at that point. If one of those rounds does fall apart, though, the mental goes very quickly for Aurora. Can they do it in 2-0? Absolutely. The way they're playing right now, you've got Woxic, you've got Xantares firing on all cylinders. Hopefully 9-10 can keep that strong form going, because I want this to go to 3, Anders.
Oh, I think we deserve that. We need a third map in this one. I hope you guys are ready. Rotterdam is the second map coming up. We got Aurora versus the Mongols, so make some noise!
Let's get it. We're getting into the T-side start. Remember, this is the pick of the Mongols. We got a couple of Molotovs here. 1 smoke and a flash, a technical A execution. I assume he'll be Molotoving towards the steps, towards the shadow position. It's going to be Mzinho entering from the palace, and there it is. There's that Molotov. Xantares to defend. Can they hold them off?
They have set everything on fire, but they're being met with bullets on the other side. Done! 3 kills. They never even make it up the ramp.
Get them out of here. Absolutely decimated in every facet of the pistol round. Sure, you can drop that utility, you can drop all those flashbangs, but you can't stop Vicaria. He keeps on delivering here, the young star who seems to get better and better every single tournament. We go 1-0. We get no bomb plant, we get no kills. The Mongols, though, still believe, Anders. They'll be force buying in the second round, trying to bring that surprise element into round number 2. We've got AK-47 available for 9-10, who was the star player. Xantares, a rude awakening. He knows they're bought now. Nice grenade. Can he get out of there?
That actually does way less damage than I thought. They don't know about the AK yet. I don't think they realize that's on the other side. The element of surprise. They tried it, and it worked on the CT side. They had the double setup. That surprise caught Aurora off guard, and now they're trying to do something similar here. Sneaking in an AK into a second round where you didn't even get the bomb plant. Let's see if that's enough to get the round into their favor here. All right, you're already hearing a Tech 9 there, so that's a grenade and a half, isn't it? He still goes down, Madja. It's just the SMG, but he's got 2 kills, and Macardia, the hero from the pistol round, he's shown up again, and he's more than ready. Takes down 9-10 as well. What a crazy defense.
It gets uncomfortable, but they read it well. They had information across the map there. And sure, the first kill, a little bit of a fumble there, completely blind, did some damage with the MP9, but overall pretty comfortable in the end. No bomb planted once more. That was the force buy, bear in mind as well. It was a massive grenade that really set them up for success. You can see how blind Woxic was. Not really much you can do about that. Madja had to deliver. He gets 2 kills. Vicaria, though, oh, he's just playing unbelievably well right now. If he can keep this up 2-0, it's very possible. As we get into the third round, as mentioned, force buy in the previous means we have the eco here. Not just Glocks this time, they do have the Desert Eagles, but of course no Kevlar, no grenades, as Soulfly. We haven't said his name too much, but he has been a valuable addition to the Aurora roster.
He played one of those under-the-radar games on the opening map, because he actually was pretty good. You didn't see him in any of the big clutches, but he did get a bunch of kills. He was doing very well. So no complaints there. The bomb, I think, is found. Yeah, Woxic, he's called it out. See a little LED on the ground, always suspicious. Now, you don't necessarily want to rotate every single CT onto the bomb. That's sort of a beginner's way to think about holding these kind of positions. But as long as you kind of keep an eye on it, know at least if they are walking away with it. Cobra Sierra, he's aware that something could be up. So pretty good pre-aim, but not enough against Woxic. Spots out that player in T-spawn.
Now, as you said, Anders, Aurora have never beat the Mongols. They've played them 11 times after yesterday, after the last map, in terms of maps, right?
Yeah.
And they've played Mirage 4 times. Every single time, though, it goes 16-13, 16-14, 13-10, 13-10. Like, they're always tantalizingly close. Now with a great start here, you've won the pistol. Everyone's looking locked in. You've shaken off the stage nerves. You've looked fantastic on Inferno. There is a real case to be made. They can beat the Mongols for the first time here with this sort of start on the CT side of Mirage.
I like the picture that you're painting. I think this is a really good time for it. Ooh, he hasn't got a frag since, what, Inferno round 8?
He didn't need one. It was all good. It was fine, I suppose.
Oh, man, but...
He was warming up for Mirage.
That's what I'm hoping. That's what I got to be thinking. Comes to the CT side, he's a very, very strong B-short player.
He's a replacement for Senzu, right?
Yeah.
You lose Senzu and you're posting those numbers, that simply won't do here on the big stage.
No, and up until now, I think he's been great. Like, I would have said it would have been such a detriment losing Senzu, but they still have looked very strong. But you're right, needs a bit more. Round number 4 is here. Woxic looking for somebody's feet on the other side, but won't actually find any at the moment. Mid-control being taken over. This is the fundamentals of playing this side of the map. The T's must have some control. Step straight into Woxic. That looks a bit careless. And Woxic could have had the headshot, but 9-10 put a little bit low.
Yeah, I think that was a bit careless. A little bit silly almost. Nothing to really justify walking up your back turn towards short and towards that ladder room. Free kill. CobraZera, his woes continue here. 0-4. You've got 40 seconds. And in terms of map control, you've got literally nothing. You're back in T-spawn. You've got one player in the B apartments who show no presence. That's going to be Techno. There's the presence now. So you've thrown a Molotov and a flash. You're hoping that keeps 2 players on this side of the map because they're going to have to do something miraculous now toward that A ramp. They have a couple of flashes. They don't have any further smokes, I don't think. They're going to have to go for a contact play here, Anders. The A side, their next target is Wakadia.
You're absolutely right. Contact walking up. No noise being made, but the clock is against them. 13 seconds.
See ya.
Soulfly running them down. That's a ridiculous kill. He basically stabbed him with the M4. There's no time left. They can't win around any longer.
Yeah, this is messy from Mongols. They take a tactical timeout, boys. I know you're not taking them in this tournament, but let's recalibrate a bit. That was messy.
Yeah.
You're giving away freebies. You run out of time. You got no util. What are you up to? This is not the Mongols we know and love. This is the Mongols that used to choke on the big stage. That kill especially, like, you need to have better protocols. You can't just walk up short.
No. And you can't. There are lots of ways to get rid of that position. It's not like it's hard to clear it
You
up.
see most teams, they get the mid-control first. You're smoking connector, you're smoking window, and you're molotoving the ladder room first. Then molotoving deep on short. Then you're going for that control. You don't just walk up with your back turned and hope for the best. Maximum loss bonus short on the T side here, but more of the same. Tech-9s. A couple of smokes available. We'll see what they've got up their sleeve, but this is a flat showing from the Mongols so far.
They got 5 kills in total at the moment on the T side. So even just in terms of shutting down some of these early buys, do a little bit of economic damage. There are lots of things that we always used to cope about. You know, at least if you get some kills, you can, all you need to win is 1 round. That's not the case right now.
Zantares can smell blood in the water.
He's got the AK.
He's got that AK-47, always a dangerous prospect. Speaking of which, you've got 3 of them now on the CT side. Looking for 5-0 here. A team prone to make mistakes, so Aurora trying to challenge the in-game leader once again. Massive grenade. You can hear them coming, but he's blind. Zantares, Wakadia working in tandem here. It's clean once again from the young gun as we go into a 4-on-1 situation. Blitz, however, makes it interesting. Could this be their first bomb plant in round number 5?
Yeah, we're setting the bar really low. We just want a bomb plant here for the T side. If we can get that, then we can have another conversation later down the road. Not going to be allowed for. Soulfly shows up. Wakadia once again. He's 10-2 right now. What a menace over at that B bomb site. Every time they try to show up, he's just in the right position. And I think Madja had what he was flashed, but he still had a kill through the smoke. It's pretty good.
The fact he gets 1, it's more than enough. It's such a challenging position. You can get caught out. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to overwhelm you. They're trying to flash you off. He still gets 1. He had backup, and they don't lose a round. We get into it, though. We can't get that 9-10 orb, though. That's the problem. That was the only thing keeping them alive in that first map, was 9-10. He's 0-5.
He spent so much energy trying to get something going there. And now he can't be activated on this side of the map. Blitz. He will be flashed in the underpass, but he still somehow finds the kill against Zantares. I don't even know how Zantares didn't hit him more. I guess he must have been blind as well on that side. I'd love to see the replay from Santara's point of view there. Don't know if that looked really strange, but now they're back in the B hallways. And you know what? There's nobody on the B bomb site. Wakadia is hoping that if it's a split, he can take one of them down, but we are finally going to see a bomb plant. We had to wait a long time for it.
Zera, do you check the ladder room ever? Are you ever aware of this potential? Oh
I understand your frustration, Henry, because that's cost him a couple of times.
Does he know it's a position?
These are the big leagues. We can't afford those mistakes.
Holy moly, it should be fine. But if they get that second kill towards the bench, the round opens up. I don't think they go for this now. They'll hold on to the AK-47s.
Yeah, they want to box them in and look for kills as they try and exit the bomb site. Not a bad idea. If you get 3 or 4 kills now, and the Mongols lose all these rifles, yes, they win a round, but it's not going to feel very good at all. They are exiting towards the B hallways and into Madja. He sets up an incendiary, and he's got some backup here.
Oh,
and
this is nice.
behind. This is looking very good, Henry. They could lose all the rifles. Madja just bursting them down through the wall. And they all go down. The C4 with 3 kills.
Doesn't even feel like a round victory after that.
No.
You lose all 5 members. If you win the round by virtue of explosion, it's $3,500 each going into the next round. You're already fully invested there, so you can't bring out the AWP again. You're down to Galils if you want grenades here. So sure, you let them have the B bomb site, but you take everything away from them. They leave with nothing, Anders. And it's down to Madja, the incendiary to lock them in. The HE grenade that did over 100 damage, and then spamming them down here. This was the highlight of the round, and they lost it.
That's crazy. Yes, even in defeat, they still look really hot, Aurora. They've come here to finally claim their victory against the Mongols. And you could see how motivating they are right now. You said they got close a couple of times in the past on Mirage. Right now, they are way ahead. They trade evenly at the start. Wakani is finally out of the round. That must feel good, at least if you're on the Mongol side here, but we need more people activated. Cobra Zero is still 0-6. They're rotating the bomb back.
Yeah, Cobra Zero needs to wake up, get his head in the game. We're going for the A execution, 4-4. They won't have a whole ton to work with here. Mzinho might have to play through that smoke and try and find a timing.
Yeah, it feels like it.
He's going for it. Thinking about it at least.
He's just on the lip, you're right though. They're coming up at the A ramp as well. 50 seconds on the clock. A missed shot from Woxic. There's an opportunity here. Soulfly, he does great damage. They come bursting out. There's Messinio activated, but Woxic, he stands tall on the other side. He's already taken 2 of them down, and he was not afraid to go for the battle here. In the open 9-10, it's a very quick reaction. He is just deadly, but it's not enough to win the round.
And as we mentioned, the financial ramifications will rear their ugly head at this point. All 5 players going down in that previous round. You get no bomb plant here, and you're going to get 2,900 into the next round. A lot of numbers flying around, I appreciate that, but the headline is you can't really buy here. You're partial buy territory. As you see, Woxic looking strong. He looks so comfortable on the big stage these days, and so does Zantares as well. That goes without saying. The vibes are immaculate. No real blunders today. Even in that round loss, it felt like a victory for them. And we've gone for a hero AK, I was about to say. Are they fully invested? No, it's an AK with 9-10 going all in. The thing is, that's your sniper going all in. It's going to be getting the AWP out. It's going to be almost impossible going forward once more, but we'll see what they can do. Partial barrier with the Deagles, the Glocks, and of course, a Tech 9.
Woxic's always been grabbing headlines with some of those flicks, but the real weakness in his game in the past was that he would overcommit to some of the fights.
Yes,
he couldn't rein in the aggression.
Yeah.
He's learned that now.
Trust me, someone who had to deal with that myself.
True.
It was one of the most frustrating parts of his game, but he is very well-rounded now. He's lowered his sensitivity.
Yeah.
He understands how to play Tier 1 meta CS, and my God, I was seeing it come to fruition today.
There's a reason you picked him up for the squad, right? There was real promise, you could tell, but now it's like the full version of Woxic that we really need. Wakadia, he goes down. That's the hero AK to pick up the kill there. 9-10 once again, trying to do the work to bring this squad really into the quarterfinals on the second map. They haven't done anything. Not yet here on the first half. The bomb is being carried back towards the A bomb site. They don't know about that yet. Techno goes down on the side of the map. That might be a bit suspicious, to be honest. I think Aurora start to realize if there's only Techno there, he's flanking on that side. Woxic once again strikes and cuts down Messinio towards the connector. He's ready. That's the bomb on the ground for Blitz now. 15 seconds. I don't think they can do it. They can't even get to the bomb at the moment. Woxic is just way too deadly on this bomb site.
And that was another criticism of Woxic as well. He was known for hitting the flashy flicks.
Yes.
He was known for getting super aggressive, but he wasn't reliable on the shots that really had to count. The ones that are easy almost. Now you're seeing that's not a problem. He hits the shots that are right on the play in front of him, and then you've got Xantares backing him up. That deadly duo. This is looking so good, Anders. We go 7-1 here now. CobraZera, sure, he gets his first frag. In about last 20 rounds, he's posted 1 kill, but it means nothing. The money's out of control right now. They still don't have the AWP. 9-10 has to operate with the Galil. So sure, he gets a hero AK, but what does it really do for them? Nothing. He needs his AWP.
At least give him an AK. Why are they giving him the Galil? I feel like...
Yeah, this is desperate now.
Oh, he's done so much work for the team.
Like the way he was playing with the AWP, and you hamstring him going forward into this, the most important map for the AWP, and he's not going to get it once in this T-side campaign. Like, what is going on today? They don't have a coach. We'll reiterate that point one more.
Fair.
They're looking nervous. Like, CobraZera looks way out of his depth on the big stage right now. Maybe does need those tactical timeouts. He needs a massage from the coach. He needs someone to talk him down, because this is not the Mongols we know and love.
No, it isn't. They do like they crumbled maybe more than we expected, losing that opening map, and then coming into this one, they tried to burst onto the A bomb side of the pistol, and they got hard shut down from Wakadia's dualies. Now they're going to try and split the B bomb site. Madja back here.
He is alone.
Yeah, he's very much alone. You're absolutely right. They're really far away.
They should win this. They should be winning this round, Anders. Hands down.
If he gets a double, then it's on. But otherwise, if they trade him out, wow, there's even the Galil. 9-10, they can trust him to do everything. But I'm left here waiting. When is someone going to help out 9-10?
So, I think it's more of the same here. Lock them in.
Okay. Surely they can't do it again.
The money's not fantastic for Aurora. They can't just throw everyone into this one. Let them save, guys. Come on. Let them save. Let them have it. They're playing a great game. This is playing the percentages. Keep the money tight on the T side. Keep it strong for the CT forces. That's what they're going for here.
Okay, they are exiting at least some of them into Wakadia. Surely not another nightmare waiting for them. He's already got 12 kills. How much more does he need?
Okay.
They still lose a couple of players. I mean,
uh-oh, there's one final boss to deal with, though.
You're right, Xantares not with the AK, but with the M4. Straight into Techno. Good shot. Another headshot to come on through.
They get the AWP.
Okay.
Maybe overcooked there a bit. I was saying, Aurora, it's the right decision to save your weapons, deny them the AWP going forward, but now you've offered it over. It's not too late to get back into this. 7-5 is still available.
I was going to ask you, yes, is it actually too late? But I'm glad you said that. 7-5. That's a scoreline they can work with. That's acceptable, Henry?
Absolutely acceptable. T-side, your map pick. Sure, you had a rough start, but that's a convincing round there. They chose the right bomb site, clean opening kills. Just need to find momentum now. This is the most important round so far for the Mongols. You find this one, it's going to get you 2 on the board, Anders. You will break the money of Aurora.
Okay.
And they're not going to go down without a fight. You can see them pushing towards the A round, but it's going to be that Palace pop. We talked about this in Inferno. 3 players in, and maybe just a contact play into Xantares.
Yeah, but you won't expect for there to be 2 CTs behind you. Even if you win this fight, you're going to be in trouble. 2 CTs on the ramp. Even if they got out there, it would have been a bit of an issue.
True, and he's cool. There's another one there.
CobraZera, you can't walk with your back turned again. You've got to find a way through. Blitz has found an opening. They lose 9-10 as a result here. Oh,
there we go.
A nice pickup.
There we go.
CobraZera catching Woxic as he's jumping into the corner. And a free kill. Soulfly, not looking the right way, but like I said, are you ready for Madja?
Yes,
they certainly are. Now they know. Good communication, good teamwork. Madja, though, powering through. If he would have found the second kill, it would have been on.
The round is still available, but Wakadia is very far removed. 2 versus 1, but he's been playing fantastically. Can't stress that enough.
Hold on. He just ran out there. He didn't care if anyone was holding that position. He's got the kind of speed that you need. I don't know. I might count him in on this one, to be honest. You might be right. Looking for the opening already. He knows there's one in the corner. Wakadia, if anyone could right now. He's been playing out of this world for the quarterfinals so far. Grenade up there. They peek him. Now he knows where both of them are. Swings and gets the first one. And now he's just going to get another smoke. Yeah, lands it on top of the grenade. Not going to kill him, and now he's hiding inside. Knife has come out from CobraZera. He needs this clutch here on the Aurora side. Oh, stabbing him in the middle. The fangs deep in Wakadia. and he will win the round.
All is forgiven. A massive moment. We said that round will get them to. It comes down to the new boy, CobraZera, who has not been playing well this series. Let's be honest, he's 4-10, but he holds his nerve in the 1 versus 1. A scary moment there. You pull out your knife, you start slashing, you're praying, and he manages to find Wakadia, who is very good in those scenarios. The 4 defusals coming through, and 7-5 looking very possible now. As mentioned, 7-5 available, but it should be 7-4, no problem. Just the MP9 and a couple of Deagles. Zantares has the SMG. You've got to be putting this one to bed if you're a Mongols fan. Let's see if 9-10, now with the AWP, can find the open up.
He's got to dodge Wakadia on this one. He is pretty damn good with the Deagle as well. So don't underestimate him, but you pretty much draw out the narrative for us already, Henry. That last round, the last bit of cash that Aurora had, losing that, and especially to a knife in a 1 versus 1, it means now they're in a bit of a tricky position. Nothing was saved on the CT side. And Soulfly here, a rare sighting of the P250 instead.
It's a hell of a weapon. It's going to have to do some heavy lifting here. A nice ding, but simply not enough. The P2000 now on top of the ladder, spotted and dealt with. Fancy footwork from WongZ. He's done well to survive that long, or given that. But it should be a pretty clean finish. It's just Zantares on the MP9, but he's been found out. CobraZera, slowly but surely, finding his footing here as we go 7-4. That's completely locked in. Madja looking for 1 kill, but not going to happen. Final round of play coming up next. Maybe a tactical timeout to discuss their options. Money's still not great for Aurora. So the Flying Star, they're up 7-1. But some important victories, some tight clutches, has got Mongols back into the series here. Their map pick as they hunt for 5 rounds, Anders.
Now, didn't complete the counting completely, but I think he went something like 16 rounds without even getting any kills at all between the first and second map here. If he can rebuild his confidence right now on the stage,
off that clutch,
yeah, that says something about him as a player. It's not easy to do. A lot of players, especially when they're new to these big stages, they try to rebuild the confidence next tournament, somewhere in the future. Doing it right away, that'd be a really cool achievement. And so far, so good. He's up to 5 now as we go into round number 12, the last of the half. If they can pick this one up, the Mongols, it is still on. There's still something to fight for here. Aurora, though, temporarily taking a bit of a break here, but they're back with the money now. Don't have the AWP on the CT side.
Let me tell you, there is a huge difference between 8-4 and 7-5.
Okay.
Especially in MR12. It's going to be the A execute out of spawn. A nice call here from the Mongols. I say that. They are repositioning. Sending players away.
Yeah, that's smoke on A ramp.
Okay, just going to be showing mid-presence here. Smoke towards top of middle and towards the window room. And it will be the A execute still. All 5 members are here.
Presumably Soulfly and WongZ are going to be on the wrong side of the smokes that are coming in. Do you want to see them push through or wait and do a full retake?
Nice smoke towards the palace. We'll see what they're up to. As WongZ on the M4. No AWP available for him. And in we go, Anders.
Yeah.
Final round.
Other side of the smoke. They blow it open to answer the question. They want to run through and take the fight. The Techno, very fast kill on the first, but now Soulfly started to get activated. He's got 2 kills. He's hardly taking any damage. This defense, I don't think they're going to be able to break through here. The Mongols, they had the opportunity. They have their grenades down towards that jungle position, but they needed the kill on Soulfly, and so far that hasn't happened. Madja sneaking in, that's very cheeky.
Now they can reset the round. There's still time to go back to the other bomb site if they so wish, and I think that's the right call at this stage. It's going to be Blitz making his way through T-Spawn. 9-10 will hold towards the A ramp, working for a pick while his teammate actually sets up for the backstab. It has peeled a player away from the A side now, so this round is back on. Tended to get a 2-on-2 towards the A side of the map.
Okay.
25 seconds remaining, but Soulfly is aware of this prospect. He knows a player can come in towards a connector. This kill decides the round, Anders. Who comes out on top in this 1v1?
It's absolutely everything, Blitz. He's found the perfect timing. He was just looking Soulfly, you're right, and now instead he's going to get shot in the back. The perfect timing. Now just 1 player left to overcome, and what a player it is. Zantares, he picks it up, jumping on the ball, shutting it down. They could not handle it. 8-4. Aurora get the last round.
Welcome to the Nova Shots Roundtable. My name is Henry G. We've got Anders, we've got Pimp. Gentlemen, how you doing? We're going to look on the Nova app to see if we can work out who's going to be the favorites and maybe the underdogs as well. Opening things up, there is an elephant in the room. Because Stockholm, we didn't have Vitality there, Pim, but it still felt like they kind of won the tournament by not even being in attendance. What are your thoughts on that?
Heading into this tournament and pretty much heading into any tournament at the moment, they are the clear-cut favorite.
Is there anyone at this tournament that's even close to their level, Anders?
No, unfortunately, I don't think so. But actually, some other teams took a lot of damage, right? Like, if you had tokens to spend for Pro League, you would have said Mouse were the obvious pick, and that just didn't work out at all.
Not at all. Losing to Foot in the quarterfinals? It was Mouse in Sweden. Roland was the hometown hero.
Yeah.
They still couldn't get it done.
No.
Unbelievable scenes. Will that affect their prices? We'll have to find out. Vitality we've established, that's the #1 team by far. I want to move on to Falcons. You feel like with the investment and the level of stars they have in that team, they should be favorites to make it to the final.
They need to be part of the playoff, first and foremost. A lot of people will still buy into them, you know, believing that, okay, they're going to figure it out eventually. When you have Nico, when you have MongolZ, when you have Kyusuke, at some point it's going to click. But a lot of people have also been burned for a long, long time.
Falcons are a perfect buy right up until the important games kick in. So I feel like you can probably ride the Falcons price.
Okay,
you know,
that's what you're thinking.
Yeah,
so
that's
good to buy early and get out before the playoff?
Yes, that's when they're going to lose.
Now, it does break my heart. The underdog team I'm going to choose is FaZe Clan. Do you think they can bring it back to life?
I wouldn't touch them. Right now I'm just waiting for that team to die. I'm waiting for Frozen to find a better team. I'm waiting for Twist to find a better team. I'm waiting for Kerrigan to find a new project because I like the players as individuals. As a team though, wouldn't touch them.
They can either completely screw up or they could surprise, but no matter how low it is, you're always going to have that weird feeling that like this could be the end. Like it might go lower than this.
They've got Twist, they've got Frozen, two of the best riflers on the planet to this day.
Yeah. There is a chance you could look like a genius if you do it.
Do you want to be a genius? Maybe get some FaZe tokens in your favor, who knows? One more underdog team, Furia.
Yeah.
I don't know where to put them right now. They either peak massively in the tournaments or they crash and burn quite early on.
I think 26 has been a disappointing start to Furia. It's not a bad team, it's just not a team that I see winning a big trophy in the current form right now.
The thing is for me, they've got that X-Factor player, a couple of them, with MongolZ and K-Serato. If those guys turn up to the tournament, they can beat any team in the world.
I think that's the reason why they're going to be underpriced. I think people will forget about Fallen, and I think they will underestimate them a little bit. I think there's a good reason to pick up Furia early on in the tournament.
PARIVISION, always playing from the back foot, but always find a way to take it to overtime and get through their games.
They're one of the few teams recently that's put Vitality kind of to the test. It's always where the game gets a lot harder. Like you're on everybody's radar, everyone knows what you're doing, or at least is trying to figure it out.
Now I feel like the target's on their back. You want to be part of the top 10 teams in the world, they're going to know what you're doing and kind of counter your playstyle.
A lot of teams are at least putting a lot of effort into trying to make sure they're ready for PARIVISION.
I feel like they're going to be good this one. I think that'll be one of the dark horses here.
Make sure you download the app, get involved, get your points, and invest in the teams that you like the look of. See you out there.
Could be the final half of play for the Mongols here. A disappointing 4 rounds posted on the first half of their map pick. Anders, Aurora are firing on all cylinders. Xantares continues to frag, but Wicardia, for me, he stole the show.
He looked unstoppable in that first half. We'll see if he can continue into the second half as we go live now. Aurora, they're going to be on the T side. Rotterdam, I hope you're ready as we get into this one. And look at what they're doing, Henry. They're all in the hallway. Are they even going to slow this one down?
They've been so good in the pistol so far. It's all been about Wicardia and his dual elites. It's the full-on B execution here. No nonsense, no fakes. The Molotov dislodges Blitz. And now here comes the heavy artillery. The flashes are sent over. Blitz, you've got a lot to deal with.
Oh, a bit of a mistake, but clean headshot. He's trying to make up for that lost incendiary. And he goes down to Madja. It just became a lot more difficult. They've gone this on the harder mode, only getting 4 rounds in the first half. They need this pistol. They need it really badly. I need some USB headshots. I need some very fast CTs to get back onto this bomb site. Massinio, he's taken down one, but they've lost the superstar in 9-10, and now it's looking real grim on the bomb site. Massinio fighting. He can't stop it. Wicardia strikes once again.
2 kills for Wicardia, 2 kills for Madja. The B execution. Absolute perfection there. The Molotov to dislodge the initial defender. Sure, Blitz did well to get 1 kill, but you can see it made things... Oh, okay, I assumed it was a seaside molly. He mollied himself, Anders. I missed that detail. Holy.
Well...
Okay, I was about to say, what a genius Molotov. I didn't catch that.
They say there's a fine line between genius and madness, and unfortunately, he was on the wrong side of that one.
I was about to build my whole narrative around that Molotov. Okay, missed that. Scratch that one. Not too good, actually, for the Mongols. We are going to see a force buy in the second. They can win these rounds. Desert Eagle and 5-7s.
To be honest, Henry, in my mind, I thought you were being a gentleman. You were saying, don't worry, you know.
Never.
I
You know
appreciate
me.
that. You are a gentleman.
So, looks like we're going to be bullying that B bomb site once again. Smoke down towards the window area. 2 players up towards short. CobraZera did not have a good showing in that first half, but he did have a couple of good clutches towards the end. 5-7, you really need to have the first bullet in your favor to stand a chance. He's down to 35 points of health. Smokes go down, flashbangs deployed. It's going to be a smoke popped open courtesy of Vicardia. They don't have to force the issue here. They don't have to run blindly through the smoke. They can take their time. They can even reset this round, Anders.
Yeah.
Santara's boosted up, and they are going to call for the MAC-10 to go through. Playing in front of the smoke right now, and here we go.
I think they know that he's here. Techno, he can't quite find it. Wow, that's very efficient. They've cleaned up every single thing on the bomb site. They used the HE on top of the peak. It was just about perfect there. And Aurora now up to 10 rounds. They're 3 away from doing what they have never done before. In defeating Mongols, that would be a great headline to send them to the semifinals.
Never beaten them before. Always close. Desperately close, especially on Mirage. It's always overtime.
Yeah.
It's always double digits. But there's always one thrown round, one panicked moment that costs them everything. This time, though, this is looking perfect.
Lost to them in the grand finals of EWC,
Yes,
I believe.
that's right.
That looked like Aurora should have won that tournament. They were the favorites, I think, at one point towards the end there.
Not out of the woods just yet. There is some significant investment here. Even after the second round falling apart, Wicardia, though, having none of it. Mzinho, known to be strong on the same bomb side, but they can't hold on. If anything, now you're looking to save the MP9s, and your first gun round entering with 2 SMGs doesn't really fill you with hope. It's 11-4, and a round where you're going to have not a lot to work with. You certainly won't have the AWP. I guess you could drop it if you're blitz. He did take the eco.
Sure. It's very tough out there at the moment, isn't it? And just to highlight what you were saying about Mzinho on this bomb site, in the top 10, Henry, he is the best A bomb site anchor in the world right now on Mirage. But none of that really matters when you don't have the weapons, and certainly when the team seems to be crumbling in front of our eyes here. Aurora make their way to 11. I don't know what it would take to stop them at this stage, but the Mongols only have very little time to find an answer to that question. Bomb goes up and, all right, exit kill. Very limited success at the moment. Surely it all comes down to this next round.
I mean, you're not wrong. 2 away from victory. They, in my opinion, invested too much there. We're going for one of those miracle plays where you get a couple of SMGs on the round. You should be full eco. And now they have to make do with those SMGs now, and they're looking down the barrel of series points. This will be for the semi-finals for Aurora. Always making it to the playoffs, always seem to fumble when it matters the most, but today they've looked rock solid. Sure, a couple of mistakes, but it hasn't cost them dearly. It's been a weak Mongols, so you can see them really struggling without their coach behind them. CobraZera especially, I think he needed the coach behind him to deal with this sort of environment.
Yeah. I think that's important to look at it through the light of that lens, but at the same time, we got to celebrate Aurora. Like you said, they have come up here, no mistakes really made. They don't seem to be slowing down. The confidence is at an all-time high. Round number 16. The bomb is back in T-spawn. They're taking their sweet time. They slowly clearing out the middle here, getting a little bit of control for Madja. He's doing it alone, in fact.
He's got a scary maneuver to make now. Got to try and cross over by the connector. Smokes it off. Makes his way towards short. Have 9-10. Like we said, the ult could be dropped for him. Should be a freebie. Down he goes. Madja in towards B.
Okay, they should be holding on, surely. They got Techno down below. If you jump out into the MP9, they're actually going to go back. There's no way. With 40 seconds, Henry, is that even achievable?
It's definitely possible.
Look at Mzinho. He's already on the A ramp. If they try to come up the connector now, the crossfire between CobraZera and Mzinho, I can't see the Mongols losing this. I think Aurora, they might have overcooked it. Maybe it would have been harder to be bomb site, but now they're walking in to a massive crossfire. CobraZera, he's seen them. Mzinho is there at Tetris, MP9 in hand, 13 seconds on the clock, wide swing. That kill should pretty much seal the round, but Soulfly, he's got a different thing in mind. He's already got 2 kills. Shot in the back by Blitz, and time has run out. He needed to plant the bomb, but he couldn't. They're going to get some interesting kills here. Just stay alive, 9-10. All right. It is the Mongols winning the round, but what a mad round it is.
9-10 will hold on to the AWP. Definitely was a scary moment there for the Mongols. Kills started coming through. Felt like there was time to plant, but the C4 does not go down. Aurora will keep applying pressure here. It was the opening kill for 9-10. Magic couldn't make his way up towards short. CobraZera, though, nice play. Pop flash coming in from CT spawn. And this is where Soulfly started to make things a bit more complicated for them. But the bomb doesn't get planted. Wakadi gets no further money. And this is a very important one now for the Mongols. So they're going to come back into this. You have to convert this round. Up against a Woxic and Galil. Soulfly and the MAC-10 suggests a set piece at this point. You want to be going in together, and that seems to be the case. We're sending all 5 players towards the A side of the map. He showed basic presence towards middle with the standard smokes towards window and top of middle.
Nice.
Molotov there as well. And now in towards the A side. It all comes down to these opening kills. Can the MAC-10 crack things open? Can the Galil find space for you? Your heavy hitters, Wakadia and Zantaras, will have to step up here. Smoke comes down before they execute. They can wait for this one or play in front of it and deploy the utility now.
Look at him, Sinio. They're so sure. I don't know what read they have. I guess 9-10's on the other side, but they got 4 people at this bomb site. The Mongols, they've made the perfect call. Yes, the wall of smokes is up, but they're in front of it already. Sinio, 2 deadly kills to begin with, and time is running out on this one. They just keep showing up, but Aurora, should be no way through. Zantaras is very low, and Woxic, he's got the bomb plant, so that's a bit of a start. And they're letting them get away. Surprised that the Mongols aren't a bit more aggressive. Easy kill. Yes, Zantaras looking the wrong way. All on the back of Woxic, looking for 3. He got the 2 opening kills. This is asking so much. He doesn't have his trusty AWP, and he can't spray down Blitz either. A 6th round for the Mongols.
A moment's respite. That alleviates a lot of pressure now. A couple of rounds in a row. You're closing the gap. Aurora have given up some massive leads recently as well. Sure, they're up 11-6 right now, but blink and you miss it. This can fall apart very quickly, especially with CobraZera looking sharper and sharper, getting more comfortable on the big stage here in Rotterdam. We have got a Zantaras AK-47. Always a scary prospect going forward, and it is going to be a tactical timeout called by Aurora. Can feel this lead slipping away. Just want to discuss their options here and get the most out of this AK that Zantaras will be bringing in to the next round.
Yeah, don't underestimate it. Hero AKs, they can always be something. You never really know what's going to happen, but if it's Zantaras picking it up, you know it's not going to be easy. What a call in that last round. They had 9-10 in the B hallways, and they put 4 people on the A bomb side as a result. And Aurora, they're going to know that. They're going to know they walked into a big stack. They must have realized in the last round, we just didn't have enough map presence. We didn't make enough effort to try and pull somebody else to the B bomb site. So too much of a defense. 11-6. Said Blinked, you could miss it. Oh, Mongols, they're not out of this yet.
Oh, certainly not. This game is well and truly on. They've laid the foundations here. This is their map pick, and for good reason. Sure, the first half was a bit of a nightmare. They lost the pistol in the second, but they're looking a lot more comfortable now. They've got the AK-47s available on the CT side. Speaking of which, Zantaras has his towards the underpass. We've got 4 players towards that palace position. It would take a massive fumble to give this round up, but the timings could elude them. Zantaras taking a lot of the aggro away from the A-bomb side right now as they wait for that moment to strike. 1 smoke for Maja. I guess he'll have to use it once they get out of the palace itself. They're hoping Zantaras can find an opener.
Oh, well, Blitz is going to smoke them off
palace. Yeah. Plenty of time still. That's okay, but maybe just run through it, considering you got pistols only. Oh. Good grenade. Kind of nullifies Zantaras. He's still looking for 1.
That's all you need. You're absolutely right. Maybe up on the ticket booth, Blitz. Dangerous position. Not peaked yet by Zantaras, but you're right. The rest of that palace push, they need to be quick with it. Unfortunately, the one to open it up never gets a chance here. And CEO, that's a really good spray down. You'll take it for the confidence, even if it's up against Glocks. It still feels pretty good. 11-7 now, Henry. They're taking steps back. They don't want to exit the quarterfinals just yet.
Certainly not. Impressive hold, and Zenio with the perfect setup. The smoke from CT spawn to guarantee the advantage as they came through. You love to see it. Mongols now starting to look like themselves. They've got the AK-47s within their ranks. Just MZinho without right now. Another gun round, but concessions have to be made. A distinct lack of utility. Maja with the Galil. But we have got the Woxic AWP, and he's been playing out of his mind. 15-9 right now. 9-10 with his. Was electrifying on Inferno. 8-12 here on Mirage, but they're starting to look stronger and stronger as rounds go by on this CT defense. We enter a default here, but it looks to be a B finish. We've got no one towards Palace, no one towards Ramp. They'll be setting up for the B split momentarily. Wacardia will go through the underpass.
I do like the idea, and just to reiterate as well, in the top 10, Messinio is the best A anchor in the world on this map, so maybe dodging him for a couple of rounds, not a bad idea. He's very confident on that one, and all you need to get some success on this side of the map is an opening kill. Techno, he's thrown up the smoke. They're a little bit confident in that smoke. I don't know if I love that. They're already rotating back, but
Rosera.
He's back again. Yeah, they're through the smoke. Techno's realized, and too late. Woxic with the AWP on the T side. He finds Techno as well. Blitz hoping to save the round, but I don't think that's going to happen here. They get Maja. That's all the way on the other side. Messinio, he stuck around on the A ramp to find Maja, who was lurking. You got to get this fight on the other side. Woxic with a rare miss right now, but up in their faces, Wacardia looking to murder both of them. Oh, it's actually a team kill. Messinio fighting everyone on the server, and Wacardia, it's enough. It will bring Aurora up to 12.
You can see both teams feeling the pressure, feeling the heat at the big stage. These rounds are getting scrappy. Team kills are coming through. Cobra Zero, he thought that might be enough, but it's Woxic with the AWP finding huge shots, opening things up, and it's a nightmare scenario. MZinho takes down his teammate, gets a follow-up spray, but it wasn't enough. Wacardia, 21 kills, 11 deaths, has found series point, and they're going for the knockout blow, Anders. We're going quickly in towards the A site. They won the win right here, right now. A execution coming through, contact play from Zantares in towards the A site. Can he crack things open? Time will tell.
I love everything about this. Your opponent a weak, they're dazed and confused, and now you strike. Centaurus cracks it open, but Blitz on the return as well. Wacardia still there, 22 kills and 9-10. Edge of the smoke. I don't know how he found that kill. Lightning fast as he sends a bullet through the bomb site. Maja and Wacardia, they've been slowed down. I think you're absolutely right, though. The killer instinct here for Aurora. They wanted to shut it down, but Techno with a TKO, he shuts down both of them.
It was a nice idea. I love the energy behind it. Aurora trying to catch them out, trying to change at the pace. Carry on that momentum from the previous round victory, but it's not enough. 9-10 and Blitz working in tandem here. Beautiful spray down from Techno as well. Gets the job done, finds the bomb, knocks out Maja, and we keep it going. Full eco for Aurora. Glocks across the board. 12-8 now. And in terms of loss bonus, Anders, they'll be getting themselves $2,400 into the next round. You can see they're averaging around 2K, so it will be a pretty decent buy going forward, but certainly won't have everything they need. Overtime still very, very possible here for the Mongols.
You said Aurora have a history of slipping up in these kinds of games.
They've done it so many times.
They're being given an opportunity right now. One, to slip up, or maybe to prove to us that that's in the past. If they can find a way out of this, dodge the overtime, then could be the beginning of a new chapter for a team like this one. But it's so easy to fall back into old habits. Messinio, AK there in position. Everybody on the Mongol side is starting to get there. We've been talking about Cobra Zero, but you know what? He's really woken up now here in the second half. Messinio dancing around the box, Blitz in the perfect timing, sprays down 3. It couldn't have been any better here. 12-9, Henry. They just need 3 more rounds. They've got the economy, they've got the momentum now. First time really a Mirage that we're seeing the Mongols start to look like themselves.
This is when the devil on your shoulder starts whispering into your ear. Maybe you will give up this lead. Maybe there is a chance this goes to overtime. Panic setting in. You've been here so many times before where you've given up these huge leads. Coach trying to talk the boys down, trying to stabilize the emotions. Mongols, they're looking comfy out there. Clean rounds, comfortable victories. Just 3 to go on their map pick. Aurora starting to shrink. The crowd are coming to life. We want to see overtime. Aurora want to get the hell out of here. One more round will do it, and they're in the semi-finals, but it feels like the hardest round to get of them all. Magic's going to have to dig deeper than ever. What have they got for us? They went for that knockout blow, A execution. You thought it would be enough as Antares tip of the spear.
Oh, yeah.
He found his one kill, but it wasn't nearly enough.
I like the idea, but you might be right. It might be up to Madja. You're not going to find many people with as much experience as this guy, though. If he can draw on all those years, he's been around.
Set up.
And you're right, we're back. They did it on Inferno, and you know what, it worked. It's going to be a very similar template here. You hear the op on one side. In case you missed it on Inferno, you might not expect it on the other one. You could walk straight into it. Molotov's out, push us on. They're trying to do it again. Centaurus, a cracking opening. Ricardia activated. The Mongols, this could be their last stand. They might not have much of a chance here. Madja with the kill. Centaurus continues. They haven't lost a single player yet. The perfect call, the perfect execution, every battle won. And now Techno. What a nightmare scenario. His team has been washed away here. Aurora, too strong. The waves crashing against the A-bomb side. The Mongols, they didn't build the dikes high enough, and now they might be flooded into the ocean instead. That bomb is ticking, and there's absolutely nothing Techno could do on the other side. He knows it as well. Ready with the AK on the other side. Plenty of them. Centaurus with a headshot. It's Aurora to make the semis.
What a performance, what a showing. We didn't think they could do it today. They've never taken down the Mongols in 5 tournaments. They always come tantalizingly close, but today it's a roaring victory for the Turks. They step up when it really matters, and they don't choke in the closing sectors of the game. Zantares let off the leash once again and decimate that A-bomb site. It's a fantastic victory there. 2-0, winning on Inferno, and more importantly, their opponent's map pick of Mirage. You couldn't ask for much more from the squad. Everyone stepped up and had their moments, but for me, Ricardia, the shining star of Aurora, he keeps getting stronger and stronger every single tournament.
It's so amazing to see him do this kind of work when it really matters. That was always what he was missing, but today he has shown that he is becoming a better player every single time. What a run it's been.
Now it's time to hear from our winners. Down with Ian on the tournament floor.
Cheers, guys. I'm standing by with the man of the moment in Ricardia, who's just booked his spot in the semi-final alongside his teammates of Aurora. I'm going to come on to your personal performance and how you are continuing to grow as a player in a moment. But first, how did you manage the pressure that was coming back at you towards the end of map 2 there from the Mongols and handle the heat?
I think we didn't have like much pressure. We had a good game plan and we just stick to it. And at the end, we get to win. I'm proud of my guys. We couldn't win against them like for maybe 4 or 5 games, but today I think we did a good job.
Was there any anxiety around that statistic, the fact that historically, as of late, they've been beating you every time? Does this feel like a bit of a monkey off your back here?
No, because like every time we lose against them, it was like close games. We didn't get destroyed or something, so it was no pressure for us.
You said there that you are proud of your teammates. I'm sure that they are also incredibly proud of you. You are surrounded by seasoned veterans of the game. How much are you learning from them in the roster?
A lot. I mean, they are legends of Turkish CS, and I'm really like learning a lot from them.
I'm sure that a lot of CS fans around the world are learning a lot from you because you are getting better and better in the server. How much are you enjoying playing this game right now?
A lot.
You've got Team Vitality in the semi-final. Best team in the world. How do you shut them down?
I don't know. We will just play and see. This Vitality, so let's see.
What do you think of them? I mean, as a player, do you look at them as like the best, or do you consider yourselves on their level?
Yeah, of course, they are like the best team right now in the world. We will do our job, like we will do our homework and try to win against them.
Madja said just before we got into the second map that he was incredibly appreciative of the fans here in attendance that are cheering for you every single step of the way. How much as a young player do you love performing in front of fans that just want to see you win?
A lot. It's great to be here, and I'm thankful for all the fans.
Hey fans, Do you want to make some noise for this man and his team in Aurora, who are now inside of the semi-finals? Congratulations.
I'm here with Major, fresh off of the victory against the Mongols. First of all, congratulations, Major. Well done.
Hello everyone on the chat. Thank you very much for the win. Yeah.
Of course. I feel like today a lot of your win was characterized by incredible CT sides. It's something that I don't think we always talk about as much. Usually when we judge in-game leaders, it's more about the offensive game plans. But what went into making such strong CT sides throughout this match?
Yes, since this beginning of the years, me and my coach Fabry, we decided to make some game plan also in city side, and I also decided to call mid round a lot, to take the control like I'm doing on T side and also on city side. Like today, Fabry example has a game plan on city side on Mirage to playing more aggressive, like pushing 2 ramps, etc. That's why we did it. But generally, I think I decide like this beginning of the year to call on city side a lot, a gambling call, mid round, everything. Yeah.
Okay, so we actually have one of the CT rounds. It was the final one of the half. I think Faber called a timeout right before this, and this is the side hit, but I know going into this one, you guys did call a timeout before it. So what was the plan going into this one as you were able to prove successful here?
So when we took timeout, the coach Fabry said, let's wrap middle, 5 people, 2 connector, 1 shot, and I have 2 flash from window. So we just fight middle, 5 people. Then they did our smokes. So then we got lucky because we are very close on this position. We are all here, like 4 people. So we just like flashing and bench smoke, and we just play inside. But the main goal was to wrap middle, to fight middle, 5 people this round.
Okay, and another thing I guess that came up in this series is something that I feel like last year you guys were all too familiar with. They were making a huge comeback against you guys, but this time I'd say it got a little close, but you were able to hold on nicely. What do you think has changed in terms of mentality for you and the rest of the guys? Whereas obviously I don't even want to get into it. You know, last year suffered some pretty bad losses like that.
A lot of talk, also maybe now experience because we lost so many matches in playoffs. So thanks God we get experience of that. And also, like I said in the interview, now I'm explaining to my teammates all the calls I will do on T-side. Yeah. So this morning I wake up at 7, 8. I watch 5 demos of them because I didn't know if they will pick Nuke or Mirage. Yep. So I watch also Dust 2, Inferno, Mirage, Nuke. And Overpass because I threw the last map will be Overpass. Yeah, but they ban it. So I prepare all my game plan on T side. I wake up like 1 hour. I explain all the maps, what I'm gonna call, like 3, 4, 5 calls, the pistol, the force buy, everything. And I think it's more fresh because I feel that my players are more fresh. You know, when I'm calling, they already listening this morning, so they exactly knew what they will do. Sometimes it's working, sometimes not, but it's helping a lot to me and also to my teammate. And I think it's a very good things. Yeah.
I feel like the more that we get to talk, the more I end up understanding the way that you're putting together everything you're doing for Aurora. So thank you again. And I know you always love to give a shout out. I said, I know you always love to give a shout out.
I had to because the school is over, so my kid is watching.
Yeah, exactly.
I will say in English this time. Daphne, Aslan, Jeren said, I love you so much. Daddy is fighting for you. And thank you very much.
All right, thanks so much, man.
And
congratulations.
Thank you very much for the fun. The support was really amazing, and thank you.
All right.
Well, all the Aurora players are working hard, both in and out of the server. You know, we had Katia on stage, Magic going through it there, behind the desk, behind the scenes, and now we got Watsik joining us on the desk. Bro, we talked to you 3 wins in a row now. We've had you on desk. We can't get enough of you.
Yeah, as I said to you, if I live, I'm not coming here. You know, if you win, I'm coming always here somehow. Yeah, I hope we can win the whole games and I can come every day here. You know, like.
Well, that would be a dream for us as well, right? And you guys having a fantastic victory here. Before I ask more about that, Matt is talking about how he's waking up at 7, 8 a.m. Yeah. That's when he's doing his prep. When's the rest of the team arriving? Like, are you guys waking up that early?
No, not for sure. It's like, for example, there's a shuttle at 1, for example, and team meeting is around like 10. but 10 is for us, not for him. He's coming way earlier, like 6, 7 sometimes. He's just doing his own preparation there, like a game plan and everything. He's just writing down on a paper. And after that, we just coming down like at 10. We just playing our like individual and also like getting warm up and also watching our opponent by ourselves as with our own eyes. And after that, he comes like for example 11-12, so because he has to rest and he's coming at 11-12, and before the shuttle there's a 1 hour more left. Everyone just warmed up, everyone ready to listen, and he's just explaining the whole game plan that he created in the morning. And this is how it is. It was always like this, because he's waking up too early. If he's not get that rest, he will probably gonna
We're gonna acknowledge, you know, Match's age. You can only do so much when you wake up that early. I get it. I get it for sure.
I want to stay with the whole game plan thing and the prep that you've now changed a little bit, because I saw an interview with Major. He said that you guys changed a little bit of your approach to preparation coming into April, and now you also convert that into this tournament.
Yeah.
How's that changing your team, and can you feel that it's changing your team?
Yeah, it's feel like we have like a more control on the CT side right now. Like I'm not talking about the T side. It's like more that what he is doing is like, guys, let's stack here. Okay, like for example, there was a 1 round. He told me, bro, leave B and just go A, let's take 4A. But they ended on B, but doesn't matter. One time not working and next time is working. So this kind of things that when he just started to do on CT, I think has affected our CT rounds, that which we are starting to win more, because also we are feeling that we have the control of the map. We're pushing ramp, okay, we understand, but for example 3 months ago the last option was pushing ramp, not like a purpose of the starting the round. But now that these kind of things that we added to have some control around, especially on Mirage, because we are sometimes feeling we are in the shadow that they are going there or not, they are going there or not. But now we are trying to have like a more knowledge before we just go to the mid round of the timings, you know, like 45, like 1 minute left. We kind of 70% try to understand where they're gonna end the round. This is, I think, helps us. But sometimes they do fake, yeah, it's not working. But that's not mean the process is not working for us.
And do you think that is why you can keep up that kind of performance here? Because if you roll back a couple of months, I guess you've heard the thing that, hey, Aurora makes the playoffs, they're not going to be, you know, playing well. They can't really keep up the momentum they have from the group stage. But what you showed today against MongolZ was way closer to what you show in group stage. Do you think it's because of the preparation, or is there something else that you guys have been working on?
I think yeah, like everything, there's a like little percentage of it. Like preparation gives us, for example, 20% of this, and my air mid calls in the CT rounds, it gives like 10%. And they are probably working like more on the pistol rounds that we are just winning. Is like giving 10% as well, and nobody stepping down from the game, everyone trying to talk each other, it's like giving 10% more. So everything, all of them just went in a puzzle. So we can always show like this, but if something went wrong, I hope we're not gonna went wrong anymore in this event especially.
Well, you for sure, you've shown good character today. I think it was very impressive in the majority of the game. I'm also curious to think, because Santaros is without a doubt the star of the team. He's been that forever, right? I've had a feeling that sometimes, regardless of him stepping up and playing so well, you would still lose. Has it been a talking point in the team that you at sometimes lacked a little bit firepower from yourself, from YKDet, you know, to back that up, you know, not having that trio of you actually punching back enough?
Yeah, I think as a mind we thought about it, and we just decided to don't give a fuck about anyone again and again. Like, okay, doesn't matter who play against, nothing gonna happen, just do your moves, pick, if you're feeling push kind of things. I think when we have this kind of feelings and not using it because of the maybe like atmosphere of the team or like score of the game, but it's affecting our like also individual and also team results. So okay, we are losing 7-0. Okay, if I push here, it's gonna be 8-0. Okay, 9-0. No, you cannot think like this. You need to go. You need to push. If you are feeling that, you need to do that. So I think that we went over on it. I think nobody just thinking about anymore about like a bad mentality. I think that's what I can say. Otherwise, you know, if we do that, if we lose this round, we're gonna be eco. Oh my God, the wind can be go on a different way. Man, shut up and do the move and win the round, and we're not going eco. You know, like.
That's a good approach. I like it.
Yeah, and it's been nice to pick your brain about that a lot, Woxic. I appreciate you're always like so eager to give us information, and hopefully, like we've said, we'll get to see you a little bit more on the desk after some wins. But for now, we'll let you go and join the rest of the boys at Aurora, celebrate that first of hopefully many playoffs wins for yourselves. And yeah, just thanks so much. We appreciate it a lot.
Thank you so much. Glad to see you guys. I hope to see you again here.
Yeah, me too. We're having a good time.
We can always hope for that there, as Woxic is going to go back, join his team, do some more prep, maybe take another nap if you are Magic there. You might need one after the adrenaline that you went through on getting such a nice 2-0. Of course, it wasn't clean, right? That's why I don't use that word. That end of Mirage, wave it a little bit there. And that's why we have to give massive props, Maui, to Mongols. They looked good. They were still able to face up in the face of adversity. They realize that they're down. They're that 1 round away. Well, 2 rounds away, push back a little bit, 1 round away. And they're almost tied it up. There really was still so much more in the Mongols' tank.
It got pretty close there. I feel like the back-breaking round was the B split that Madger went for. When Mazinho and 910 started feeling the hot hand there at the A site, nice to switch things up, even though they probably wanted to focus more on A, as we saw the final round go there as well. But Mongols, on the other hand, they're going to be reeling a bit. They definitely probably feel like this should have been a closer affair. I would have probably still said with Aurora's latest form that the Aurora team was the favorites in this matchup, but with a coach, you would just expect you're not going to lose 4 in a row. You're not going to lose 5 in a row. The lack of a timeout there really hurt them.
100%. That's exactly what I actually want to bring up. You know, you could definitely feel that the Mongols needed those timeouts, and I'm a little bit shocked that they wouldn't take one. Like, just take one. Just one of you. Blitz, Techno, I don't know. Just some of you. Just take a timeout. Just have a talk, casual talk. What's going wrong, guys? What could we do better? Because it's like they were afraid of doing it. And then whenever the Aurora side would take one, they would just mostly be quiet. You know, it's like they didn't actually put themselves in those situations. The Mongols, they'd never give up, right? But at this point, you know, it was too much to handle. I think they really should have had someone poking their shoulder saying, guys, we need to change something because we're actually about to lose. And, you know, eventually, that's also what happened.
Yeah, they still made a phenomenal run for themselves. The fact that they're able to make it through the lower bracket in groups, come here to a single elimination, make it to playoffs, and still put up a fight even when it was looking dire for themselves on Mirage. It is unfortunate then that we do have to say goodbye to them, but before they left the arena, we had a couple of words with Mazinho.
Mazinho, this is a heartbreaking loss, and you really couldn't find your feet in this series, could you?
Yeah, we didn't find the start was a bit slowly for us, and we didn't shoot sharp as we shoot. But yeah, and enemies shooting really hard. So yeah, that's the difference.
Recently against this team, you've always been the winners. Did you think that they brought something new to the table? Did they feel like a different team today?
Yeah, they were like lots prepared for us on Mirage and Inferno boats, but they also shoot very sharp. And that's the mentioned guy would be Wicked, yeah. Like he shoot really hard, and yeah.
There were moments where it felt like you started to build momentum, and it felt like you were coming back into the game. Why do you think you couldn't capitalize on those moments?
The first, we like on Inferno, it was 6-6 half, and we lost first round. That's the turning point. And then the first buy round, we got the kill 3 from Inferno City, like run through the smoke, and that's the turning point. On Mirage, we start very slow, that it was 7-1, and we were trying to get back on the server, and it was 7-4, but we lost 8-4.5. Then we lost the piss round. That's the very turning point on Mirage, yeah.
Well, ultimately, your journey here ends today, but we cannot wait to see more of the Mongols. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
And Zinho just being so critical in the right ways, it feels, for Mongols, and hopefully just not dwelling too much. It's always been a thing coming into this, not having coach how hard it is to have a couple of days off when it felt like he was their star player the last time we saw Mongols. And whilst there were some individuals like 910 showing up, it wasn't there as a whole team. And sometimes that daybreak, Maui, that's what takes it away.
I'm never really going to judge the Mongols at face value when they don't have their coach behind them. Mara, being the architect, is, yes, he's giving plans to them. He apparently sent some voice messages about what they need to do and what they need to carry out. But as you're trying to nurture a new up-and-coming player like CobraZera, who had, what, a 15-round streak of 0 kills, if he was able to snap out of his own head with a timeout as well, there's a litany of reasons where you could just pick from as to why it would have helped to have a coach. And so to even make it this far, to make it to the playoffs in a pretty stacked tournament, actually it's an extremely stacked tournament, that in itself is an achievement. So I'm still looking forward to the rest of the season with the Mongols when they have their entire roster in tow.
100%. I think that the Mongols is obviously now, they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit for not being more competitive, especially in terms of individually, because Massini just kept saying that they just shot better and better, you know, and Counter-Strike, in all honesty, is just about who shoots harder, right? And this case around, it was Aurora shooting harder. And I think that it's also a different setting. Like, let's be honest, like the playoffs is different from playing in the studio back in Copenhagen. And, you know, it was clear that the Mongols, they got more comfortable playing in the studio. There wasn't any crowd, you know, there was not, the expectation also probably got better the further they got. And now sitting on a stage here, having to perform, you don't have your coach, you have a new guy that have barely any experience playing on stage, and you could feel that. And that is where you want to have your coach to have a say at least, or as I brought up before, like just one of the experienced guys, punch in, take a timeout, give yourself a little bit of breather, talking things through, because not taking time out just seems silly to me.
Yeah, and Mongols might be leaving the tournament, right, of Blast Open here, but it's not without knowing that they were able to, in that groups, 2-0 MOUZ, 2-0 Spirit for themselves. It's just a shame that we didn't at least see a third map from them, see how they could have gone if a series went just that little bit further. But now we have Mongols out, Aurora going up against Vitality, and of course, it really begs the question, who is going to be winning our next quarterfinals today? We have PARIVISION up against Falcons. They've met a number of times before in the past, some wanting to assert their dominance, others wanting to have some revenge for themselves, but that's not the only thing that's going on in the arena. There's a lot more fun to be had with Mike there. Pasha Biceps is well down on stage, so make sure you guys stick around during the break and back with more action.
All right, gamers, listen up.
Listen up.
No, I say.
I say.
Bro, just say the next bit. There's been a lot of bad communication recently.
A lot.
People are telling you that you need to learn lineups.
That is bullshit. That is loser talk.
You're too close. Dude,
hold this. Like this, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Which is why we've used science.
Science, bitch.
If you're not gonna take this seriously.
I am taking it seriously.
Then stop.
Peter, I'm trying. We use science to give you everything you need to win.
Power formula! Made by gamers. Made by gamers.
For gamers. I drink it every morning so I can play like a pro. You gotta turn it. You gotta, no, rotation. You can drink it whenever you like. Just show them, show them. Power! Yeah.
Good.
All right, listen up.
Power formula!
Think less, win more. Ready?
Yeah.
Think less, win more.
Power formula.
We feeling good? That was a crazy fast first series, so you know we got to bring some more action for you. And Rotterdam, I have a very special treat for everyone here in the Ahoy Arena. We have a very special guest who's going to be joining us all weekend long. The one, the only. Put your hands together for Pasha Biceps! Pasha, how are you doing today, my friend?
Always good being in the Counter-Strike event. It's my 7th time in Holland, so I feel here very nice. You have a lot of like bike roads, so I feel like at home.
They're always ready for you with the bike routes. Now, Pasha, that game left us wanting a little something more. What did you think about the first series?
The first series, I expect like more pressure from Mongols, but I think Turkish players are very hungry to win some event, so I expect 2-0, but hope so Mongols take at least one.
You played a lot of games against those guys back in the day, Santares, Major. What do you think about them?
I will always cheer for old players, old school players, so Major, Xantares, like Voxy, always in my biceps and always on my heart. So I'm cheering for them. They need to win this and take this home.
And we know you love competition of all kinds. So Pasha, we've got a special competition ready for you as well. Special competition for the arena here. We figured since we're in Holland, we've got to get a little Dutch with it. We've got a couple of fans who are going to come on up and join me. And we've got a special game to play here. Now we've got our friends. Introduce yourself again here.
My name is Thomas.
Thomas over on this side.
What is your nickname in the game?
Iwa Charlie.
Why Charlie?
Charlie in the game. Charlie in the game. What's yours in the game?
Lucky Destination.
Lucky Destination and Charlie. All right, we're going in-game names here, Pasha. You make the rules. Now, the way this game is going to work, gentlemen, is we have a plate of, and I hope I say this right, poffertje. We might recognize these here in the arena. Do we like poffertje? So talk me through this. These are famous Dutch pancakes, as I understand it.
Right, completely.
And do you think they're good projectile weapons?
Oh, they are. They are.
They're gonna need to be today, because the way this game is gonna work, one of you is going to throw the pancakes. One of you is going to catch the pancakes with your mouth. If you succeed, you both win a prize. Who do you think has the better aim?
I think he aims better.
He aims better? Would you agree?
Oh, maybe.
You play some wingman before?
We gotta up this energy here. Pasha, do you have any advice for this feat of athleticism they're gonna have to do?
Guys, who gonna catch her to the mouth? Which one? You. So please, imagine your mouth is like a window mirage. And this is the smoke, and you have like only few chances. So please focus, guys.
I hope he can aim.
Just deep breathe. Breathe deep.
I guess the question is, how are you with your lineups? Pretty decent.
He knows way more lineups than me, so I'm sure he can do it.
All right, then we've chosen the correct competitors. Gentlemen, if you could stand, oh, let's say there. Just there. Say right here. Does that feel like a fair distance? Rotterdam, make some noise. Put your hands together for the poffertje toss. You get 5 tries. Ready for the first. Make some noise. Here we go. Oh, that was so much better than I expected. Number 2. Oh my God! 2 shots, are you kidding me?
That was good shot.
Can you believe it? Or we're even gonna try for the extras.
Take your time, man. Take your time.
All right, you were already winning the prize. You've already secured it, but you know what? What the hell? Let's see what the percentage is. Pasha, can you believe this?
That was, I don't know, that's a global elite, like a shot or catch.
What do you think his max elo is based on that?
Let's ask you, what is your max elo?
In Premier?
Yeah, let's go.
80.8.
Okay, I ask you.
My max was 7.8.
Hi.
7.8? And you're catching like that?
I'm going solo till I'm like 12K. But, I mean, this season was 7.8. The previous one, 9.8.
All right, if you catch this next one, 20K.
Okay.
Mike, how many shots more for them?
Well, they were gonna go for it. They already won, but let's do one more for the crowd. What do we think? Make some noise, Rotterdam!
Oh!
2 out of 3, and that means you're not gonna win just 1, but 2 pieces of merch for both of you. You're gonna win a sweatshirt and hat. Put that one on your dome, sir. Grab yourself a sweatshirt. We got a couple sizes there. We'll exchange them if you need to later on. Throw that hat on top. and the sweatshirt as well. Congratulations. I want to get what's on your mind right now. How did you pull this one off? He's eating a pancake. Basha, how do you pull it off?
Pure skill.
Pure skill, teamwork?
Teamwork and catching a lot of nades.
Catching a lot of nades.
Okay, I need to ask, what is your role in Counter-Strike? Support?
No.
Sniper, IGL?
No. Entry.
Entry.
Entry. I mean, first in, he got the opener. What about you?
The sacrifice.
And that's why he's the one catching the nades, folks. Well, let's hear it one more time for your champions, victors of the Puffertje toss. Let's hear it, Rotterdam! And now one more question for you, gentlemen. We got one more series today. You've already succeeded once. Let's see if you can get the predictions right here. Who's gonna win?
PARIVISION, 3-2.
3-2. Brother, it's a BO3.
2-1.
Okay, let's see. You know which game they play? Which game they play? You know which game or no?
Sorry?
Which game they play? You know which game?
Of course, but he's the expert. Ask him.
I think PARIVISION gets it 2-0.
2-0. We got a 2-0. We got a 2-1. What do we think about that, Rotterdam? Oh, he's going in for more. He's not satisfied. He's still hungry. Are we hungry for some more Counter-Strike here, Rotterdam? That's what I thought. We'll be back in a flash. Make some noise.
In 2026 so far, one team that is really close to becoming a really strong team is, I would say, Foot.
Thus far, I think it might be Foot.
I think the team Foot.
Foot is the biggest underdog of this year, season, whatever.
The young team, previously Navi Junior, so a bit of a closer relationship to them than some other teams.
I played against them a few times, and I could see the way they're playing. They're playing with confidence, they're playing with a very nice structure, but they're also playing with aggressive and carelessness. When I looked at the team, I was like, oh, they're doing a lot of aggressive things, but it's all planned to a bigger macro call by their coach, I believe.
They're a group of players who are playing with each other for a long time, and they do have a coach who is making them playing together. They have a great individual skill, and also they have a structure. I feel like Julio is doing a lot for their success.
Overall, I just think that they're on the come up to making playoffs, making huge upsets in tournaments against even the elite teams. They won Mouse Sports in the last of the playoffs they played, and I think that it's a dark horse type of team.
They show that they can play against anyone, so if they just do a little bit more, I think, as you said, they can become a really strong team.
I think they're going to be top 8 at the major. I think they're going to go to the playoff. I think them at the major will have so much motivation to showcase themselves that people miss out on them. I've seen them develop for past year. How they grind through the Tide 2 is reminding of what we saw in COVID times, the old Gambit lineup. Now they skyrocketed and stayed in the top, but they could never win. And I think Foot's way of grinding to the top is probably the most healthy because they take step by step. By that, I think they enjoy the journey way more than them going straight into a final and they believe now they're the best.
To throw out some other names, how do we think about PARIVISION?
If you talk about PARIVISION, I wouldn't consider them really as underdogs. I think they already proved that they're a really strong team, so that's why I didn't mention it, because they already won a Tier 1 event and they made playoffs in some other Tier 1 events, so I would say that they were underdogs maybe a few months ago, but now I think they kind of proved that they're a real Tier 1 team.
I think PARIVISION is not underrated. I think this is to be expected for them to be deep in tournaments now. I know that players have lower name value, but when you win a tournament and you have grinded your way and you play pretty good CS, it is to be expected at this point. In my opinion, there's only Foot that will surprise people. Right now, I think there's a lot of teams that are interesting, but not enough for me to mention in the scenario where I think they can go top 8 at the major.
You're just coming off a big win yourself. Is this possible you could go on a run over the next few weeks, few months?
Yeah, I would say that we are a good contender. We didn't face the, so to say, elite teams. So I think the win we just had gives us the opportunity to, step it up a notch. And when we face the elite teams, beat them as well.
The last couple of run-ins you guys have had with PARIVISION. It's gone their way. What do you think is going to be different about this time coming up against PARIVISION?
What is going to be different? I just hope we're gonna manage our stress maybe in playoffs a bit different, and I just hope that we will play our CS. Nothing really, just everything is simple. You know, we are not going to overthink or doubt ourselves. We're gonna come to the game with a full confidence and try to smash them.
Well, I think we are better prepared this time. We obviously rewatched the games from the last time we played them, and we did some mistakes that we shouldn't have done. But I think we have a good idea of how they play, and I think it's gonna be a close and nice game.
The Falcons is not the best one in CS right now, and even versus Vitality we are comfortable, and we feel comfortable against everyone.
Well, there seems to be a lot of confidence, whatever you really want to call it, Dupree, on both sides, where mistakes have been made but also learnt from.
I don't know why I am so excited for this game, but it just really gets me going. Maybe it's because of the disappointment that Falcons have consistently put on me, or is it just like the fact that PARIVISION actually had showed great Counter-Strike? I don't know about you, Maui.
It's a little bit of column A, column B. I mean, you've got a Falcons team that is shaping up. They're just looking a little bit cleaner overall, not as many characteristic fumbles, I would say. And then PARIVISION on the other side, bouncing back off of a disastrous ESL Pro League in a way that I would say is fairly predictable. They were getting a little bit burnt out on the Tier 1 travel schedule. So now that they're back in Arena, it's good to see them where they belong.
Yeah, it's nice to see both of them, but I didn't think that we would have this rematch so early on in the quarterfinals. I think maybe some people had them as more of a favorite to make it onto that semifinal, skip this little bit of a step, but they both arrived here, right? They're in Rotterdam, they're looking to come up against each other, and I feel like it's going to be a much closer series than what our first quarterfinals was.
There is no doubt that the favorites in this one has to be the Falcons. When you have superstars like Kyusuke, superstars like MongolZ and Nico, and potentially even the greatest coach of all time, there is a lot of pressure and a lot of expectation on your head. I think we can safely say that Falcons have never met those expectations. Whenever this team has been created, we expected them to go and win trophies, but it has not been the case. We've seen that they have tried different approaches left, right, and center, but it's never really been working for them. They are now looking to take the stage to showcase that they can play great Counter-Strike, that they cleaned up, and I'm excited to see if Sonic have figured out to become a genius by not letting them play Face It.
So, feels like there's a bit of revenge in the air here in Rotterdam. Do you feel like you can take back a win here this time around?
Yeah, I think we can do it.
You think?
Yes.
There's always crowd support wherever you go when it comes to Team Falcons. You're a super team and everybody loves to see you perform. How much do you enjoy performing on big stages like this?
I'm enjoying to play on the stage.
And how has preparation been over the past few days coming into the main stage?
I think we prepared well. Also individual part, I think we prepared well. Because we were lacking an individual against Fury, I think. And I think now we are ready.
And as an individual, do you put a lot of pressure on yourself to perform?
Not like a pressure, but I want to perform better than I did.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
I think that's a nice sort of mindset for him to have, where it's not so much pressure, but I do still want to perform well. It's finding that balance of yourself, of living up to what your own internal expectations are, Maui, but also knowing that there is still a Goliath in the path of making it to the semifinals.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, it's a matchup that they are all too familiar with. It's one that they are ready to get some revenge on, and they've used two different lineups. But if Falcons are the brawn, then PARIVISION you would consider the brain, the brain trust of Dastan and James, the way that they're getting this group of ragtag, face it, Pug stars into deep tournament runs as consistently. Nobody on your screen from PARIVISION is going to be a top 20 player this year, but without a shred of doubt, James has re-entered the conversation as one of the 5 best in-game leaders in the world.
Belch, listen, this is a team that you know very well in Team Falcons. You've enjoyed a lot of success over them as of late. Do you think you've got the edge once again here today, and why?
Yes, I think we will. Why? Because we will play better.
Are you worried about the fact that they always have a lot of crowd support with them, and that's going to be the case once again today? Or do you just put that to a side?
I don't care about this. I just will enjoy my energy, you know. They'll cheer for Falcons, I think, for sure, but it will be anyway amazing energy.
There's always a lot of talk about you guys proving yourselves over and over again as an elite contender in Counter-Strike. Is this just another day in the office for you, or do you think about that, proving yourselves against some of the top teams?
I think we are not still elite team. You know, we can lose, we can win. We need to be more consistent, and we will work on longevity, on our longevity. You know, so I hope today we will prove again that we deserve it.
Feels more like a double whammy then, I would say, for the side of PARIVISION, where it's showing that it isn't just one of these things that, oh, Falcons wasn't in form and that's why we got the better of them. It's saying we are better than them, and there is longevity in our roster. There is longevity in us staying at a tier 1 level, making it to playoffs, playing in front of crowds.
We'll see. Only time will tell regarding that, because as it's gone so far, you win a trophy to kick the year off at the Blast Bounty event, but then you don't even have any really semblance of a run all the way back at Krakow. At Cluj, you were in the grand finals again. Then at EPL, you're falling out once again in the group stage, and now you're back. So it feels like it's a polarizing team. It's a team that one game to the next, one tournament to the next. The gamble sacks that James calls will work in your favor, but they can also bite you. So you're living by the sword and you're dying by it too.
Without a doubt, that also where the experience just doesn't shine through for them. Whenever if they have this roller coaster, results coming into tournaments, that also just speaks for them. Having issues, maybe staying true to what they actually feel like is working for them. I think for the likes of PARIVISION, at least for the eye test, that is what has impressed me, and that's why I decided to be so, I wouldn't say in love with them, but at least the way they have impressed me.
You can say it. You put it out there. Say what you love them?
No, I don't love them.
I love the idea of
I
them.
adore their playstyle more like it. That's what I want to put it. I think that is the one that stood out to me the most, and I think that is also what I want to be seeing more of.
Okay, and I also want to be seeing our series get a little bit closer. For that, we need a bit more information. That comes in the form of a map veto. Talk to me about the veto, what you guys are hoping to get when it comes to maps and how you think it'll play out.
When we had a conversation about veto, we knew already that we're gonna pick Ancient, and we hope that they will pick Mirage. And as a third map, it should be Anubis or Inferno. Like it depends on Falcons. Yeah, that's it. Again, I guess all 3 maps are comfortable for us against them. We won everything of it against them, so we are comfortable.
We know maps that most likely we would play and what we're gonna play in the veto, because we played them already a few times. It's always the same.
Well, we're of course about to reveal all, but first, Rotterdam, how we doing? Are we ready for our second quarterfinal? I get the impression that we are indeed, but first, let's reveal the picks and bans for Falcons versus PARIVISION. Falcons ban, overpass. PARIVISION's ban is next, and it's Nuke. Moving on to picks now. Falcons, it's Mirage. And PARIVISION, Ancient. Back to bans now. Falcons, Dust 2. And PARIVISION ban, Inferno. If this does go the distance, the deciding map will be Anubis. All right, so guys, will this go the distance? Of course, we've only seen a 2-0 so far. I think that we all can agree that we want to see a 3-map series here. So let's get stuck into our second quarterfinal.
Whilst Ian and the crowd are hoping for map 3, I mean, so are we, right? We love to see a series go the distance. That also means that it's probably a tough one to really predict, really know where it's going. But if we were to head on over to Novashot, something you loved doing there, Dupree, and used our points, would you still go with PARIVISION? Are you still PV all the way?
I love this prediction game. I think it's awesome, and we gotta look at the stocks. That's one thing, right? But if I had to go just with my feeling, the vibe, everything, I'm gonna have to go with PARIVISION. I cannot back out now.
Okay.
I know we only have 97 blast coins to go out, but I think it's doable, right? So let's just do it. We're gonna all in. I don't even care about your opinion on this. I'm just gonna go right at it.
It's gone. Goodbye.
Gone.
I'm sorry. That's not. We're not keeping those.
No, that's for. But
Yeah.
you don't think it's gonna be?
I'm taking Falcons in this series.
All right.
I think this is a Falcons are they just look like they're getting a lot better. They're really just not throwing rounds as much. That's the big takeaway for me in the group stage thus far.
But when we look at the head-to-head, when we look at those stats, is that the similar story that you're reading through it, Maui, or are there some things that stick out to you that do have cause for concern?
Well, I went to B-Trams regarding Falcons and how they played at this group stage, and he has a stat that he's concocted that's more or less just rounds thrown, where you have an 80% chance or higher of winning the round in situations. And Falcons used to be a team that would throw one of those per 22 rounds. Now, at this tournament, it's only once per 80 rounds. So they have really shored up a lot of those mistakes. What that means in the server is that instead of seeing one disastrous throw per map, it's maybe once per series. That sort of discipline is something that PARIVISION had in the previous matchups. But now that Falcons is winning their 5v4s more regularly, they're winning the man advantage, they're not losing ridiculous post plants, I doubt that we're going to see one of those famous screenshots at the end of this series, and that's why I'm taking Falcons in this series.
I surely hope we will not see one of them. Well, maybe I do, because I do want PARIVISION to win. So in that regard, that could play in my favor, right? But Falcons, they have cleaned up, right? I think it's also some of the things that Sonic has really been trying to work on. One thing is playing the advantage. They want to play with more they want to play more compact style. They want to make sure that they hit the bomb sites together instead of allowing the individuals, because the individuals has been the talking point for this team for a long time, that they feel out the rounds, they play default, then they want to try and sniff out where the advantage is. I think it looks good that Falcons have now cleaned up that part, because that has been one of the biggest critique points for them. So that is moving in the right direction, and that could be a way of Sonic, stepping in, saying, guys, enough is enough. We're going to try and move in that direction that I've been trying to go for a while. And in the multiple times that we've seen vlogs or whatever has been happening for this team, they have been talking that they don't put the team in front of them, they don't put the team in front as much as the individuals. And I think that is the right approach for them, because with the individuals they have, they should be able to puzzle things together and create rounds and win off the advantage that they constantly produce for themselves.
That's a thing that, again, time will only tell, right? If that payoff will happen, if that return of interest is going to work out in their favor. But something else that time will only tell is if Nico's choice words earlier before their PARIVISION series is going to come back to bite him in the butt, right? This is something that a lot of people have been talking about, that he said, we've made them look better than they are. I expect us to win versus them. It feels like he's doubling down on this. Not only are we going to win this, but we're going to expose them as frauds. We're going to expose them as not that tier 1 team people seem so highly
I'm fine with this in the regard that he puts the team up there as we are better than what we've shown. He wants to showcase and put emphasis in that this team is better, like we are better than PARIVISION. However, it is going to build more pressure on them, and I don't think pressure has ever been the good friend of Falcons, because pressure has been, for as long as I can remember, even my time back then, pressure was always that thing that made us lose the game. And I think that's also been the case for this Super team.
I would love to see just if, honestly, Sonic has a counter plan for the way that PARIVISION plays. I mean, PARIVISION have that heavy gamble style. If you're the GOAT coach, find a way to be able to tackle that problem, find a way to be able to scout it.
Well, we want to look to see exactly if we can scout our players, as I do think they're waiting and ready to get this quarterfinals started for themselves. Falcons and PARIVISION.
CS is about making decisions and shooting heads.
For me, it's competing. I've been playing it for a very long time. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I would do without it.
We have JM, who is calling some insane things.
Game awareness is my strength right now.
We always add some new things, so our opponents don't know what we do.
We better come out with a good team play, otherwise we're gonna punish you.
1, 2, 3, MongolZ connect with another bullet. God damn, that was good. Trying to move it forward, but Belchanaut's got other ideas.
Our opponents that playing against us should be scared of our insane aim.
That's it's one more headshot.
We are really trying to fight to make the haters kind of regret what they are doing.
Oh, such a god! It's perfection!
Our team is one of the best in the world.
Great leadership, individual ability. This is the real deal.
Welcome to the stage, Falcons. Texas. Yosuke. Kixan. MongolZ. Nico. They refuse to wait any longer. This is their time. Please welcome PARIVISION. Yellow. Nota. Jane. Sway. Beltranok. They are the ruthless flock under the wise shepherd, the young guns.
In the red carpet interview, we heard Beltranok talking about how he thought the cheers were going to be loudest for Falcons, that maybe they weren't really going to be fan favorites, but I gotta say, there was a lot of noise for a lot of PARIVISION players.
The people love James. I can tell you that for certain. They love his style, they love his aura, everything he brings to the table. Such a unique style, such a unique player. Every time he gives an interview, it feels like it's just pure wisdom raining down from the heavens.
There's no doubt that James has won a lot of love just by his playstyle, but also, you know, the way that he's actually managed to claw his way back into the Tier 1 scene. There's no doubt that after his time of VP, a lot of people were probably thinking he wouldn't be making it back, but now look what he has done. Bringing up youth like youngsters, bringing them from the face level and from the streets in his own words, and then showing them how to play Counter-Strike in his way, and then making it to play on the stage when you're going up against a team like the Superstars of Falcons. Man, this is a little bit of a dream coming true.
And something you guys said that really is sticking with me right now is playing in front of a crowd. How are you able to manage your emotions? Are you going to succumb to the adrenaline? Are you going to succumb to that pressure? PARIVISION, whilst it is a bit of a joke about how slow they play, that might lean into their favor. You're able to edge out your opponent because you're still able to withstand that time and that patience.
And every time you're playing in the boot camp with Dastan behind you, it's full pressure, okay? That might even be more pressure than playing in front of an audience when Dastan's the one that's gonna reprimand you if you make a single mistake, if you step out of line. And that's what's been so impressive about PARIVISION, the way that they just exude discipline, that if someone is supposed to take first contact, nobody's swinging until that guy gets first contact.
Without a doubt, this is untested territory for the majority of the players looking on the PARIVISION side. If this would have been the first time they would have taken the stage, I would have been worried because, you know, when you're young and you come onto stage, it can be a little bit overwhelming. Also when you go up against the Superstars of Falcons. But I do still believe that the playstyle might come in handy for them. I think the slow, etching playstyle, waiting it out and playing off each other is going to help them. And it's also going to stress out the Falcons. And I hope and I think it's going to be an interesting playstyle to see if they can make it into the late rounds.
I do have to point out and acknowledge something whilst we're watching them, both the teams sitting at their booths. The small difference, Falcons doing their team huddle, really trying to up the energy. For PARIVISION, straight down, looking at the papers, working on all of that prep that they have brought into this series.
you all have different ways of approaching a match, and I think that for the Sonic side has always been important to feel that everyone is on the same page, specifically when it comes to energy, and that's why he decided to go for this one. Whereas maybe PARIVISION, they've already had their talks. They know that now it's business, it's gonna come down to the server. They know that they are now in a position where they can change the outcome of the match. So I feel like they feel confident, right? They're looking as if they're ready for this matchup, and I'm just excited to see if they can bring this stuff that they showed in the first week of Copenhagen.
When you have 3 superstars, you want them to pop off. You want them to have larger-than-life moments where they take the game into their own hands. But when you're a team like PARIVISION, you just want 5 Navy SEALs executing flawlessly. You want to get in, you want to get out, and you don't want anybody to even make a single peep. So this is the PARIVISION team that is stoic, but they're serious.
I can see it on their face, right? And I want to circle back the energy not only that the players might need for themselves, but the energy coming out from the crowd as well. We heard MongolZ get a lot of cheers, James got a lot of cheers. If you guys had to pick, which one, though, do you think has more fans right now? Who's pulling the crowd?
Right now it feels like James has at least won the most people heart in here. I think they also like a good underdog history and a good win. I think that's also what speaks to my heart. You know, it's always fun to see the underdog coming in, taking the stage, and I guess let's also just be honest, I think that people also just want to see Falcons having a little bit of a rough time.
I feel like they're going to let their play do the talking. We're going to get a James moment. We're going to get James time. We're also probably going to get MongolZ highlights out the wazoo. He always finds a way to light up arenas, and that's what he's trying to recapture. Even though in 2024, he was the world's best arena player, some of that form, some of the way that he plays under the spotlight has dropped off a little bit. There are players that are eclipsing him now. He's losing his spot in the pecking order of the elite players, and so he needs to fight back. A win here in the Ahoy Arena would be a huge statement to say he is indeed back.
Well, a win is what they need, but who on each team would be looking towards to be able to convert that for themselves? You've said MongolZ, star player, maybe dropping off a bit, but is he still the #1 when it comes to the mind of Falcons and clutching up, pulling through, getting through those tough rounds?
Even though he definitely is, I'm going to say that they want a little bit more from Kyosuke. He had a rough start to this event. He got immediately put into a group stage LAN game off of a plane. He literally was on the Uber coming over here, and then he had to just sit down and play. Of course he wasn't going to play his very best Counter-Strike in that very moment, but now I'd say he's locked and loaded, he's ready, he's looked a lot sharper, and I feel like Falcons, it's time to see what this guy can do in a playoff stage.
Well, he's not the only one that's ready. Both of our teams in their booths. The crowd is sitting on the edge of their seats. We want to get our next quarterfinal started. We're going to see PARIVISION up against Falcons.
A little bad blood does us good in the server tonight. PARIVISION looking stoic as always because they know they can win this head-to-head. And a Team Falcons that's looking to rise back to where we all want them, which is the very top. Rotterdam, we've got violence on our hands tonight in this head-to-head. And Team Falcons, off of what Nico's interview had to say, are gunning for the upset.
Yes.
They want it back in their hands.
No, I love that we get the words before the match starts, and this push to A ramp, it's pretty potent. They'll go ahead and win it really quickly. Nico will get shoved back, but there is no action on the other side. Slow start here for Falcons, looking to play reactive.
8 of the last 10 games PARIVISION have played on this map, they have lost. They are currently sitting on a 3-map loss streak within Mirage as well. And even with those damning numbers, I think back to their game versus Vitality, and I still believe they had a genuine chance. It gets down to the nitty-gritty when it comes to PARIVISION. That's usually where they thrive, but we've also seen them kind of lose their control of those moments versus the very best. Are Falcons of that caliber tonight? Time to tell. Fast jump out through the apartments. Kyosuke, MongolZ, headshot apiece. Really nothing to stand on there for PARIVISION. James takes a look through the doorway, and I love that Falcons have just gone ahead and locked themselves into high cover positions. It's going to force the CTs out into the open if they want anything at this B site. What a perfect start for Falcons. 2 headshots and a pistol round that comes with it.
We had the interview before the game started with Nico, and he said, if they make mistakes, we will punish them. That's an example of it. It's why he gets a few bullets out, and then he gets killed. 2 players dead on the B side, 3v5 retake, no matter what kind of guns you got, is almost never going to happen. So a really good round here for Falcons. And as you pointed out, that game versus Vitality, it had to do with pistols. That could definitely be a factor for both of these rosters in this matchup, in this head-to-head. Now, some of the stats are relevant, some of the stats are group stage matches, and we know that the thing about PARIVISION is they're the ultimate skill check when you get to quarters and you get to semifinals. And they've shown this year they're the strongest that they've been so far, and Falcons have a ton to prove. No matter the route that they got here, how quickly and easily it was, they know that that doesn't matter in the minds of the fans watching. They know they have to prove themselves on stage every time they get to playoffs.
When it comes to the stage and it comes to PARIVISION, I think one of their strengths right now is this onboarding process between the sizes of the stages, from Bounty to Cluj to now here in the Ahoy. We're getting bigger and bigger. And this is as they try to climb up. This is a team we're talking about has secured stage 3 at the next major.
Whoa. I mean, this shouldn't matter at all, but just look at the rotations already. We saw how good the reads were from PARIVISION when they played against Vitality. One key to counter that is to move even more quickly. That's what Falcons do right here.
It's sweet, smooth, and simple.
But you can already see the prep. You can already see that they got one clue. Saw nobody in a default. Instantly knew that it was going to be a B play and tried to make it over.
Not a fan of the saves, I take it. Problem is, Falcons just move so fast. I don't think, that's one of the things with PARIVISION. We've talked about their evolution and James' ability to play faster CS, but we're still just, we're walking into this game 2 rounds in. This is an electric tempo set by Falcons towards this B site. If you're going to go for these gamble stacks, and so many rounds of Counter-Strike, I'm going to reference back that game versus Vitality. We're sat there watching. It's classic James. You're asking yourself, how does he know where to put the pieces at the perfect moment? How does he do it time and time again? Now, versus Falcons tonight, that's going to be a test, and one that clearly in round 2 might be faster than he realizes out the gate.
I'm a fan of the pace. I think if, one simple thing is if you play faster, you got less time to be nervous. Even if that game plan might be too simplistic, if a team is good versus brawly rosters, they can slow you down and shut you down. Falcons have the firepower to make explosive rounds happen. And if they start to get into a default, get a little slow, get in their own heads, I feel like that's where some of the doubt has room to brood.
So first gun still for the defense. Obviously, we know one death, not even across the entirety of Falcons. So still looking to make money off the MAC-10s. Still playing with some freedom. Freedom earned off the pace of the last round, but it's going to be Kixan with the bomb carrier nearby, just kind of getting into cover and finding 0 resistance still so far.
Now we got a team right now. We got PARIVISION, have no kits coming into this. They have good enough weapons. We're talking about 2 MAC-10s on the other side, but they know that they rotated as fast as they could last round. They couldn't make it. They can't get into a retake situation on this one.
Tough round for Ziello now as that nade finds him down to 60 health. Jame opts not to hang on to the ticket booth, but instead pushes a little further.
Palace smoke's pretty huge. They're up in connector. TessS, is he going to try to get in front of this?
Headshot on Kyosuke, down to 19 health. Ziello ready, finds a back turn to him. That's the cleanup. Here's that move from TessS, and he's going to go right back into the cover. But they find out about Belchanok. Ziello currently crossing paths with Nico. Things are going to get awkward towards the jungle. While m0NESY looks over top of the staircase, they can't figure out where the hell PARIVISION have got off to, but it's because they are within you, still sitting inside of this smoke. Ziello's patience pays. Belchanok catches his, and Sway finds a headshot as well. So it is rifles to make a world of difference here for PARIVISION.
You saw that TessS understood his responsibility in that situation to make a Palace lurk happen. But the problem was it was a double ramp setup. They were ready for A regardless. They still had Jame on default, ready for connector, and they come out early versus the jungle smoke. So a couple of mistakes here from the Falcons, paired with PARIVISION just not freaking out and having a good stack on the A site is all they need to win.
Gonna need nerves of steel and an ability to adapt. I think those are going to be some win conditions for PARIVISION if Falcons really have that level of preparation that it felt like they had in the first 2 rounds of play.
We see so many of their maps go to 13-11 score lines, overtimes. That's why we get that comment from Nico that we made them look good and we could have beaten them. That's always true. But that's true versus a lot of matchups for Falcons as well. Still, they must have seen something that they realized they failed to exploit. But I think of all the runs that PARIVISION have had so far, the prep might be the most impressive at this event.
Sure.
Even thinking about their Vitality game.
Missed window smoke here from Falcons.
Oh, yeah, I mean, just mistakes.
Not what you want to see 4 rounds into the game. Not when PARIVISION were able to win that last round as cleanly as they did. But it's also an invitation here for that CT to get closer to the windowsill.
Oh, if they punish it.
Noto looks to time this as they crawl down from top middle. He's going to take a glimpse out, deal half damage to Kyosuke, who's yet again facing a difficult round, right? We saw him tag down to 20, backstabbed in the last round. We'll hear as well, his hands somewhat tied up by that low HP. We hit 35 seconds and MongolZ finds the Belchanok headshot. It's Noto into jungle this time, wins the first duel. No trade, but that's the bomb drop. The second from him. There's a bit of disjointedness, and yet still Kyosuke comes up with it. But remember, that's the player who had the low health from the get-go. Default held onto here by James. Quietly in between. And so as he strikes down MongolZ, it's the Kyosuke clutch needed, and a big wide move secures PARIVISION second.
That's a total mess for Falcons. It looked like a round where they didn't have any money. They don't have a jungle smoke. They're trying to come up connector. They run right into the trap laid by PARIVISION. They didn't even have to work for that. They didn't even re-smoke window. So where's their extra smoke? And they have 5 players in mid. There's no lurker on this round. Ultimately, they set up like this was a very late round anti-eco where there was so much resistance and they had to use extra utility, but none of that was the case. Connector's a narrow corridor. You're not going to be able to fit and make use of that many players to take the A site via 1 choke point and open yourself up to crossfires. That's a tilting round.
And out the window goes the money that the Falcons were playing with. So they'll take their time with this one. Try to talk it through.
That was weird, man. But we saw at this event a couple of buys that was like, you know, the 4-player save into not having a lot of utility and everyone just going for AKs. That looked like that same round, but an unforced position. It was a round where they still had money left over, the option to avoid it. I thought they banned Face It.
Got to get your hit somehow. We hear the Desert Eagles ring out. We hear and see the Falcons getting closer to this A site too. But it's all just giving James something to shoot at. Nota leans back, has a bomb delivered to him. Yeah, no challenge whatsoever. Yellow's death, a so-be-it situation here for PARIVISION. CT side takes a lead 5 rounds into this game.
So we know what the deal is, man. They have the players, they have now the experience with Falcons. We're seeing them play better and incrementally improve, but it doesn't mean PARIVISION are just going to be walkovers. They need to show the mental beyond everything else. Perfect time to get a timeout in. This one could be tactical, might not be. I think it's got to be a break to reset yourself, because what we've seen so far, a good start, but already it looks a little bit shaky. Not a great sign for a map they're looking forward to.
It's also a scary start to what has been a general trend in the right direction. Maui Snake bringing up the numbers that those, kind of inexcusable lost rounds have been happening less frequently in the run-up to this playoffs. And you alluded to a couple of still small mistakes, and even Nico's interview, he said, we're making less of those mistakes. They're still there every once in a while, but there are quantifiably less of them. And we know we can look at the Falcons and check all the boxes as to the things that they do great and all the reasons they can win. But the glaringly obvious problem are those awkward moments.
Oh, that's beautiful.
When you get jumbled up at the bottom of ramp like that.
It's perfect with the flash, the op on the line, and the M4 had time to miss bullets because the tactic was perfect. Nico would love a punish right here.
His boost over the connector smoke. It's the kind of thing that could catch somebody off guard. But PARIVISION doing a great job of just kind of minimizing
there just won't be
the
any
risks.
Freebies. Yeah, there won't be any freebies anymore. The action has stopped. There's a pause in it. Everyone's going to reset, but it's the 3 Ts that need to find a way to create an advantage. They're still actively jump spotting in the B apartment, so MongolZ's in jeopardy. They have a ladder room player, which is perfect to stop a cat split. Falcons have to fight their way out of this.
Ooh, and they first got to find somebody willing to fight. And eventually that's Yellow.
And look at James. He's already in the mark. They're leaning B. It's the correct move for the bomb they can't even see.
Nico's just again hoping that somebody oversteps, but this is PARIVISION really not giving you anything to work.
So this is a loss off the tack pause. Instantly, a great tactic from PARIVISION to take the wind out of their sails right away. It was meant to be a connector split with ramp. I like the idea. Again, I like the idea of them trying to go faster, but are they going to be able to punish PARIVISION is the question. Are they going to be the ones who get punished? Like they said they would do that, but I don't think PARIVISION read that and go, yeah, we're worried about it. As Wei said, they're ready to play them on any map. They've already proved that.
It's as simple as a flash.
Oh, and they have someone playing anti. It's perfectly covered.
Yep. Great coverage by James. There are layers to that idea. You can see Kyosuke trying to be the hero, dead first. And PARIVISION double the rounds of Falcons now, 4-2. Back into the round with 2 AK-47s on the Falcons side, one for MongolZ, one for Nico. Trying to force the issue here despite pistols on the others.
Oh, this buy is crazy. They got a full investment and 3 deagles out of it. I mean, at least they're favoring utility, but not even majority guns. No one even hanging on to cash to get that off a little bit early with the extra grenades, so putting a ton into this. James leaning B.
Give James credit for moments like this, but he misses the shot to strike one down. So we've got Boots moving in on B. Zwei dropping Nico in the process. Fire at the feet of James, and MongolZ's AK's just caught Belchinok. Deagle from bench, though, lets them down a bit. It's Yellow with the recovery here. Man advantage extended as Yellow hits this clean long-range headshot over towards the bench. And Tesses, the one piece that never really got into that engagement. So he tries to burn them out, but utility goes both ways. PARIVISION comfortable 3 versus 1. No, it's Yellow. That's a big 4K move from him to just rotate up from catwalk. We saw his impact last round, cutting off the mid-crawl, making sure that this B site can't be taken.
Absolutely.
And even when they're closer, he's not too far off, always prepared to help.
Yellow's hot right now, and sometimes we see him, and it's like he's going to be getting a lot of first kills. He's going to be very aggressive looking for sequences. He likes to have his name multiple times in the kill feed, but some days that gun isn't there. Right now it is. That's another problem for Falcons. And again, it was a big investment. And they'll half buy down on this one. Looking for another set strategy. Immediately, the mid control is getting disrespected. I think they've already mollied top boxes, so.
Being given the space for the execute at least.
Look how agile they are. They're so ready to rotate already.
Molotov popped in the air as well. Didn't actually land there on triple box. So yet again, a piece of utility for the Falcons that's just not on the mark. We get this peek from Belchinok now playing the position. And as he switches over to the USP, he's already done his job. Sets up PARIVISION for the 4v3 retake. But it's Kyosuke with hands on an M4 now, and that can definitely cause problems. Half of the retake has now been cut down, damage off of the Tech 9. And so if it's not this clutch from Nota, it is indeed the Falcons having broken through with what started as just pistols.
Available utility is really important right here, but he's got this flash, that's it.
You can tap that bomb to try to get them out. They'll throw a flashbang to just take the peek as the jump over top verifies no defuse inbound. He's going to try to close this distance. Player back and hide. Kyosuke, that's what you needed. 4 kills once he takes over the space.
That's with the upgraded gun off of Belchinok, who got his first 2 kills. So initially a 3v5 position, won by Kyosuke. And this is a half buy, so.
There's that Molotov that pops early.
Yeah, his util.
But it also ends up putting Belchinok in the position to grab the gun, huh?
Yeah, he still did a good job, though, as the anchor. He got his 2 kills, so it did open up a spot that actually countered the play that was coming in. You look at that same round with the molly, maybe a plant, have the 2 extra guys alive. I think you take that trade most of the time. So this is a bit of a gift here for Falcons. And the rounds you would expect to see once in a while from their players. They can give you those.
100%. That's why I think the sorts of rounds that a guy like Kyosuke specifically is looking to offer Falcons on the stage in particular.
And you see those 2 peaks. Absolutely no chance at all. Instant to the head with the M4.
So Falcons pique our interest with that round. They're third on the scoreboard.
This really saves their money. The MongolZ's now got his op, all his util, and a ton of cash left over.
There's a potential break back into this half. All off a Tech 9.
The Falcons will not be proud of a half they put together off of just rounds like that. They need these rifles.
What's scary for PARIVISION as well is we saw some very close rounds go the way of Vitality on Mirage, and then that was that team's way back into the game, right? PARIVISION couldn't quite put the brakes on what ended up being the runaway train.
They're already getting nervous about a bit of a gap here. The only smoke lands right in front of two players. It's as if PARIVISION are setting up to stop that connector split once again. Thought Kixan was looking to make this complicated. It'll be Kioske on alert.
A lot of bodies being prepared for this middle fight, though, on the PARIVISION side.
This one can come down to Kioske again because they're going to put a lot of resources here to try to find anybody lurking. As Yellow setting himself actually up to flank the A ramp.
Kioske taking his sweet time with this one as PARIVISION are smoked off.
Yellow's running it, so they actually have to move with a bit of haste now.
Sway's also trying to make the sprint over this hit time towards Ticket. James gets first blood in round 9. They're going to prioritize the bomb plant. That's a clean one on Nico.
Right out of the sky.
And that keeps Nico on 0 frags this map. Kioske finally starts to activate, but Cielo does the same on his terms. Commits to the mowdown, and PARIVISION, it's the perfectly wrapped bomb site execute. They let Falcons make their moves, but they are ready on all fronts.
And sometimes you look at James to see if they have a read on the map, but this round, he's not necessarily overstacking the A site. Instead, because they kept mid control, they had Zello in a position where he could have flanked A or B, no matter what.
He pops it open himself.
So good.
Let's check out these op shots. The Tess S1, but then catching the jumping Nico.
He's pre-aiming Palace, and Nico jumps right into his crosshair.
Let's talk about it, Mo. Nico's dead again. 0-6 start here on Mirage.
Yeah, Dupree on the desk brought up that, it's really cool to have the comments showing how confident they are, but it also can make them vulnerable, adds a little bit of pressure, and as he pointed out, that's the number one problem for the Falcons. Still, I like the self-belief, but then you see a scoreline like that. Nico's the one to say that in the first place.
Yeah, it's true.
And, yeah, the rubber's not meeting the road just yet.
If you think you made PARIVISION look good the first time they beat you, think about how good they'll look when they do it again. It's not a guarantee, but it's the 6-3 CT lead on Falcons map pick of Mirage. Luckily for the Falcons, because they were able to win that round 2 rounds ago off the Tech 9, we get a full buy yet once more, but it is everything they've got invested. We said that could have been their breakthrough moment back into the half. It'll be totally denied if PARIVISION win this one.
There is an opening here towards the end of Palace, and MongolZ's not seeing anything smoke, so does he take a peek? Yeah, he gets on the line first. Oh, but now he'll get spotted. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, wow,
Ooh,
but
takes
still.
a shot. That can slow things down. I mean, it would have been great, obviously, to snag a kill that way. But now having to move back around. Unfortunately for Kixan, we're seeing a few different ideas each round, but every single time PARIVISION, they seem to know what's coming. It doesn't feel like they're tricking them.
James goes hunting.
Did he see something?
I don't think so. Not this time. Bomb joins up over towards the ramp now. Well-timed peek off Yellow. For somebody who's been inside of the ladder room as often as he has been.
Also, yeah, exactly. And Cat's not mollied at all.
Good recovery from Kixan, spotting 2 more targets as well. That's going to certainly draw the Falcons' attention if they want a pick-back frag, but it's denied. Sway's got the headshot and the trade right there onto Tesses. Nico yet to get active here in this round nor the entire half, and it's going to stay that way. 0-7 off of James' denial this round.
Talk to me about some of the basic utility that we're missing out of Falcons. When they've come up connector, they've always died to someone in jungle, whether it was from the smoke or with no smoke at all. This round, they're trying to sneak into an A split with a connector play. They've done that maybe 4 times this half. There's no molly to stop a cap push. As you pointed out, Zelo's always in the ladder room. They're not watching this at all. Why don't they have someone on cat ready to swing to get that trade if they're going to put someone in jeopardy in connector when they're trying to sneak in? They're not covering their bases. Destan looks like he wants even more. 7-3 though. This is kind of a shutout on all of the big rounds here for PARIVISION. 0 rifle rounds, 1 for the Falcons.
Zielo maintaining as well that plus 100 ADR coming into round 11 of this half. Been a lights out CT side for him. And one where I feel like you start to see that confidence come out when he goes for that kind of a connector peek. There've been moments where you've kind of kept him on a shorter leash, made him tuck in behind the cover all the entire round. That's not the case anymore because PARIVISION feel like they can just stamp out any hopes of Falcons getting anything else on this T side. So back to the upgraded pistols, single AK for Nico. The guy with 0 frags for Falcons is the guy with the only gun they'll have this round. Spotted body. Zielo on high alert as he comes back, eats the flash somewhat, but it's at least SS low. Down they go. 3 frags found. Jane collects 2 off of the op. m0NESY never even allowed to exit. And so if you were hoping you could tap back into the way this first half started, then let's see m0NESY do it on his own.
He has the time to do it. He has a little bit of space as well, but he won't pick up the bomb on the way down.
Smoke helps temporarily. They just sulk into their corners. Then they try to swing him, and everybody was ready as he stands on top of that van to try to trade out. It is nobody beyond Belchanok needed. 8th round for PARIVISION CT side.
That's another half by lost. Another round lost for the Falcons, and 10 ADR for Nico. That's got to be one of his worst starts. I mean, it, you know, numerically can't get much worse than that.
I can only think of 9 other numbers.
It's tied for Nico's worst start to a map in a CS2 big event. Wow. Oh,
so you're telling me
still one more round.
If Nico goes 0-9 right here, worst start to any map of Counter-Strike 2 the legendary Kovac has ever played.
Always nice to break a record.
Nades that could have had his name on it had he continued in that underpass push, but Nico doubles back to hold the flank. Kyosuke's at least been able to find a good amount of real estate. We talked about Zielo's consistency in being in this ladder room.
This is already the best position they found in a mid default. They win ladder room, they have mid control, they have 2 lurkers now. They have the options to go A and B in this position. Now the rest is on Kicksan to make the executive call. How do they want to use Tessus if this leans B? And it will.
Oh, there's no denying Falcons have figured out the right avenue of attack, but with Nota towards the murder hole, there's a faster rotation. Zielo's actually peeling back through market in this moment.
They're going to walk into this, so Zwei might have to flick if he comes back to peek this.
As he goes in,
yeah,
he will flip Kicksan if he's not ready for the others, though. But it's still not the immediate all-in from Falcons. Tessus starts to activate on A, and he sees nothing.
He doesn't see that.
He just crosses James' scope, walks right back into it. And so 3v5, a nade for Nico, his worst start to any map of CS2. And if they don't even get a single kill in this moment, then what happened to the T side that we expected? Falcons start this 2-0, and Zwei can't believe how easy things end up.
I think that Vitality definitely are somewhere on the road, and we will see how the next couple tournaments go.
I mean, I definitely think that it's still Vitality's era. I mean, they just won 2 events in a row.
What they have shown in terms of like team play and individual like brilliance, you can say, is I think unmatched.
Not going to give them a chance to catch their breath. Great recovery for the second kill on ZywOo.
What often happens when a team is creating era or they're winning everything else, all the teams under are starting to invest heavily, looking at their qualities and what they have that their team don't have.
Some other top teams, including us, haven't had the best start of the year so far. If this keeps happening, then they have a really good chance of winning even more.
Last season was the peak, and I think it's pretty hard to replicate what they've done there.
You cannot be playing like this for a long time. Even if they play like a bit worse individually, they're still capable of winning tournaments.
I think it's going to be a bloodbath after the major for the transfer season if Vitality keeps on doing the same. If they win the major and they win the Grand Slam, nobody can sit back and say no chance. And if they don't believe in the lineup, they're going to change a lot.
They're gonna go down in history as the best of all time with the Prime Astralis roster, and you could argue already if Vitality is the better team.
I played in the Astralis era as well. They were great. They were not unbeatable, but they were very strong. They went to the right tournaments. They knew how to peak at the right time. They won 4 majors, but what Vitality is doing is winning a lot of trophies, going to every semi-final. They're saying yes to a lot of tournaments as well, means they're constantly under pressure.
Obviously, Astralis won more majors in the past, but for me, it's not only the majors. Vitality won Cologne, they won Katowice and Krakow, so they won a lot of important tournaments, including Grand Slam.
When you look 2018, the game is so different. Was Astralis great? Yeah. They were ahead of the game. But isn't Vitality doing the same, just a different way?
They had a smaller break now, so I'm not sure what's it gonna do to their performance. After this season, you can have the big picture and understand even more, so I just think that the CS fans just need to wait and see what happens.
I think if Vitality drops off a little bit, then there would be probably few top teams that would win some tournaments here and there.
Falcons, Spirit, and Furia for sure.
I don't think there will be another team that will suddenly start winning all the tournaments because of all the good teams, a lot of good players, and the game changed a lot. I would say that they're the best CS team of all time.
They have one of the greatest role players in each role to understand what's more important, the team. That's why I think Vitality is going to be greater than Astralis.
What Falcons probably thought was a hot start to the half was absolutely put on ice. PARIVISION with a rock-solid 9 rounds back on the defense. 0-9, 9 ADR. I mean, he's had better days.
Less than 1 ADR per round. That doesn't make sense. Try to make that sound as bad as possible, but it already looks pretty rough. So Nico, a pistol though. This is where it could all change. You switch halves. Falcons already impressed us with their initial pop. It felt like they were off to the right start.
Flash to get MongolZ over top of the ramp, but John Belchenok to have stayed tucked behind cover. You got a lot of PARIVISION presence out middle. CT side still working with Nico's smoke. This is a no-kit retake situation as well for the Falcons if they give up a bomb site. And right now, as far as the numbers go, and that first bullet out of Zwei.
And will they see anything? I mean, Nico's got to take some aggro, I think. MongolZ can get into the mix.
If he can catch them off by pushing the bomb planter, that'd be great, and he'll do exactly that. But the bomb does still go down a millisecond before MongolZ stops the planter. So at least there's a 3v3 here, but as we said, no kit. And James Patience out middle. We'll see if that catches Kyosuke, who's gonna have to start to be a part of this retake. At least Nico had that smoke, but did it go deep enough? Yeah, all's good.
Is James gonna clear this? Someone's gotta get on it. He comes and gets that kill.
James with a good mid kill. Nico fighting on the edge of that smoke. He's got himself his first.
They didn't stick it just yet.
He's looking for another one. TeSeS, 5 seconds from the defuse. Knife out to deny it. Sorry, TeSeS. Slashed down by Belchenok. Double digits instantly by PARIVISION.
Oh, but they put themselves in that spot to, you know, need to get the kills to make that happen. 10-second stick. It's such a tall task, and you gotta love this, though, even when they leave this gap in Palace. There it is. He's on the board.
First one's the hardest.
Even though they let 2 players die, they still... That's right. they still had someone to cover and trade. Sway is 0-2 in group stage this series against Falcons. 3-0 against them in playoffs. And again, playoffs is all that matters.
Hell yeah. I mean, it's the best game we ever saw. Sway play in a Spirit jersey, was back at the major versus this team.
And we don't have any doubts about Falcons before playoffs.
But once they get here, their competitors have something to say. CT's down to a smoke on Tesses. The Nico Deagle. He's got the first one, but my God, I can't believe PARIVISION just hit the pause and rewind button going back down that ramp.
It is kind of crazy because sometimes you throw like a first tier exec, not commit to it, but have enough smokes left over to go at this. They could make this like more of a palace thing or just go for some kind of contact if they think Falcons are going to rotate out of this spot, but they can no longer do like a full exec. They've got to really choose wisely with where they want this to land. So, I mean, MongolZ coming to check if anyone has lurked in window. Oh, how did Kickstand get those?
That's what you're looking for. AK grab, scout headshot right with it. Falcons jump before PARIVISION pounce. And now the bomb alone inside of the apartments is going to be denied. Nico's got a second frag, sits on top of the bomb. The king is in his palace. Noto walks out the ramp, finds himself alone pretty quickly.
Yeah, Nico's really saved the day there. Could have been an awkward spray down if he didn't cover that perfectly.
Okay.
And another Deagle shot to close it out.
Okay.
That's a nice bounce back for the Falcons. Do not leave this man hanging. Those 2 5-7 kills came from nowhere. We could nerf it. I mean, that might require a nerf.
I don't want to over-exaggerate now, do you?
It's a great shot and everything.
Versus an AK, by the way.
Yeah, just one-shotted.
Their fourth round secured. 2 Galils and an AK-47 saved from the last round, so good little boost to the money here of Falcons. This is the second time as well where they get away with a round like that. Think back to it. Over on the T side, 2-0 start. The only other round they win is that Kyosuke Tech 9 into the M4 upgrade for 4 frags.
Yeah, we're into round 15. Falcons have not won a rifle versus rifle round in the series.
Contrast this
they
time.
make the comeback. They won't care how they get there, but they're not doing it without those.
At least this time, it also earns you a round up against Glocks. James decides PARIVISION are going to save a bunch of money, so this gives Falcons a chance at the comeback. Still trailing by 6. Great to see a Falcons that is not losing as many of those lopsided rounds and must-win situations, but it's scary when at the same time you just start to see them fail to win gun rounds. An entire half without a gun round victory back on the attack.
You know, the final score will say everything because they're not winning this game without those. So, and as for PARIVISION, it's the first time we see them second-guess themselves on a move, but also it's not like they moved back into position really late and didn't have time to plan or anything. They also had 2 players in Palace waiting for a push. They just got outdone mechanically by Falcons IGL. Bomb gets spotted at the top of mid.
Oh, hello there. MongolZ gonna keep this one clean. We hit that 30-second mark. Yeah, rack him up, Nico. Oh, well. He's hit lower lows already in this map, so let him have it. Kyosuke cleans house. Triple kill for him as he continues the top of the leaderboard for the Falcons. But the score that truly counts is 5 rounds to Falcons. PARIVISION sitting pretty on 10.
Yeah, anything can happen on CT. I think PARIVISION are obviously going to be upset.
Also 4v5 right now.
Okay, go, Bratan. You were trolling over 0, Bratan. Bratan, I didn't see proper duel.
Little self-deprecation to lighten the mood from Nico. And it gets the team laughing. And I think, you know, to lighten the mood is to take pressure off, and that's the kind of thing that they absolutely need.
Damn, they go from a full Glock save last round to now still just upgraded pistols on PARIVISION.
But yeah, no plant again, and
letting Falcons have a bit more runway on the CT side. We'll see if they can at least add a price tag to it this time. Ooh, hold on, it gets awkward. Smoke grenade blocks off Kyosuke. Tessa's operating on his own, known to be able to do so. But James spams away with the Glock, wants to go grab that upgrade. They would love a bomb plant, and Belchinok's got that responsibility, punching in the digits for the cash. Desert Eagle out. Oh, there's a chance!
Oh, that was close.
But there's two, just two.
Oh.
Plus the plant, that's what they wanted. Bit of negative on the Falcon side, a positive for PARIVISION, but now only a 4-round game.
Yeah, a slight smirk there on Zonic's face, so that nearly got out of hand, but it was handled. So now we get into the real meat of this game. We've got a CT side full rifle. MongolZ's got his op. You will have, you would assume, the op on the other side. James safe for this moment. Just a light 10K worth of equipment value down off those 2 Deagle shots.
Yep, that's the halfway point. So finally back to the guns. PARIVISION forced to wait by way of Kixan's 5-7 and MongolZ's scout headshot. Well, that scout's now an op, and it is perched, ready for that ramp peak.
They go for the full reclear. Don't see anything. But they're right to be suspicious, as we can see.
Damn, MongolZ's going to close that gap, huh? Get a little closer.
Yeah, it's not a double ramp setup. It's kind of a passive position to watch Palace. It can be dangerous, but a great shot for MongolZ. He's safe.
Well done. Really cooling off Cielo as this game goes on. Earlier, that was a big target with huge impact to the favor of PARIVISION.
Might have been a nice read. They threw the double reclear flash and then left MongolZ there. PARIVISION thought for sure they were gone.
PARIVISION able to get out. One's made it to Tetris already. MongolZ waiting for the second, but he misses his chance to strike him, recovers it. And then that Palace trade was needed by Kixan. 4v2 secured here for the Falcons. Nico's got a clear line, but drops the duel to James. And Kixan just awaits. It's the next layer of support instead that starts to get this back. A Zway 1v3 needed at 30 seconds. Oh, and Kixan's got that instant headshot. Nice. So the Falcons' recovery is very much on.
And there we go, the first rifle round on the board for the Falcons. Full strength buys on both sides. They come up because MongolZ is put into an interesting spot. And I think, again, the flashes had baited them into a sense of security that really wasn't there. They probably assumed that once they got that info, they were going to abandon it, look for something else to push. And that's exactly what you want to see from a calling perspective here for Falcons.
We're nearing that point of the game where James is going to start tapping into the back of his brain. The dark corners that usually put rounds on the board for PARIVISION. This is not a write-off. This is 2 AKs out on the field.
Oh yeah, they absolutely have to be concerned, especially with the amount of utility coming in. There will be a plan behind this. I'm a big fan of the double connector setup, and if this leans towards A, they still have MongolZ back on ticket. There won't be any kind of gamble here from the Falcons. That's not normally what you're going to see from them, but they're just making sure to evenly spread the map. Late smoke comes down. Noda starts to get a little bit closer to being a threat in connector. Just be careful with your gaps. And MongolZ's relying on someone to cover this for him, but he's tucked behind ticket for now.
Ooh, this one's gonna get Nico to make a move. Kixan finds his. Nico will continue that spray through, and they saw that player drop, so Nico picks up the kill. A multi-frag moment for Nico. Looking to stretch out for that gun. Sway picked it up. He got it. Him and Belchanok have now pieced half of this 2 versus 4 together. The problem for them is they took a ton of damage in the process. MongolZ reveals himself. Nate goes out. Doesn't finish either. Now MongolZ's down to half health. And so TeSeS is here to alleviate the pressure. Or does it just make a beautiful moment for Belchanok? I don't think so. He gets cut down. PARIVISION put on the pressure, but Falcons doing the same thing in reverse, as now it is only a 2-round game.
Yeah, so we know that they couldn't assume that round was going to fall into their lap. They had to fight. PARIVISION make it very close here. It's scary when that AK gets picked up and actually turns into a kill. It's really nicely done here for Zwei. But what they've accomplished is keep the money low on the other side, make a few extra bucks. And this will be the second full rifle attempt here for PARIVISION in the second half.
Falcons thriving enough so to maybe run a risk in this one. Yosuke thinking about it, but there's a lot of bodies on the other side of that smoke. And he can only spray down one.
Oh, they got totally baited into that push. The flash made it feel like there was someone to re-clear that. They were really hoping that Falcons were going to overextend. There are some games going on now with recent matches between these teams.
And it's only at that point in the game where Falcons have done enough and earned enough rounds and have enough of an economy going where they can kind of make an aggressive move like that. Haven't seen any other round where Falcons are at the top of middle. They try it here in the 19th.
They literally all played anti-flash. Like no one was even there ready to be aggressive for PARIVISION.
We'll see if it costs Falcons, but MongolZ just missed that timing on the climb up.
MongolZ, what I'm worried about for MongolZ is that he ends up dying. I don't even know if there's a chance that they can win this round with no defenders inside of B.
His attention turns back, but it's already fan control. Misses the flick downwards and gets dropped down to 30.
Oh! I mean, this is just totally a frail setup. Like, there's no chance now. They don't even know about the node alert just yet.
And that's what could make it even worse for Falcons, is if Kixan can't get away with his save. Notes is on the hunt. TeSeS found out he's got a duel at hand. He's got to fight if he wants to hang on to that M4. And we talked about how much money the Falcons still have to tap into, but what they don't have is a wealth of rounds to give away. And sure enough, PARIVISION take this one.
You take a snapshot of that last situation, and that's a moment where if it was the other team, if it was PARIVISION, they would have made a gamble call whether it was A or B. And what that would do, obviously, is you'd have a chance of actually winning, whereas MongolZ on Cat doesn't really have a chance to defend versus 5. He has to be responsible for Cat and B site. I mean, maybe in Falcon's mind, they're hoping it's just A. He can protect Connector, and then they have a good stack. But obviously, this is the perfect way to kill him and keep the money at its lowest. But Falcons still have enough to buy, a little bit left over.
Saw that timing going by. Watch this. Zello didn't waste a second.
I mean, he was dead by Noda or Zello eventually.
Get the Kyosuke op, double op variation here by Falcons. Gonna try to change things up. Trying to prevent PARIVISION from securing that 12th, but you could have this James versus Kyosuke op duel in a second.
I don't know if he's pushing if he doesn't have anyone to help him go forward. He might feel some pressure to take a risk, but no one's going to outpatience James.
That's going to keep him locked in now. Just anything to prove that there is somebody deep in there.
So they've got an op stuck in on both sides of the map. Flying under the radar. Wait, they nade that, but oh, okay. MongolZ sees something, but can't stop it.
Kyosuke now towards Cat, hits this yellow headshot. Right back for a second, and he's yet to miss. Activates TeSeS from inside the corner. Guns have looked good in the hands of Falcons ever since they switched sides. And this one catches PARIVISION off. Kyosuke with a triple now. As Zwei late to activate. Him versus all of the Falcons. And PARIVISION thinking that that catwalk attack was going to get things moving. No, sir. Ops are the name of the game here in round 20.
All right, now it's getting hot. That was excellent out of Kyosuke. 2 excellent rounds paired with some eco frags here and there, but he got that M4 to get their 3rd in the first half. He puts together this op highlight. Obviously, when they don't know that there's an op station over to B, the second shot is very difficult. And the 3rd's just great awareness. That's the star power they were looking for when they signed him.
Faster tempo into the ramp this time. Doesn't feel like PARIVISION want to complicate this one. Up and over go the utility, already exiting the ramp. Nico's going to be under pressure. He'll find the first. Ziello has been effectively cut off in so many of these rounds. His score is now negative after having such a hot start. Noda to try and pick up slack, and as MongolZ offers half of his health inside of the fire, the frag doesn't open the smoke. So Nico can't get back into the engagement on his terms. Pressure for James, has to forfeit the plant, and he wants off this bomb site.
He doesn't have the HP to do it. Noda's gonna try. 52 HP.
Uncontested. An op shot missed by MongolZ, now whittled down to only a quarter of his health.
And it's a 2-off retake.
Faster move from TeSS as he's got them painted there on top of the triple stack. Sway's able to fight his way back into it. Look at the health bars here for PARIVISION. Hanging on, fighting for 12. Kyosuke's got 2 in front of him and a fast flank from mid. But the gun goes empty. And so PARIVISION's perseverance nets them a 12.
One more bullet and he might have got that spray transfer, but instead it's match point here for PARIVISION. They were chewing on granted in that retake. They really needed TeSS to finish off one of those Tetris kills. All timeouts burned through.
The bullets were flying on that bomb site. The utility was burning James as he has to forfeit it. And that's when you know that in that moment, you're in one of those impromptu scrambles. That's Jane calling no to pass bomb, make this move, I'm taking this position. A total change up in a matter of seconds, and PARIVISION just draw Falcons into the carnage of the gunfight and come out on top.
And they're generating chances for MongolZ to get op shots, but they're tough op shots, and he doesn't land them. Then there's a molly, then there's a flash, he gets shoved back. Responsibility goes to TeSS, goes down, and that's where you know it's over. Again, a valiant try here for Kyosuke. Gun goes dry right before that Tetris player peaks. And now they're on the ropes.
3 rounds in regulation to close this. Op on MongolZ's the only one in the server in what could be the final round of Mirage. They totally forfeited middle last round as well, PARIVISION. Smoked out connector, pressure coming through by way of util, and it's just Kyosuke up in that hole, looking down towards the smoke now, making moves back and forth. Step one's take the space, and PARIVISION have secured it. A perfectly placed Molotov. That's going to force Kyosuke's hand. Now they know damn well where he is and what he's up to. And this is going to be cause for concern for potentially some kind of cap pressure, but we can look at that radar and say it's something different.
Kixen has to protect from Palace, but he's in sandwich. He's not going to stay peaked the entire time. MongolZ's going to lose this angle towards connector. The site is weakening, even though they have players here.
And he's just waiting for that chance to hit left click. For the one player of PARIVISION that could walk out this ramp right there on the edge. Jane takes a bit of damage out towards mid, but it's actually the Palace drop first. What was momentarily a 5v3 has Belchanog building back.
Nice.
But you shut him down, and you'll put Sway to a clutch attempt again. Now, at least for him, he's got himself this bomb and a little bit of space. So he goes for the fake plant to try to get that peek, and they don't bite. They move that Opera over towards jungle instead. It's MongolZ and Kyosuke to that side of the bomb site, and TeSS over here towards Ticket.
He does give himself a real chance to plant now.
Bit of cover, but a lot of damage, and that 96 health, yeah, that's what he needed to try to have a chance.
Very solid. This is immense pressure. You couldn't see anybody, but the tension was building greatly. Falcons could sense that it was going to end A in this position. They had the players, the amount of players to cover everything, but so much came down to timing. Kixan had a peek at that right moment, didn't get killed while he was playing in sandwich. MongolZ was hoping that he could rely on him to make sure he could keep lines open and be effective, and he was. And also, Kyosuke just waiting for his opportunity to sneak out of ladder room, even though they were throwing tons of utility in his direction.
Felt like the amount of utility and the sort of utility in how well it was placed that could cause you to make a mistake, but he didn't.
Yeah. No, that's a great round for Falcons. It's a lot of pressure for PARIVISION. It wasn't like a total disaster for them. That window smoke is, however.
Man.
And that's a line Nico's holding on to.
To see them come in with 2 players on rifles.
They know it right away.
Keeping a bit of money in the back pocket. This is 5 rounds back and forth, no consecutive victories, so round loss bonus is not reliable for PARIVISION.
They're trying to play around it. Still going for middle. Looks like it's coming, eh? It's another test here for Kixan. He's had a couple of good rounds now on CT side.
Just trying to get the right pieces in the right place. This is limited utility for PARIVISION as they didn't fully invest. And met by a smoke over towards that ramp. It landed at 45 seconds.
Oh, they missed
God,
that. The scale up connector. He could get on ticket
No
and punish
way.
this if he wants to, but he might be worried. I mean,
oh, the pressure. PARIVISION critically missed utility this round. James tries to bail them out with an opening kill at least. That's a smoke, incendiary to the Palace, but it did open the door for that pistol to cross. MongolZ not going to let Zwei get away with it any further.
Palace comes out.
James took a bunch of damage in the meantime. That was also bomb dropped over towards triple. We're talking 12 seconds on this clock. Bomb gets picked up. MongolZ steps out, strikes down James, forces the Palace swing. You'll find nothing.
That's a plant at the very minimum here for PARIVISION, but another solid round from Falcons.
And a scary amount of mistakes for PARIVISION in the same moment.
2 big smokes that don't land. This one's supposed to waterfall, help players come out of connector, get up to the side of triple safely. It's supposed to block MongolZ's vision, who, as we can see, is taking full advantage of this missed chance. And he's kind of been spamming ticket in this half. It's actually been working out pretty well.
They played it to perfection. Give themselves one final real chance with everything they need here.
So many maps between these two teams. Ends 13-11 in favor of PARIVISION.
Yep.
Falcons just don't want that to happen again.
This is what James does.
And of course he would never risk it on a rush. He's going to make you sweat. He's going to try to create that pressure within your own head. The Falcons, with all their experience in this head-to-head.
Man, they haven't pushed this since Kixan got that double kill off the 5-7.
It's being watched. One check.
It's yellow in the deepest corner. Belchinok's got the double. That deep commitment gives man advantage over, but is man advantage enough?
It's really early. Minute 15, they get that 2K.
Falcons make the move. They do it on their terms, but now they've found out about that secondary op. So how does that change things in James' calculations?
This is massive. Kyosuke doesn't have any help in this spot. He's got to protect B with his op alone.
Catwalk, not of his concern. TeSS
They've just
starts to
taken
get
that.
freed up.
Yeah, you'd think he's got to lean towards market. They've just cleared out the A ramp. It could be Palace, obviously, but they have to take some kind of risk. They just missed that.
Now they're past the windows, and Kyosuke under the pressure will miss. TeSS gets his. Belchinok, no way you do this on your own. Triple kill, as he's also responsible for the bomb plant. And obviously, you want MongolZ to be a part of this retake too, but TeSS actually slips out through the windowsill. He's gone unnoticed, and it's Belchinok down to 20. James, they don't know where he's gotten off to.
And Belchinok doesn't die.
James will remain a mystery in this potential clutch as Belchinok goes quiet back behind the pillar. Utility comes out, has no effect. Doesn't fluster the PARIVISION squad. James strikes. MongolZ trying to hunt him down. And as he keeps himself in cover.
And time pressure.
It's right there in the wall bangs. Landed bomb plant. James just ends it. When he wants, where he wants, how he wants. 13-11 like PARIVISION always seem to do.
It's unbelievable to see this scoreline happen again. Like clockwork, almost as if they knew it was going to end this way. Falcons, at least in that second half, won the second round, bounced back, started picking up rifles, but it all felt just a little bit too late.
All right, Nico, that first half won't be going on your highlight reel, will it?
No, it was not. That's what happens when you talk shit at the interview, I guess.
The thing is, you've played so much CS. I'm sure that you always know what it takes to come back when things are hard like that.
Yeah, no, we had a good plan on CET's side, and I think we believed until the end. And you know, just small margins, I would say, in the end on CET's side. Maybe the last round was a bad call by me that, you know, I saw something in preparation that I thought it's going to be good. It didn't work out in the end, but it's super important for the next map that we managed to bounce back on the CET side and got in the game eventually.
Just before I let you go, can we go to map 3?
I surely hope so.
Best of luck.
There was a little bit more reservation in Nico's voice and answer, I want to say, about a map 3, because, I mean, look, you got to give credit where credit is due. He's very well aware of what he said in previous interviews leading up to this, and whilst it looked like they were going to get absolutely stomped, Dupree, with what that first half looked like, they brought it back. It was just a palace push that undid them.
Yeah, first off, I just want to give a little bit of respect to Nico, throwing himself on the bus when he had a little bit of a stinker, and then, you know, with what he said coming into the game. That was funny. For the majority of the match, I was again impressed with what PARIVISION brings. I think specifically for the C side, I think they played well off each other. On the T side, you know, the clock is their friend until the clock is not their friend anymore, because they use as much time as they can. They make Falcons doubt themselves time and time again, and I think the last round was a really good example of what actually forces them to make a play, to get information. I actually think we're going to get it right now, so I can showcase you what is actually happening. Nico decides to push into Palace. Belgium actually trades off getting a 2v2. What then happens is that, you know, MongolZ right now, he doesn't know what's happening. Kyusuke gets the frag when the guy is approaching him on catwalk, but it's more about the decision-making from Kyusuke now that is funny, because he actually smokes off catwalk here, and you can just tell that he doesn't know what's happening. They actually rotated around to go B bomb side. Belgium gets a frag on him, gets a bomb down, and this is where the composure and the thing that PARIVISION does is they just wait out the round. But Belgium stood at that pillar for like 15 seconds without moving himself. And Tessus, he did not know where he went. James just plays out time, baits out MongolZ, waits for him to shoot, steps out, and kills him. And he solely played off the clock.
I also just love the mid-round from James. As soon as he sees that or hears that Kyosuke is on shore with the AWP, just says, we're going right at him. Even though Kyosuke is the hottest hand there, he's reading the setup well, that a likely situation is going to be no B anchor in that kind of setting, that there is just going to be that one short opper, and it's almost just kind of a James stroke of genius right there. It was so difficult for him, but when the chips were all in the middle, he knew exactly how he wanted to play it.
When you feel like it's faltering for PARIVISION, James' playbook does not run dry at all. He had it all down for Falcons, but we're going to go back, slow it down a little bit, and look at the earlier stages of this, right? Because it was dire straits for Falcons in the first half, they weren't able to get anything for themselves, and that's because PARIVISION were playing their game.
I talked about the TC side being so good, and what I think PARIVISION is doing so well is that you can see the frag coming from Connector here, a little bit early for going up for the aggression. The trade does come back here, but Belgium understands when to take that fight. And you can just tell that they are playing off each other. When there's one fight that goes their way, they try to take a step back, and then they wait for their team to try and get new aggression. They constantly want to keep Falcons on their toe. We can even see them hiding in the smoke, playing off the fact that they got another frag. He waits, he doesn't go for the second one, he waits for his teammate to go for the second one.
And round 9 following it as well just shows how much discipline there is. Every single fight they take is a smoke break, a triple peek off of the smoke break. The way that anybody that's in a position of vulnerability, they know that they shouldn't be the one to play first. They get another kill with another smoke break, and then they also have the win condition there. The fact that Cielo this whole time was flanking, that's why nobody's overstepping, nobody's out of line, and that's the PARIVISION discipline. You just see them always playing every moment to a T. The fundamentals are so well instilled with the roster that you never see just one. If the guy at CT just died for no reason, which sometimes would happen with other teams, then it gives a way back into the round for the Falcons. But PARIVISION, they just put this stranglehold on you.
It just really shines through that the James system is just in full effect, right?
Bro's got Aurora looking at him, by the way.
Like,
How we know
he's staring into your soul. And this guy, he has showcased to these young guys how he wants to play Counter-Strike. And it just shows time and time again. And let's be honest, it's not flawless. Like, they're not just winning just, you know, like 13-5, just blowing Falcons off the server, but they make them look silly at given times. It's straight up important.
Also, the fact that James himself, I mean, he's making the good calls, he's instilled this level of discipline, but as an individual in this game, you could not knock his performances, hitting all of the necessary op shots, obviously winning the 1v2 to close the game out himself, but man, he was going toe-to-toe with all of the Falcons players in these kinds of duels, always finding ways to just get advantageous positions, and I think that everybody on PARIVISION practically had their moments, whether it was in the first or second half.
And he's just such a nuisance to be up against. One thing is what he brings individually, but his calling style is so hard to go up against on both sides. It doesn't really matter whether it's the CT side or the T side. He's always going to be using the time, and he's going to make it hard for his opponents, and he always wants to make sure that they are the one to make the mistake, and he's really good at punishing it as well.
Yeah, PARIVISION see this opening that comes in the form of NiKo not stepping up in the first half, and they really capitalize on it. That gives them the lead. That puts Falcons on that round pressure as well. But I do wonder, what was so tough about that first half for NiKo to not show up at all?
It's tough to pinpoint it because when a game is going this poorly for him, you think that it's a little bit unfortunate, but you could see some of the kills that PARIVISION were able to get on him were off of just good playmaking from them. Also, I would just say, almost by virtue of him sometimes being second or third in, it was kind of odd that the entry player sometimes from Falcons would actually survive that initial wave, but then somehow they are able to shave off NiKo as the round progresses. So
that's what I mean. Respect for that one.
NiKo's gone so high up in my rankings when it comes to CS players after this one. You think it would go up when someone performs well. Bro's just aware, and I love that.
100%. Like it's I've been in a similar situation where you just can't get any frags, and it absolutely sucks because you're letting yourself down, but most importantly, you're letting your team down. And I think that's also a little bit of the case here with NiKo. You know, we know that he's one of the 3 guys to actually have more impact, and I know that he's taking a step down for roles when Kyushu got into the team. But NiKo going 0 in 13 or whatever he did, that's not acceptable. Let's just be honest. You know, we expect more of him, and that also showed today.
Yeah, we're going to see more into the second half, though, on the side of PARIVISION, or at least just in general of what happens post-plant, because they weren't able to get consecutive rounds for themselves. It felt like dregs were thrown their way to be able to secure anything, because Falcons were also turning up a little bit more.
This round was also some of those slim margins that NiKo referred to in the interview. The fact that the retakes on the Falcons are encroaching. They're aware of many of the positions from the PARIVISION players here, and I would bet that if Kyosuke just had 5 more bullets in his rifle, he probably would have been able to complete this. But you could just see how rock steady they are, Dupree, when they're in these kinds of setups. How they're just giving these little jiggle peaks, and then they just their timings on when they actually want to take the fights. It's just so oppressive. It's so hard to get back in around once they're in secured spots.
Is there any chance we can replay this? Because I really want to show one thing that I think is an absolute genius move from from James. He has the bomb. He drops the bomb and runs all the way back to want to go and flank mid. You know what I think? I think James understands that at this moment, they don't have any space. They don't have CT, they don't have connector, they don't have jungle. The only way they can win this round is by getting the bomb down, play as much time as you can, allow James to rotate around and get the flank going. Yeah. Luckily for James, his teammates stay alive for a long, long time, and they do actually fend it off, so it actually doesn't come into fruition that he rotated all the way around. But if that's what happens, that is pure genius in such a heated moment.
That's round 21, and it feels like, you know, they're surpassing expectations under pressure, but just a couple rounds later, round 23, it feels like PARIVISION struggle a little bit more, and that's either good news for Falcons fans or rough pill to swallow for the PARIVISION fans, because they end up missing 2 pretty important smokes.
This is probably where some of the younger guys' nerves came into play, that even though there wasn't necessarily pressure in the moment, like a Falcons player that was coming towards them or anything, it's that they understand the gravity of the situation. So obviously you see that this is almost too easy for the Falcons because of all of the misutility, the fact that they've got 3 guys defending the bomb site as PARIVISION are attacking it. The rotations were so quick because they had all of the info, and then they were able to just push in from CT, and really there was just no cover.
And it just also shows what caliber of player MongolZ is like. He understands the situation. He knows that smoke is also missed, so he knows his way around, and he understands. So when the timing is running so low, they push when the clock is running down, because they know one guy has to commit to the bomb plant. And you know, that's also, you know, got to be aware of what's happening inside, and MongolZ did that well.
I would say no one really would have predicted the comeback that Falcons were able to do within this game within this map. But do you guys have a prediction? Because it feels like it has. You can see it here over at Polymarket just how much the script has really flipped there. So no prediction in that comeback, but now it feels like most people aren't even predicting Falcons to take another map, let alone this series.
Oh, geez. I mean, I don't like to flip-flop. I said I had Falcons as the favorite coming into this one, and that we'll see. We'll see. I'm not counting them out entirely. Legitimately, I feel like they started showing up in the second half. They looked a lot more composed. Nico obviously joined the server on what, round 13. So if he was there from the get-go, it's a totally different story. A lot of ifs, a lot of buts, but it's one where I'm still huffing the copium.
Strong.
I'm holding the copium. I'm huffing it.
We have an exciting game, and I took the side of PARIVISION, so I'm satisfied with this. So I'm gonna stay where I am. That's for sure.
Okay, I like it that you guys are throwing it all out there. And whilst you might have the overall series, so that's where you guys are putting it, what do you predict for Ancient? Tough one, right?
It is. I mean, I think it's curious that the fact that they actually went with it. It's a map that they played the most. I think they're sitting at like an 80% win rate on the side of PARIVISION, so they feel comfortable playing it. I do think that Falcon has played 2 games recently where they've stomped their opponents, but it's been low. I think it's NRG and Tyloo teams that the Falcons should be making light work of. So I think they feel overall confident going to this one. In leading the series, couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, all right. Well, it feels like Maui completely agrees with Debris. He said, I've never heard anything better in my life. And I'm going to give you something else that you're going to enjoy a lot. And that's the fact that Map 2 is going to be happening just after this break. Looking towards a map number 2, we do know Falcons have had the time to sort of reset for themselves and what was a potential comeback, a potential clutch up for themselves to take their map pick. But now they're going to be going up against PARIVISION on their map. And while they were joining the booth, we just had to double check, you know? This time around, is Nico going to be joining from the first round?
Okay.
Look, I don't want him to go too hard on him, all right? But of course, he is going to be sitting with the boys there, back in it. And whether or not he shows up, I want to see Falcons come together and continue on from what they had towards the end of Mirage.
For sure. I mean, the T side obviously did not go according to plan, and I feel like now you can let those woes go behind you. Don't worry about it. You're starting here on the defensive Ancient, and that's just where Falcons are fantastic on this map. The way that all their players work in tandem, the way MongolZ rotates. There's a reason that Falcons were arguably the best team in 2025 on Ancient, so I almost feel like this is a little bit of a trap pick here for PARIVISION.
It's a Falcons team that now has the backs against the wall, and it's not the first time we've experienced that one. I think the Ancient for them is notoriously something they've loved to play in the past, but now they're looking to, you know, try and find a little bit of redemption, and it is the map pick that PARIVISION, they won against them last time they played as well, so it goes back in the history books. At the same time, I think that the players on the Falcon side needs to step up. I mean, we saw a lot of good things out of csgo. We saw MongolZ having a lot of impact. But at the same time, we want to be seeing more of Nico. You know, he is instrumental to Falcons playing a good game, not only by what he brings in terms of firepower, but also his calling. And if he's not having a good game, he might be influencing the team to make bad decisions.
It's a tough sort of way for us to view that, right? What exactly is going to come out from them? Where exactly is that influence? And they're not a team that necessarily is a stranger to crowds, but we do have to factor in the fact that they're in front of such an amazing one in Rotterdam.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I feel like people have just been the first time Nico got a kill on round 13, this crowd absolutely erupted. So hopefully he's able to bring a lot more of that. And I feel like there's a good chance of that happening. I do like Falcons and how they look on this map at this point. I just feel like they're, in general, the way that PARIVISION likes to play, the kind of slow, constricting style, it's not always the most well-rounded. And I just feel like if Falcons are in their groove, people are going to get a little bit more aggressive on the extremities. They're going to find things out. And once you find things out, then you can make the right reads and make the right stacks.
I think Prep is going to play in this one, and I think that Falcons and Sonic were prepared for playing both Ancient and Dust 2, so I don't think this one comes as a big surprise to them. Sure, you can have the most perfect confidence in terms of preparation, but if you can't really get rolling, then it's not really going to do you much good. I think that Falcons obviously is at a point now where they may be running out of time, and I think that is a fair statement with what they have been giving and how long they've been playing together now, still fighting and trying to find that trophy. This is not looking good.
Well, we're sitting in the here and now, and we're looking towards what is going to be a fantastic match on Ancient.
Fingers crossed, Nat, that this game is as good as it could be. PARIVISION and Falcons, I mean, Falcons, it's now or never. And that's the scary part. Without your map pick in your back pocket, Mo, what do they really have to stand on? This is a map that has previously gone PARIVISION's way.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, too many trends with the way that last map ended to feel like something different's going to happen now. But you have to hold out hope, because the Falcons, this will be their last chance.
Last chance. Oh, it sounds like a damning phrase, but they feel it, you feel it. We can all feel the pressure for the Falcons in this matchup now.
There's something eerie about how many times it's 13-11.
He's the boogeyman, Mo.
Yeah. Round 24, James.
PARIVISION to the T side. And Falcons to make a move out mid immediately. That's a double climb up. That was Kyosuke down the ramp into the player outside B, but that was the only player B, so at least PARIVISION have that going for them. Their target always intended to be this other side. Nico on the scene fast enough with Tesses, and they lock down the donut.
Nice.
Belchanok tries to recover it. Jane does the same, but it's going to be another pistol victory here for the Falcons.
That's excellent. I mean, it's Nico getting his kills right away, which is what you want to see. Struggle session in the first half of Mirage. Everybody bounced back a bit when it came to the second half. Didn't have any questions about Kyosuke's performances. MongolZ kind of matured with grace as those rounds rolled on, more and more off shots getting hit. Kickstand put up a couple of really important 2Ks and held the A site with him by his side. But just the third player you just want to be consistent all the time on this team is Nico.
He ends map 1, 8-18, 0.55 rating. I mean, just horrifying stats for a guy like Nico.
Yeah.
But over his career, do you find Nico, like, what's your take on that when it comes to the map-to-map reset ability of him particularly?
Yeah, I mean, you know, only I think because we're in the second half of his career, or, you know, time's going on, he's giving up more star stuff to other players. He's a bit more inconsistent, obviously. He's not the guy, the killer that he was in 2018 or anything like that, but he's still very close, and that's the most impressive part about him. So, no, absolutely would not bet on 2 bad maps in a row. Oh, wow. Nice shot.
I'd say it's an even better bet to take when you also consider the way he was kind of laughing through it, throwing the 0 up to the camera. You know, Ian had him on the tip of the stage after that map ended.
A rookie can't do that.
Exactly. Yeah, a rookie would be in the back rooms with a few tears in their eyes.
Yeah.
Nico, he's been here before. Well, that was one of the worst, but you know, just let it wash over you, get back in it. If there's so much effort and emphasis kind of on the mental side of Counter-Strike coming into these games, well, yeah, there's the mental in being able to close out rounds you're supposed to. There's also the mental and the bounce back. And let's just hope that those two things are kind of clumped together in whatever kind of training program you're putting Nico through to be able to make Falcons win.
This could be a real feast for Nico. Oh, he plays his cards right, but no, the one player running into Donut.
To the Glocks? That's a bit more like a feast.
But now the plant comes in.
If anybody's eating well, it'll just be Kyosuke.
And they pick up some utility.
Oh,
don't mess this up.
Kicksand, that was dangerous for him to try to just test that smoke. Could have put himself in a corner where James sprays him down, but I like that they just keep that at a 10. Keep the pressure on, and good on Kyosuke to save Nico's ass inside Donut, because that was scary.
Yeah, what's really scary about it is, like, it's the fact that it's one Glock running into Donut that changes the setup a little bit, and they don't expect it to be this full A play out of main. But if Nico had just not moved and trusted Kyosuke in that spot, he would have had a really good signpost spray down and got those eco kills himself. That even got a little scary with Kickstand running through that smoke.
Yeah, it did.
Because if he died, they can't actually just keep running through it.
And not one, but 2 guns picked up by PARIVISION in that post plant. So you get through it.
You got through it. That's all that matters.
Kickstand decided to take control of the situation, and it paid off to keep majority alive. First gun round for PARIVISION coming out, and they'll go immediately towards the mid play. We've already seen the willingness of Falcons to try to take over middle and pressure lane. We saw it in the pistol with Zwei dead, blindsided by such an aggressive opening.
Cave has been an interesting spot in as of late for different teams, some using it more than others. Mid control also, it's like more optional than it's ever been from the CT perspective.
Playing a dangerous game, but showing a little skin like that. I mean, you see this Kyosuke lean back into the back line.
Exactly, it starts to encourage sort of a whirlpool of CTs to come and swarm the site and overprotect it as Nico starts to walk away from A.
Yep, more and more pressure and responsibility on MongolZ alone.
It puts pressure on him to get 2 now.
At least Nico didn't fully depart. Still sat back by his spawn. MongolZ pouncing as that utility comes out, but Belchanok off the entry. Then there's a bit of a stall there from PARIVISION. Nico slicing him down to size, dodging bullets in the process. Site's gonna get set on fire. Jane though, he's found a safety net, and this bomb plant's undeniable now. Fast move. Nico wants to go through it. Nota takes his head off, so the man advantage slides back and forth. Tesses makes the difference.
Now we're talking.
Nota's got a couple kills already. Oh, the headshot's clean, and he cuts it down into the 1v1 where Kickstand just starts to try to crawl at him. Slight health advantage. Nota plays the box, swings.
It's only haircuts.
Confidence to take it on his terms.
When he's on point, it's always headshots.
4 kills in that round to Nota alone.
The swift response here from PARIVISION, getting this bomb down with the kill from Nota to assist and stop them from flying through this. But they wanted to keep risking it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's nice.
Nice.
The ultra wide swing and commitment out of Nota. Showing a lot of confidence right there.
Ouch. Kixan just ate a frag grenade thrown up the ramp by Ziello.
Man, PARIVISION, they got that off a clutch. They've got a Deagle and a Tech 9 to work with. They have about as good of a buy as Falcons do.
Yeah, these are damn near mirrored. Just more utility for the T's to play with instead. 3-player red room walk.
Oh,
and that's
they're
been
gonna
hurt.
miss this. That timing is huge.
They start to pounce. They're going to try to... no
come on,
trade
Nota.
needed. Right back in. You said it. When he's on, it's headshots, and he delivers another one to kick off round 4. Looking to tie it. m0NESY along the wall. This is a high likely trade, but no! m0NESY back into cover. And Belchinok trying to push that bomb forward, but already the B defenders are trying to get into the action. They get stalled out over towards red room. Nico's been found on top of green.
They're just playing with them.
Belchinok comes through with his second kill in the round, and never did Falcons B players get into the action.
Yeah, it's the two pistols never rotated over, but they needed a scramble. They needed extra urgency in that spot, because once Nico became the only guy there, I mean, his spot's great if no one sees him, but they were so careful about every shoulder peek. They did not fly into that site around the corner when m0NESY was sitting there, and he stayed alive for a long time. But honestly, Belchinok's shots were insane. Nota's was the instant kill on Kyosuke. And it's just that smallest bit of insecurity in the rotation. Right when they leave mid, PARIVISION come flying in. Right when you think they're done jiggling, you go for a little bit of a wide peek, they're still jiggling you.
I think I love the call, 4 rounds into a half to go heavy red room walk up. And Kyosuke on that rotation making audio, it just expresses everything.
And no one else does a buy like this. They actually had like 1,300 bucks on 2 guys. It's almost as if they said if you win with one, it's as if you haven't won.
Right.
And they wanted to make sure they have a strong economy to buy behind it. And so they even won this having 2 pistols. Because they knew Falcons wouldn't have much either. Falcons timeout, and they have to get a grasp on CT. You know, you can always see a CT Mirage come back. Problem is, I feel like, man, the worst thing I can say about the way that, you know, the Mirage looked was like, we didn't really get anything signature out of the Falcons. The way they played was pretty vanilla. The approaches that they had were pretty standard. There were so many unique moves from PARIVISION in that game. There was 1 or 2 tactics that baited them into kills from Falcons, but that's about it. For the most part, I think the creativity 100% leans towards PARIVISION if I had to pick a team who was better at that.
I suppose on the plus side, it was Falcons making maybe less mistakes in some of the smaller details. I mean, there were some awkward grenades out of PARIVISION as their half went on.
It's crazy they could afford that.
Right.
It's crazy, yeah, because you're right. Even within rounds, they were missing. It's not their map, though.
Fair.
They have the 3-round loss streak on the map.
Yeah, that's true. Not any longer.
Yeah.
They've bucked that trend. So as these pistols remain hidden in their corners, PARIVISION get to work, taking over Donut and finding these... Okay, Nota is on the sort of start within this T side.
Yeah, if we watched him play, sometimes it's 0 kills, 0 in 5, and sometimes it's just only headshots. You don't have a chance to shoot back whatsoever. He's having one of those days.
It's the sort of starter performance we got out of Ziello back on Mirage. And as that game went on, you know, Ziello cooled off. The rest of the teammates kind of prop him up. If Nota's going to do the same thing here, let's see how long he can run with what feels like right now very precise momentum.
They're very blessed to have that on T-side Ancient to start off their map pick as well.
Particularly on a map as well where Zwei and Ziello still don't have kills. And we're early days. But that's just to really emphasize that Nota's got them in. I mean, we saw it, I think, a round ago when Kyosuke's in the CT spawn. Nota's the first guy from Red Room. That's an instant headshot.
Yeah, and that's what Kyosuke does to you sometimes if you peek. And also Belchinok's getting pretty impressive entries. So the lead will go back to PARIVISION. It's not the end of the world here for the Falcons. They'll save 2 guns. They'll now have the money to buy. We can't spell doom just yet.
Honestly, silver lining is it's dropped AK over for Kyosuke. He'll get himself the op. Can't say the same about PARIVISION right now. So we've got one op on the field in this man's hands. Just been scary the way that PARIVISION have played as a unit, right? There's always 3 around the corner when they do commit to their sights so far in this attack. That's the kind of tempo and timing that could, catch you off. So they're going to go ahead and play this one faster right into Kicksan's hands. Good trade frag. Once more headshot out of Noda. Tessas pounces as that flashbang found its mark. But vision recovered by Ziello, and he's able to catch 2. Now that op shot misses. These are heavy hitters for Zwei to go up against.
Just do not bungle this position. Zwei's already trying to calculate.
Looks like m0NESY still got his angle, though. Fire didn't really flush him off the line.
He technically could leave if he wants to. m0NESY peeled back a little bit. That molly to delay, and he's walking down the ramp, but does he want to go for the fight? No.
More than a minute. He comes back from the left side.
What a swing.
Beautiful reposition.
It's the smallest bait with the biggest impact, and now Zwei can actually make this 1v2 happen. Nico's only bit of support is gone. He's slow to move. Zwei is moving with conviction, and this bomb will get planted.
Spotted on the right side, double Molotov from the right side, keeps his head tucked, repositions, slams m0NESY off guard, and now just a straight up duel versus Nico.
And there's no big flank in play. And Nico now has to figure out, has he played it into Donut? He has one molly, that'll tell us everything.
Both of them with fire to play with, no smoke, Molotov goes down.
And
he hears it. Now it's going to be a while before Nico can tap that bomb again, but he is still working with the kit. Bombs past the halfway point. Both fire bombs burn out at the same time. Nico taps, and he's turned.
He saw him turn around.
Zwei's played with his food here, and as Nico goes wide, Zwei back into the cover. Wow! Devils in the details and the PARIVISION jersey.
What a monster clutch out of Zwei. We never gave him any credit for his ability in those 1vx situations. But look how he played that. It was magnificent. It's taken all the money away from Falcons, absolutely crushed them. He finds a way to get 2 mollies, pushes m0NESY slightly back, but just enough that he can draw out a good peek.
Switch sides.
And then he has the opportunity, because he does this early, to be able to go to the other side of the map while Nico cannot make sure that that site's clear. Everything is perfect here for Zwei.
Well played.
Even the jump spot to see Nico turn around, that was the only chance he had to fight back.
What if I told you that was Zwei's only kill so far this map?
I think it's fine by him. Look, all these next kills are going to be because of him as well. Kioske is going to have an invest. Is he going to invest? We'll see. There's enough money on 3 players here for Falcons to think about it. But that's just crushing. You get the hold. You get Tessas jumping into the B site, 2K spray down. But the clutch is all that mattered. And honestly, even if they just won with 1, it just totally saves the situations for Falcons. They were outdone right there.
What a nasty reposition.
Yeah, that was
classy. A classy round of Counter-Strike out of Zwei, one that really puts the pressure back on Falcons. They're going to just mosey into this round with that 1 rifle on Kioske.
The 2 players that have played together the longest, and he got right in the middle of that chemistry.
It's a boost for James, and he does have Kicksan locked on the right side of this angle. Flashbang's one thing, blinds the Opper. Nicely done, spotted and dropping a nade on top of him. These Desert Eagles across the board here for Falcons.
Quite a lot of information. They aren't ready to actually take it to the A site, but they can take over mid. There's a full rotation, a scramble here from the CTs to get over here. Oh, and very, very bad grenade.
Is there map pick? Really going for these spams. It's going to get that walk up. James ready for it. That was just kind of meant to get the rifle into play. These wall banks constant.
It's just body shots. It's leg kicks right now here for PARIVISION. They know they're on an anti-eco, playing all their advantages, looking for the push, and found one.
And starting to make their move elsewhere as well. Sizing up middle.
They do need to go get the bomb actually quite quickly now, however.
Good catch. Looks like Zwei is going to be tasked with that. He's worried about any potential A main push.
The bomb actually has to come back this way, too.
Oh, great flashbang. Oh, that's Belchinok fully blind. Lucky to have gotten one of those kills. Bomb could always go back to A.
Oh, yeah, it's got a hustle, though.
But that's assuming Nico doesn't just blast Nota out of the round. That was his chance to do it. To grab that AK, to close down this bomb site. And he's still trying to toy with it, but missing opportunities.
I can't do it. That
James
bomb.
gonna put him on down. Bomb arrives with barely any time left, but just enough of an option back over. So well done by Falcons to take that fight down ramp, and well done by Falcons to keep this round alive. They're not working with the kit, but they do have the guns for the job, and they've got the time as well to just go for this retake, keep it clean. Zwei gets contact, lines them up. Kyosuke, it's a team kill, but all it takes would be a headshot on Nota.
He has no smoke to try to bait this out. He's not even working with a kid here. And they're not falling for it.
It's gonna go right back to it. Get back on that bomb. It's a 10-second defuse. Don't you make noise. Nota slides out, gets him off, but now there's no time.
Yeah.
So Nota plays it cool. It's another very costly clutch round for PARIVISION, but there's a moment in that round where I'm thinking Falcons could have won.
And that's where I think Nico, you know, the Nico we know sometimes, he gets that, he had chances to get the Deagle killed. Not everyone could be expected to do that when rifles are running at you, but you do expect that from someone like him. Unfortunately, that would have made the difference. To complement Kyosuke's 4K.
If Belchinok doesn't get a fully blind spray down on the bottom of B ramp, and that ramp push goes a little better for Falcons, even one extra body alive, that round looks so winnable.
Now, that's what got him into the game on Mirage, but that's not happening here so far.
Guns back for Falcons here in round 8, but so far it's been PARIVISION's Ancient.
And we don't have Falcons like wanting to participate in the mid control. Like they're trying to play like sort of the newer style of Ancient, but PARIVISION are picking all the right rounds to poke into it. Sometimes they avoid it themselves. No one's really wasting utility on this area overall, but you're not getting those messy gunfights that teams lately have been trying to avoid. Problem is, like, if you give it up, there's a space vacuum on the map. Like you will give advantages over to the other team if they can just walk into it. And there's Yellow taking space as the CTs are rotating around the perimeter. He's actually already in Donut, man. They don't even have a view of this. This kind of looks like a crazy map, but what's really interesting is that if the bomb goes the way of A, this push could come up huge.
Come on, Nico. What can you deliver? Blindside out middle.
And I think he would have got vision of the bomb right there. They kind of just need to molly the ramp. Zello's on this lurk. You got to watch him right now.
Oh, spotted.
No way he got that. Nico, how'd you miss that kill?
Nico gets a second chance to fully blindside, but instead he's the one to go down. Fast sprint, of course, for PARIVISION into the A site off that, and then rifles flood out into their spawn. James goes for the jump over, but as he goes back to the duel, he's gonna find bodies. And Yellow's just tearing through everyone. 3 kills to his name, a deep challenge through. Belchinok keeps on sprinkling in kills. How does Nico not get that?
Oh my God, the full 180. Nico had the drop on him completely. Now the 0 and 9 start, like we didn't really see too many, you know, gunfights that were disastrous when he played back on Mirage, but here's a couple of rounds where you can really see the difference in the impact. Oh man. Whoa. And it's round defining. That was the A site once again. That was gonna get taken. Here's the money gone again for Falcons.
Oh man. Another blind spray down that nets them one. More where the first one stood. Yellow trying to get into the engagement too, but smoke grenades in front of him means Tesses has still a bit of a pocket to play behind. Oh, Belchinok taking damage on the climb up. That actually cuts off the bomb. Zwei just got taken down by a third, but he's happy to just lock horns with m0NESY. 5-7 on the flank.
Good timing on the push, they're running.
Tesses making noise, does still get a chance to fire at them, but they turn around, take him down to 40, and then just kill him too. This is PARIVISION making quick work now of Falcons on Ancient.
And now you can no longer say we made them look better than they are. They are good. They are super strong, and they're the ones punishing Falcons for their mistakes, not the other way around. They gotta be so proud of themselves for all the progress they've made in such a short period of time, and now we get moments like that. Zwei 1v2. Remarkable progress for Distan's roster.
Yeah, if you can find one hiccup, one mistake, and it's off of the back of also a godlike move from ZywOo. That 5 versus 1 that PARIVISION lost, I like that Dastan came out after and said, you know what, I hope that that round, if anything, teaches my players that every single round has to be played at 100%. Every situation, right? Yeah. Don't hesitate, don't blink, because if you do, games will come back against you. And so this is a PARIVISION with a full throttle sprint towards the finish line so far on map 2. I believe OniPixel is in the house today.
Damn. Belchinok, we talked about Nota, some of those early rounds. Belchinok's delivered every single round but one.
Finished that first map 22-15. And with Nota's nasty entries and Zwei's clutch, maybe you draw some attention away from him. But Belchinok rock solid in this series. Currently an understaffed A site. Nico pressing towards Donut.
Nico's Atlas right now with the weight of the world on his shoulders. Having to watch Donut and trying to get the spray down. Kyosuke's gonna try to help him out a bit.
Oh, it's yellow right to it with the headshot. Nico's still concerned about middle because he doesn't have any teammates over there. And now with the smoke on CT lane, he needs reinforcements within this bomb site. MongolZ tries to add himself to that tally. And here comes the peek out from Temple. TeSeS and MongolZ doing it. Nico offering just enough, and yes, damage goes back the other way. But a slow play from Nota, who's now down on half health as well.
Yeah, it's just such a slow lurk out of mid, and I think he's watching to see if anybody's rotating out of B first. That's essentially his job. Looked like PARIVISION were going to get away with that, but it's all of the rotational support here for Falcons that wins the round. Surely they close this out.
MongolZ keeps considering it, but Nota has phased it. He's ahead of the util. He's still ahead of this. MongolZ caught off. Nota's got a chance.
I mean, how can he even plan?
10 seconds to try to chase it, force a mistake, maybe. Kixan's got the cover of CT lane.
He had to clear TeSeS, hard clear him, and then he could have maybe got that bomb down, but just making it a touch scary. Great multis here from the Falcons, and like the way that PARIVISION are attacking is so annoying. They're coming out, but they're never fully committing. They're up there for like 15 seconds, well, just to the tail end of their smoke, then they start moving. Like they got out there at like 110.
Yeah.
By 50 seconds, they've started to move into the site. So it's very hard when you're trying to hide and cover and go for like a retake before the bomb even gets planted to know when the right moment is.
Right.
The other team isn't even moving. They have the clock on their side.
I feel like that's usually hard versus many teams, let alone a team like PARIVISION that can, at times, in what feels like these awkward mid-round moments, just hit the pause and really watch. Like, we watched them exit ramp back on Mirage and then just fall back through it.
Yeah.
So exactly what you said, but sometimes times 10.
Hey.
Kind of a cool guy. Ooh.
Nice one.
Fast move back as Yellow wants footing out on A site. Puts it, to question.
Nice shot here from Kyosuke.
Yes, sir, and TeSeS, gets denied by Belchinok. Dude, the 90 degrees or 180 snaps have been nasty as this map's gone on.
Ooh. Yeah, a little bit of info back. It's still early, actually. Bomb's not collected. Zwei's still alive. I don't want to believe they can make this happen again, but
Zwei finds space.
Yeah, I mean, Zwei's moving pretty wisely here. Kixan should just take a peek at the right moment.
Gets found out.
And here comes that utility. Really did a good job of holding on to this.
Additionally, Fire cuts off the rotation for just that extra second. Zwei deciding to try to extend here. Opera's watching the peak, surely.
No flash for the CTs.
They're getting closer, and Zwei loses his head. Nice shot by Kixan. That nade goes a little too far, and the retake kept clean. on the side of Falcons. The CT side will stand on, at the very least, a 4th round.
Yeah, it's very solid here for Falcons. A round to be proud of. Good use of the utility here from PARIVISION to try to get into the B site, but they were low numbers by this point. You'll love to see a MongolZ opening kill here. They are fighting now into mid, but they haven't fought there so many times that it's just becoming a mess of grenades. Instead, they're picking the rounds where they think PARIVISION could come in light. Right. Here's a great easy chance for MongolZ to get involved. I think that's what they're looking for with that engagement.
About time that we see Falcons string 2 rounds together. Just like on Mirage, 2-0 start and then a hell of a cold streak. Ultimately, PARIVISION goes from their first gun round to the final round of the half with majority rifles more often than not. Slight limitation in this one. And once more, posturing outside of the B site. James is just beneath this angle. Game of cat and mouse because he didn't take the boost on the box.
Of course he didn't.
Isn't that insane that he just peaks to the absolute limit, the 1 round that MongolZ's posted on that? How does he know
about that?
Tell me how James knows. And from that moment, he's also worked forward. So MongolZ's probably still not expecting an offer to be around this line because at some point you'd think it would have been on the box.
Yeah, and like, could they hear this? No. Oh, we'll just run by.
Try to test it, and Kicksand from the corner has been found out with first blood. Zway comes suddenly out through the cave, and now MongolZ's still waiting for his chance to fire off. Misses, and the bomb site's been taken over. Well-placed utility once more.
They have a molly. They're going to try to spam probably. Kiosuke takes one out, and the timing and spam is perfect.
Nicely done.
Great lineup.
They find the pressure within the bomb site to deny that bomb plant. Smokes fade, and now it should be a world of hurt for PARIVISION. Nota's gone unnoticed, but as he takes that step out, he's dead. And that is a streak for the Falcons to try to keep their heads held high. 5 rounds on the defense.
Some of the trophies are heavy.
You never know. That's a good one, yeah. This one's got to be Nico when we beat him. Nico? That's a good one, yeah. I'll double down on that one.
Dork will get crazy, Nico smash the table, Jimmy fuck up the keyboard.
It doesn't say punching a teammate.
To smash something, that's a different story. But to break, I think it's pretty unlikely.
You know what, I'm gonna say yes. I think they're gonna show up this tournament.
I think it's possible, actually.
I would say they will not make it.
I give them playoffs, though.
There's a possibility for everything. There's a possibility for Liquid to make it to finals, right? But this is more on the unlikely side.
No chance. 0 chance. Maybe 1% for gamblers.
I feel like that hasn't happened in so long. The only thing I remember is the Vice when he like almost fell.
Some of the trophies are heavy. You know, Donk's like a little excited. Tries to like raise like a trophy, it's a little too heavy for him.
Could be.
Nah, I don't think it will happen. But if we are winning and I put money, maybe it might happen. But first we need to win. It's higher risk, you know?
I'm gonna have to put us to make it to playoffs from the qualifying. Yeah, we gotta say yes.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's not an easy tournament to make it to playoffs.
Like NFP has the potential. The 9Z team climbing up the ranks has potential.
Yeah.
Maybe NAP.
They're gonna do the good old strategy of losing before playoffs so that they can win in playoffs.
Furia. I don't know why. I just have a feeling.
Yeah. Free money for us.
We're making big banks.
If you go into OT, someone could be near 30 kills for sure.
I mean, there's a lot of players that could do that. You're one of them. I mean, I'm just... What's so funny about that?
Obviously, yes. Donk. Maybe. Or Zewu.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
Someone will get over it. It will be him. That's definitely possible.
Yeah. I think that happens pretty often. That's a big possibility.
It will probably happen to us. we are reading like 9-3 on Dust 2, you know?
Yeah.
And then we go this side.
Yeah. It has happened to us and we also done it. Oh, I hope so. I love when Grand Finals go to 5 maps. I'm gonna say yes just because I want it to happen.
For me, it's like a 50-50.
3-1 for someone, I call it now.
3-0.
We are in the 0 or on the 3.
You never know.
We'll see on the first map.
Yeah.
How about we make our own predictions? What if someone does a shoey in the crowd?
Someone goes for a knife kill but ends up getting shot. There will be a ninja defuse in the playoffs.
Ninja defuse in the playoffs.
I think that's a good one.
I think that's a good one. I would put my money on this one.
Me too.
Free haircuts for most of that half as the headshots rolled through on PARIVISION's squad, but we get an answer. Is it enough of an answer for Falcons to stand on now that they take to the T side? What do you think, Rotterdam? Do Falcons still have a chance?
Oh yeah, they really believe.
And who thinks it's game time?
That is pretty 50. It might be a little bit towards Falcons, honestly. So they'll have to go up against it, against all odds, as usual.
Everybody loves an underdog.
Yeah.
Falcons trying to hang on with an aggressive opening. It's the T-pistol towards the A site. Keep it simple. Utility on the feet, but it's 3 kills instantly for PARIVISION.
And smoked out a donut. Everyone's here already.
Gut-wrenching feeling for the Falcons starts to creep back in.
Yeah, this could be super one-sided. And how ready they were for this pistol also just speaks to their preparation, how consistently they've shown the reads.
TeSeS would love a duel at this distance. You know, 1 free kill, just to put it into question. Peel one player off this bomb site.
They don't want to peek just for fun at this point.
They're so good at playing on the absolute limit and then baiting you into that.
Yeah.
Yellow, the front runner of that core. And now that it's a 5v1, they know they've got this. So they'll shut down Kicksan over towards Donut. It's a rough half, but one that the Falcons could still weaponize. It just gets all the more daunting with a T-side pistol win.
Yeah, they've answered back that 3-round streak at the end of the last half, but you know, we could have seen a better half from Falcons. The thing was that PARIVISION won all the right rounds. Again, from that Zwei 1v2, and every time they won a close round, it became a save for Falcons in the next. Just showed when it mattered the most. Unfortunately, they couldn't put them together. That's why they're here playing from the back foot. No plant, no buy. Just Glocks.
Ready to take their beating in round 14. Belchinok remains the tip of the spear on the scoreboard for PARIVISION, and here over towards the A site, operating alone, very alone. Glock headshot. We said they had nothing to work with here, not $1 spent, so a kill is already something to be proud of.
Yeah.
Beyond that, let's see what they can do, because there's an MP9 in TeSeS's hands. Yellow's down to 18 health. Things could still get dangerous. Unbelievably so.
Yeah, this was full Glocks, no investment whatsoever.
M4 to lead the charge outwards, but it's just the positions here from the Falcons. If you could try to spread PARIVISION thin, that'd be great, but they'll get on top of that bomb. 5-second defuse coming through, and TeSeS's MP9 not able to get in there. Ooh. Still scary stuff, considering 5 Glocks came flying out through A main.
What was smart, at least, is that they had all the SMGs. Perfect 4 Glocks. If you lose them, you only give over an SMG, so TeSeS got an extra kill with that. That's when it got marginally scary, and this initial dink actually made the difference in getting this bomb down. They could afford to run through the Molotov. So, a great effort, but not that 1 in a million full Glock eco to win. A 4-round gap as we get into a bye for Falcons. What have you got, Kicksan?
Tries to double back through that smoke. I don't know if Kicksan realized just how dangerous that was. Tries to go back down in between the smokes, but it's within those smokes that PARIVISION stood. In the meantime, middle gets taken over. We still got this PARIVISION heavy B lean. Jame operating alone on the other side of the map.
He's in a spot where he can just watch things and get away from this.
Confirms they're getting closer. Smokes one end of the attack. And TeSeS would have to be really brave to try to come through that.
Belchinok just clears out Red Room, doesn't see anything.
Jame knows that Donut's gone.
The bomb is starting to get back towards B, it feels like. And they can start to walk away from this. There's not really inroads made from Kyosuke just yet. He's just at the mouth of cave. I mean, this smoke could help. They push through, though. Don't see anything in Donut.
How long do PARIVISION decide to stand here? Because Falcons getting ever closer to just emerging through the cave. Sway gets active.
They're all starting to walk over now, but they're in rotator positions. This could be good for Falcons.
There's a belt of utility here for Cielo. He puts that incendiary right ahead of them, and then that opens the door for what was left of the rotation. Now we get the response out of Falcons, dropping their grenades, confirming the presence. Spray goes through a little ahead of time.
The flashes are so good.
They're able to cross over still. TeSeS looking for his duel. That's a deep frag grenade, and TeSeS dies empty-handed. It's csgo at bat next. 5v3 for PARIVISION's retake. You think this bodes well. They play off Sway's flank, line up, and a good answer back as Nico secures the 2 headshots. And with 20 health though, James got him dead to rights. PARIVISION to double digits.
One good 2K spray down right there, but we saw the gap. It existed for about 5 seconds when csgo was walking into the cave. They just needed to move. They gave PARIVISION enough time to not be worried about that smoke that landed over on the A site. And even though they had initially pushed it, they had to leave some room for doubt that maybe there was like a donut play that was coming in a little bit more slowly. So even with the Nico 2K, it's not enough. That one kill, and really could have made it a time pressure situation. That's James' 4th kill.
Flash caught those CTs. So they dive through the T-smoke into Donut. MongolZ hunting early. He's gonna catch that timing. Yeah, Cielo not ready for it. But nice boost from Nota to at least keep Vision out towards middle, and they go tit for tat. 4v4. And even with that op kill inside of the cave, there's not necessarily much behind it.
Belchenok just took a patrol and saw nothing here.
And on the other side.
Yeah, that's kind of where you want to have the op, but is he actually going to stick around is the question. The bomb gets cut off.
Uh-oh, that's going to indicate trying to inch their way either towards the donut or towards the red room. TeSeS unable to fully kill James. Ready for the next duel. Takes some health off Zway as well, who he now knows is pinned against the left side. For as long as TeSeS stays here, Zway is stuck. But if they come and bring players back, TeSeS starting to consider that threat. Yeah, they're gonna come to me. And as they do, they'll deal with him. A commitment into the A site. MongolZ and Nico versus 3. Only for a moment as MongolZ gets that deep angle. Misses his shot. And Belchenok's gonna thrust Nico into the clutch.
You'd think that was a must-kill position. 1v2 from Nico, from Donut. No smoke to approach him.
Both CTs with a kit.
They might go top of default here and try to go for a high-low setup as they stick to the fuse, or just instantly layer up and take the kills. Way perfect precision on that headshot. No chance to even shoot for Nico, and an 11th round for PARIVISION.
I love the way that they identified that TeSeS was a threat for Zway, but then on top of it, a potential kill. And you had to forfeit a little control of the bomb site. It's within that moment, Nico and MongolZ get out. But at least by going and securing the TeSeS kill, you know it's 3v2 if a retake has to happen.
I think if they've got something on their checklist, if they've got a problem they know they have to deal with, they deal with it right away. They find a place to move, to reclaim space. They know exactly how to get back into a round. They're always playing for info.
They really don't let small concerns become big problems.
They wash their dishes as soon as they finish eating. They don't leave it for later. And that's what's working so well for PARIVISION. They look very fluid, hitting all their shots.
There's a conversation coming into this game where we were looking to the playoffs and waiting for kyosuke's impact. He is on track to finish both these maps towards the top of the scoreboard. It's the human-esque elements of MongolZ and Nico that are trying to raise the floor, but right now Falcons just can't keep up individually, so the bloodbath that is out towards middle offers 2 kills both ways. Nico down to half. Cielo would welcome this challenge, but in that moment, Nico's the guy that hits the headshot. 7 health to make the difference here.
Yeah, that's something. They'll have a 3v2 advantage off this kill as well. James trying to swing around this, and Falcons, look, they want to make it simple.
James in the middle of it all. Is Nico tucked in? Yeah, plays behind it in the cover of the box. James wants to take a peek on ramp, and that's when Nico activates. Nico is the reason this round is coming together for Falcons.
Absolutely. A nade landed square on his feet. He took half his health off. A couple more bullets, one more, and he was dead. and instead he makes that 2 frags. Listen, it's a drop in the bucket for some of the missed opportunities, but it's still a chance here for Falcons and stops map point from happening. Won't be seeing Zwei attempt this one.
So a 4-round streak off the start of PARIVISION.CET side. 3 of those 4 rounds by way of retake. There has been constant pressure in these rounds from Falcons, but now they finally add 1 to the board.
They do, and they actually have gotten quite a few kills. I mean, PARIVISION have not just built up an enormous bank. Should be pretty important that Zwei saves this gun if he can.
Ooh, or is he just looking to rack up a cost against them?
Oh, they just don't think he's here at all.
Yes. Unprepared entirely for Zwei to be in their spawn. Still a question as if he survives, though, and he will. There we have it. 2 guns the way of Falcons, and Zwei's rifle kept as well.
So it was that crazy gun battle inside of mid. Both teams wanted it at the same time. Full use of all of their utility in this spot.
Look at this commitment from the defense.
But an excellent find from Nico. 2 of them.
We know the skill is there. Feels like they're still trying to tap into a bit of luck now, Falcon. So yeah, keep your fingers crossed.
Right, because you even see the mid trades come out slightly ahead for PARIVISION, so it does take that.
That's a Nico X-Factor moment here.
Yeah, that's the individual level shining through.
And to do it after eating the grenade damage, like you mentioned. And we started this game by saying the pressure is on. It has only elevated as Ancients, now 17 rounds deep. A ton of mid-util once more, and Falcons sign up for a fight that's just not there this time.
Well, they throw their smoke. Wouldn't have mattered. Everybody comes flying through it.
James just tried to go headhunting through red, but with fire at his feet, he gave up the angle. Now he's passive in mid.
This looks like a nice spot here for Falcons. They've taken over mid. They've lost a marginal amount of HP. A lot of map control. Looks like a fast idea starting to take fruition. Oh, and MongolZ misses that chance. That would have been an instant go into the A site. Jiggling everything across the map, and Zwei doesn't even release his smoke off of that. Taking that confidence, he's not worried about a B pop right away, so that could be a nightmare for Falcons a little bit later on as they reorganize towards this same hit. And now Zwei will use it. We're going to cross 40 seconds. Maybe it's the one smoke he wants for a retake, however, we'll see.
Not forcing the issue as Falcons get closer. Really giving them the space.
It almost looks like they still don't believe this entirely, but the bomb's getting planted now.
That'll confirm it, and as the plant happens, Zwei eats the flashbang. So just tries to tap through in anticipation of Falcons players departing.
They're not even going for this?
MongolZ holds the exit, misses the chance to cut them down, and so,
Wait, this is kind of crazy. They were kind of just spread on the map. They were in a fine position to actually attempt it. They had the kid and some utility to go for it.
A 4-person save, huh? Ahoy, what do you think about that?
That was 5 players deciding to save.
I think you're right, though, that they just kind of didn't believe it.
They just didn't believe it all the way to the very end, but at the same time, they had 2 guys watching it.
Yeah.
It wasn't even an A stack, so okay. A good call here from Kixen to pick the more vulnerable site, and a win is a win.
It's on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they'll all make a lot of money off of that just to ensure they get everything they need. But conversely for Falcons, they didn't lose much either, so. However, Zwei somehow with the only death ends up on an MP9 and nades. Missing a fair few grenades in this series are PARIVISION. But again, it's a bit of a feign towards mid controls for them. Doesn't scare Falcons.
It's 2 rounds in a row. There's really nothing there after having been so adamant about the triple attack. James, new position though. Missed opportunity, but the rifler in the corner. Kyosuke knows about it. They're gonna try to keep that pressure on. Sway's dead, Cielo almost there with him. Still remaining adamant.
Oh, but they have Cave locked up, so they can actually, come back around. Belchinok has no idea nothing's being watched.
Which is wild, because that player had just shot at James, who you'd think would have raised the alarm. Instead, very strong takeover of the B bomb site here for Falcons, and PARIVISION starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable in terms of hanging on to this bomb site, whether they believe what's actually in front of them, whether they're in the right spot to actually hold.
Yeah, and they tried something new, a little bit of a forward press as they start to lose numbers even when they're saving.
And Tesses, who's now walked the entire map essentially, is just going to go chasing to deny these potential saves. James really wants that off, but he's not allowed to keep it, and so Falcons up to an 8th round secured. But how many times have we been here watching PARIVISION start to flail around a little bit?
How has Noda gotten away with this? Surely he dies. Surely.
God damn. 4? Nah,
Oh, okay.
3's enough. It's damage versus the Falcons short. 3-round gap between the 11 rounds of PARIVISION and the 8 that Falcons just secured.
Quality stuff out of Kixan, and again, the info is already passed on that there's 2 at the end of Cave. They're watching this.
That kill's crazy.
Yeah, Belchinok just jumps to his death.
Not nearly cautious enough. It's one thing to take that duel, it's another thing to just jump right through. Falcons have been right there on the brink, but Belchinok spams him down. It's another move where this time PARIVISION sign up for the mid-fight. In a round where it's James on a 5-7, MP7 for Sway. Feels like Falcons know what they want their evolution to be here. Respond to the mid-death by just taking over B, but it's a fast move by PARIVISION. And Kickstand's now been popped. Nico gets the headshot back, but there's that yellow SMG to come out and take the edge.
There's another player coming. It's James all the way behind them on the flank. So early to have gone through with this A push.
He pauses. Because PARIVISION realized that this commitment to the B bomb site has seemingly disappeared, but is it because they're just in the corners they stand in, or is it because they're already out middle, heading to the other side of the map? Feels like James is gonna figure this out.
Ooh, they're watching the flank. This could be beautiful. I mean, it's such a weird spot to watch. It's actually perfect. Excellent here from Kyosuke, and now they gotta be thinking about A.
They hit that pause button at the right time.
They won't beat him there. Noda's going the extra distance to get into Temple early.
There's a lot of firepower between these 4 players still left alive, so who's got the edge in this head-to-head? A 12th round on the brink for PARIVISION. Here comes that Noda swing, and Kyosuke gets the kill after the fact. There's a health advantage here for Kyosuke, but we're talking AK-47s and headshots capable by both.
And Zella doesn't look like he's ready for this.
Approaches quietly. Big reposition from Kyosuke.
That's huge. 3 frags and the clutch. Kyosuke brings another round home.
Double digits on the other side of this next round. Kyosuke with multiple closes in a playoffs game when Falcons need him.
Covering that flank is pretty unreal. For how early that was in the round, that was excellent awareness. How often do you see James get caught off trying to pull something like that out? And that'll be the last of the timeouts. Got another nail biter, as it always is between these 2 teams.
Of course. I think what still has me scratching my head is James makes that push on the flank. Usually I feel like James would make that push where there's like any kind of trade potential, any at all. But instead they sit in sight, ready to go for that scramble, I suppose. Keeping the distance away from James lets you get to A in time. James runs a risk, and this is what it costs them.
All right, so Operation Don't Get Eco'd. Falcons finally get a moment of reprieve. They've got pistols to go up against.
We'll say it was another round where PARIVISION went for mid-play out of the spawn, and it was working.
Good luck with this one, James.
A little too much pressure for James to get that nade where it needed to be, so say at this point, save the Kevlar.
A great call and instantly a one-round game. Pull this back on T side, very impressive. I feel like we need a little bit more from MongolZ maybe to actually close this. Or starting to see too many shots where, and again, you see the court IQ is there. He's finding chances for the shots, but sometimes he's not landing them.
Trying to deny the exit off the bomb plants. You're allowed one. And all the other Falcons hang on. 4 players strong as it is a one-round game. PARIVISION's lead has gone up in smoke after securing 4 rounds on a CT side to start the second half.
And now we look at that James 4-kill game that he's got going on.
Sorry, bro.
And how that might be a bit of a problem.
Another big opening move out middle though, right? PARIVISION trying to tap back into this.
Ooh, they're running for it, but the flashes, I feel like we're a little misaligned. No, not like this, Falcons.
Tesses pops his head through the smoke. Nico's on the chase. The lineup's there. Oh. Gets the double back. That's what they needed. He steps up on the chase, avenges Kyosuke and Tesses. That was a sloppy attempt to get out elbow there by Falcons.
Yeah, that was. It was a little bit mistimed. Not blind enough. Too many players there. But James already shoved himself forward towards a main. So again, they always look to get something back. Oh, and a chance to get another op shot, MongolZ. You've got to hit those now.
Belchinok's playing a dangerous game here. That's the Opper, and you know Nico is out there.
He just wants for James to know that it's not going to be Donut, and he does have a spot to stand in. Oh, no.
We'll find out whether this haunts the Falcons in the end. They are still cautious on this approach. Oh, Nico is changing guns! Belchinok hits it at the right moment. At least Kixan's there, too, because if Kixan wasn't there, that's both Nico and MongolZ down for the count.
What are they threatening here? They want to pull back a B player? They're going to go through Donut. James sitting here. On single, he has an op in play. He's got 4 kills.
Close rounds, time and time again. And James from the depths of the scoreboard is gonna confirm presence, comes at him from Donut. Missed shot, backs up, still has a bit of refuge to work with. His counterpart is trying to hunt him. That's gonna expose the bomb plant, and now MongolZ's gonna have hands busy. Goes for the kills instead. Tries to just gun him down, and it's not gonna happen. PARIVISION take a 12 off the mid play, denying Nico's heroic.
How has he got a nade that late into the round? It's perfect for that exact situation.
How does MongolZ miss that shot?
I know. He's missed a lot of them, unfortunately. I hate to say that.
Perfectly timed peek by Belchinok.
I mean, Nico getting 2 kills back is massive, but...
Perfect positioning for James 2. Just finds a little bit more cover on the edge of that fire.
There was just so much time pressure. They had to get that bomb planted, or they could have made sure they traded James.
Guns are good, but MongolZ's down. Fast clash out mid. This cost the Falcons last round, and so they'll sign back up for it.
They got another molly. They know one's in cutout.
Can Nico do it again? Looking for the multi-frag. Flashes find them, and stuffed out mid. Kixan will tiptoe his way into a bomb site occupied by James, who pulls circles around the Falcons again. And so maybe in the first head-to-head, it was Falcons that made PARIVISION look better than they are, but now themselves, they step up. And they go from good to great. This is a consistency that this team is starting to find in the evolution of the stage size. From Bounty to Cluj, and now here in Rotterdam, PARIVISION aren't going anywhere.
Yeah, they're stone cold. They played excellent CS. They put down their rival once again, and it's pretty one-sided at this point. Inside of playoffs, PARIVISION are better.
You think of the head-to-head as well that comes tomorrow. Two teams on the cusp of attempting to break through, to chase down Vitality as others struggle. Na'Vi and PARIVISION will lock horns on this stage in 24 hours at attempt to get back to grand finals. A consistency for two teams we didn't know if they could pull it off twice. But these names, again, aren't going anywhere.
First things first, any PARIVISION fans in the building? I'm standing by with Way. You just have Falcons' number. You beat them time and time again. What's the secret?
I guess we are just better.
I love that. You are becoming more and more structured. You are so disciplined as a team. How much credit do you want to give to Coach Daston and Jaime, and how much are you evolving as a player under their leadership?
It's all their work, like Jaime and Daston doing everything. We just like robots who needs to do their work, and we know that we are gonna win. That's what we proved today.
It's also so impressive as a team that you managed to squash that slight piece of momentum that they started to build there at the end and close things out. Did you think that the victory was ever in danger?
No, I don't think so. Like, it's 2-0 anyway, so even if we lose one of these maps, it's gonna be third map, and it's so comfortable map for us, and I guess it didn't get that dangerous as it could.
What about you personally? You seem to be getting better and better as well as a player ever since leaving Spirit and coming to join this roster. Where do you think you've seen the most improvement?
PARIVISION, of course, because like it's so fast growing, and like it's the most comfortable team that I've ever been.
Finally, last point. Have you got a message for your semi-final opponents in Na'Vi?
Be ready.
Be ready. Thank you very much and congratulations.
For the side of the Falcons, but I have been joined on the BDS by none other than Nico. And first of all, Nico, thank you for taking your time sitting here. I can relate to how much it must suck to sit here and talk with me when you've just been eliminated. But I want to ask you, and I want to go back to your Mirage game, where you had a little bit of a stinker, let's be honest. And how is it to be sitting in that situation? Because you said in yourself in interviews that you had troubles getting into game, and was this just another one of those situations?
Yeah, it was super weird. I just felt like I couldn't get a proper duel the whole half pretty much, and I think I played poorly, of course, but I think us as a team were a lot hesitant, and just felt like every time we entered the site, we didn't know like what was open. We had to kind of clear everything and stuff like this. So yeah, I mean, from my side, definitely, obviously you never expect to start like this. Yeah, honestly, not much to say. I was feeling pretty good going into the game, actually. Yeah, sometimes just things don't go your way, and it sucks.
What about the preparation? Because you had a lot of time to prepare for PARIVISION, and it is a team that you can probably look a lot into and get a lot of cues how to play. But how is it to actually face them in real life on the server? How is it to play against Jaime, and how difficult is it actually to face PARIVISION?
Yeah, I think they started like slowly adapting as well. I think they started changing up a bit the way they play. So this is something that, like, we obviously have to prepare for what we see, but they're also doing a very well job of kind of changing things up. So it is definitely a difficult opponent to go up against, because you don't do the things that you usually do versus them. You have to do it a bit differently. You really have to be strong with the setups. It's very hard to go sometimes for the information plays, because you don't know if you're going to face like 1 or 4 guys there. They're playing a lot in groups. So it's definitely harder and different to play versus them, and it's something that we still haven't obviously figured out how to go up against. But yeah, props to them. They're playing some solid CS, and as I said, they also now changed the map veto a little bit. We obviously knew there was a chance they're going to pick Ancient, but they beat us every time on Dust 2, and we have struggled on Dust lately. So props to them for switching up the veto a little bit as well. So yeah.
Talking about Ancient, you had almost a chance of making it back into the game. There's actually a round 20 that I want to show you that maybe you could take me through with your thought process, because you're the one that takes a lot of space into the B. So what is happening right here?
Yeah, first of all, we didn't really want to fight mid, and then we knew they fought like with 4 guys, so we were in a group, and we just took the space that we were given, but I guess we didn't use the utility properly to block the rotation that was coming from the A side. And I think this, you know, like these are the type of the rounds where if you react, it's going to be chaos on the map, because it was kind of a 4-5 for them as well. And they did a very well job of kind of understanding where we are hitting immediately. Yeah, I mean, can't recall now exactly the comms and everything, but we just kind of reacted on B because we knew they were fighting heavy on mid, and then Ilya and Maxim played a good clutch, and this round was super important for us.
And what about the fact that James came from behind? Did you have any clue that he was behind, or what was the reasoning behind that?
No, we didn't, but they were just, no, we didn't have any clue, but we were just kind of like holding it because we didn't have anything else to do pretty much. Yeah.
I want to ask you like this final question regarding maybe the pressure of why you haven't really gotten to the point of winning a trophy yet, and why you sometimes seem to fumble when it gets like the most like chaotic, or like the most pressure builds up. Why, in your own words, do you think that you have issues finding like success in Falcons?
Yeah, I mean, I think the losses that we had last season were different to the losses that we have this season. This season, we haven't really been even close to lifting a trophy, so it's, you know, we were not even like kind of thinking about it. So it's, I don't think we are losing because of the pressure. I think we just struggle in game right now. We are not, I would say we're not as consistent as some other teams in these important matches and rounds and stuff like this. So obviously, if we kind of knew the answers, we would have already solved them. So it's a frustrating situation right now. Because we always, you know, every time we lose, we always thought like, yeah, but we can play better than this, you know, we should play better than this and stuff like this. But I think in reality right now, we are just kind of not good enough. And we obviously are now in process where we try to work on things. I think some other things maybe are hurting us a little bit while we're working on these, you know, to not lose advantage situations and all of these things, playing a bit more careful, not giving up the kills when we don't need to and stuff like this. So maybe now we're just in a process where we're kind of trying to improve on other things, and the other things are just kind of taking a hit right now. And yeah, I'm not really sure. I don't really have an answer, because we obviously are losing only to good teams. You know, we are not, you know, like just we are not losing to the teams that we shouldn't beat. I would say all the teams that we have lost this season were, you know, top 5 or like top 3. We lost to MongolZ, PARIVISION, and I think that's pretty much it, basically. So. Yeah, definitely not the same Falcons that were last year, that were very competitive, that were fighting for the trophies. And yes, you could argue that we crumbled maybe under the pressure in those moments, but I think for this season, it has nothing to do with the pressure. It's just more us not playing so well CS, I would say.
That's all I got for you, Noga. I'm going to let you go now, and thank you so much for taking your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, Nico taking a lot of time to really talk to dupreeh about everything that went wrong for them, breaking down a couple of rounds. But a team that everything went right for is PARIVISION, and we have their coach, Justin, joining us. Congratulations. How happy are you for the boys and for yourself?
I am very happy, because today I thought they will win. Because everything was, oh, today is the day Falcons should win, because they're in good form. We are losing. They won last match. It was close match, but we lost against Vita. We were losing 1v5, and it was 3 days break. And atmosphere was, oh no, today, it was inner feeling that they will win today. But
you thought Falcons would win?
Yes. Okay.
Oh. Well, then I have to ask, how did you spend?
I talk with my team.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't care. If you lose, we lose. Just remind that. I'm not like in film, like, today we should win 100%. We need. I don't care. My team don't care. We just play. I know that we can play good, but extra pressure is too much for my guys.
So then how do you spend the 3 days off? Like, how do you break it up? How much time is dedicated to prepping for Falcons specifically and just working on team comms?
We know Falcons generally well because we're playing third time. Second, between these days, we don't do some big work. We reviewed game against Vitality on the last day in true Skybox, not through the game. it was a bit tilted because we need some refresh. I think this break helped us more than Falcons. They was on good shape, we was on bad, and these 3 days helped us. And I feel when I come to arena and see the guys and people coming from Kazakhstan, from my country, and cheering PARIVISION, I feel energy. Always, all my career, it's different. When I enter the stage, it's unbelievable feeling. I forget about everything, and it's something changing inside. When I'm in practice, tomorrow game against Falcons,
painful.
Please, Nico, interview, hating us.
So you read that? You read that? You know?
I don't think that he meaning something bad, but it was like, oh no, we should win today because he said that. I understand.
How do you think your team is now shaped up in these kind of arena moments? Because back at Bounty, you didn't think that all of this was going to always continue. That you kind of tempered expectations. But now you guys are holding discipline in tight games, in an arena like this. Has there just been growth from people like Belchanok and Ziello and everybody?
It's our strength is we're speaking one language. A lot of teams are international. We can speak a lot of things faster and easier. Second is pressure. No pressure for us. Every other elite organizations are waiting for trophies. PARIVISION is new. We are stage 3, don't care, just play. It's the difference. If I will be in Falcons with $1 million players, it will be different. And I'm trying to use it in my side. And before the game, I just play, guys. Just don't think about it. And I'm trying to decrease the level of stress, that's all. And Nota, Belchonok, JM, and me, more than 1 year together. And some basics is about... Our strong side is playing 100%. Play fundamentals good. And we need to close every round in advantage. And we don't have superstars, but we need to work on situations harder than other teams because they have, for example, Donkey can kill 3 guys. My guys can't do it. Sometimes on some maps or sides, but not stable. And what I can do, we need to work about all the elements, how to read them, how to prepare. That's our, I think, strength in comparison with other teams.
Dastan, I wish we had more time to talk to you. You're an absolute pleasure. I'll be sure that if we see some more PARIVISION wins, we'll get you back on the desk. But thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's so much fun. Dastan, he's gonna go back, gonna go join the PARIVISION guys, and I mean, he's left me with a lot of high emotion and high hopes. And I think I say this not lightly, right? Many people out there say we don't have expectations, and part of it is kind of lying to themselves, whether they know it or not. I truly believe Dastan does not have expectations, and he does not put that on his players.
Dastan, after the Bounty win, came up to us in the green room and said, guys, please do not expect us to do this again. He really would try to make that an adamant point that what you saw here, winning a whole tournament, is not going to happen every single time. And then we saw at Krakow, they crumbled in the group stage. Then back at Cluj, they go up to the top again. And then ESL Pro League, they crumble very early in the tournament. So they're still finding consistency for themselves, but when you see the highs of this team, you can't help but get excited.
I would have loved to be here to hear what Dastan has to say about this one. I think that, it's for everyone out there that is now thinking that PARIVISION cannot play beautiful Counter-Strike, then they should probably go and watch this game. They should also watch the game before that, because I think PARIVISION is, they're playing some damn good Counter-Strike, and I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing. And now it's gonna be interesting to see how that's going to look against Na'Vi tomorrow.
One thing you didn't hear, Dupree, Dastan said that he didn't even think that they were going to win today.
Right.
So that's how low his expectations were in these moments.
They're really downplaying their expectations.
I know. They're so humble about these kinds of things.
I mean, you can hear it even when he goes, we don't have any superstars on our team. That isn't to say that he thinks his players are bad. It's just that he's aware they have to work 2 times, 3 times, 4 times harder than maybe other players are expected to themselves. And unfortunately for Falcons, who put so much out there for themselves, who were able to bring it back so closely in both maps, couldn't even find themselves closing out either their map pick or their opponents. And so then their journey at Blast Premier Open Rotterdam, kind of ends here. And it's a tough one, tough pill to swallow.
Unfortunately for the Falcons, once again, we see them lose to a team that, at this point, you can't say that PARIVISION are a lesser team, but that the individuals would not reach the highs on any given team as the players on Falcons are built up to do. So to me, this is once again, Dupree, you might want to cover yours. To me, this kind of comes down to the leadership. I would even say the coaching, the fact that you can't get on the same page. And again, I thought third time was going to be the charm for Falcons. I thought they would figure out a way to counterplay the PARIVISION style, but again, they're just left scratching their heads.
You are seeing MongolZ on your screens there, and he's taken some time to sign some things for fans, have a little bit of a moment with them while he can. But before he gave up his time generously there, he did do so with Ian as well.
This kind of interview's never nice, it's never easy. MongolZ, the Falcons, you fall at the playoff hurdle once again. How are you feeling right now?
Disappointed. I'm very disappointed that we lost against them, yes.
Does the pressure of being a super team and finally clenching the trophy that you guys as a roster believe you deserve, do you think it gets to you in moments like this?
It gets you? What do you mean by...
Do you think it gets in your head at all that there is pressure on you to be the super team?
No, I don't know how others feels, but I don't have this pressure that we are like super team or anything, that we have to win trophies. Obviously, we expect ourselves to go longer in the bracket. Not longer, but I don't know how to say it. Further in the bracket and win this kind of games. But yeah, sometimes we just play worse than what we expect.
Why do you think PARIVISION give you so much trouble as a team?
Trouble as a team, I think they're very disciplined team. They have a different play style compared to other teams. We still haven't maybe found success against them, but I'm pretty sure next time will be better. I hope. But yeah, I'm very disappointed we lost. I think it's everything in our head, I'll say.
Just finally, any learnings from this event here in Rotterdam that you can take on to your next event?
Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes I cannot understand what you said.
Sorry, like, what have you learned? It's not your fault, it's my fault.
No, it's just my English.
No. I'm a Northern Englishman, it's hard to understand me. What have you learned from this event?
Learned? Okay, land. I'm like landed, you know, I worked in land. What we learned from this event, I think, in my opinion, we played actually much better than the previous tournaments. Let's say when we played in Cluj, when we played against them, I think we played, like today in my opinion, we played even better. We found their weaknesses, but we just could not win a lot of clutches, and also we didn't show up on Mirage on T side. But yeah, what we learned, I don't know, like be more disciplined, I think. I would say just how to play as a team better, and that's it.
All right, well, we'll look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's a lot of tough thoughts and feelings to be able to convey and articulate, but MongolZ does a good job of it, right? He talks about, yeah, maybe we need to be more disciplined, maybe we need to have a little bit more faith, get out of our heads a bit more, but he's also right in saying they did play better. PARIVISION just played better.
Yeah, and he even puts it out himself, saying that they should learn to play better as a team. I think that's like that quote I really want to take out of that interview. And it's not like Falcons doesn't know how to do it, but they just do it. They don't do it as consistently, and they don't do it as well as PARIVISION. There's a lot of don'ts and do's.
I was going to say that's a do's, not to do's.
But that's you know, everyone needs to understand at home, like what PARIVISION is doing, specifically with the whole jiggling, baiting for each other, playing off each other. It doesn't come easy, and it literally doesn't happen overnight. It's something that has to be, you know, drilled into the back of your head for a long, long time. And even though you do that, it is still extremely hard to pull off. So what they're doing, that's in my books, that's very beautiful Counter-Strike.
Even though they lose in the quarterfinals, and it's disappointing because PARIVISION come into this as a team with less firepower, less star players, I don't actually think that the way that Falcons lost today was as much due to the lack of discipline that has plagued them in previous tournaments. Yep. I didn't really see the worst round to me was really losing a clutch to Zwei, which isn't that bad. No. But with other times you see them lose 5v3 advantages, 5v2 advantages, unlosable rounds, 4v2s. This time around, that wasn't really the case. We had a very quiet Nico on map 1, and if he was there, they win that one. And I will say, Ancient, I'd say the overall plan was better for PARIVISION, but it wasn't the classic Falcons choke. It was them fighting back into games after getting pushed because Doston, PARIVISION, James, they just had a better idea of how to play out the gate.
It's a really tough comparison to ever draw, and either way, both of these teams leveled up. But if you're both leveling up, that's going to result in PARIVISION still getting the better of Falcons. And it does mean that we do have our semifinals ready. It's going to shape up tomorrow to have a lot of action, with MongolZ unfortunately losing 0-2 against Aurora, Falcons going down to PARIVISION. It does mean that we get the pleasure of seeing Aurora up against Vitality and Na'Vi PARIVISION right there. And if you want to know exactly when potentially your favorite of these 4 teams remaining are going to be playing, well, you know that we're going to start off with Aurora Vitality. I don't think you want to miss that, and it is a rolling schedule, so at any point, Na'Vi and PARIVISION could be ready to go and take that stage tomorrow.
That second game bangs.
Yeah,
I cannot wait to see PARIVISION play Na'Vi. I want to see it.
We're going to go ahead.
They got no chokers in the building there. No one's a choker there. Everybody's it's good tactical CS.
This is Maui's Christmas Eve. This is the night before Christmas for Maui right now. Tomorrow's Christmas Day.
2 teams going toe-to-toe that has such a foundation, such discipline, and such great, mindset for the game. I think we're in for a very big treat tomorrow.
We are, which means I want to say goodbye to you guys as quickly as possible so that you can maybe go and play a couple of pubs yourself, maybe go straight to bed and wake up and enjoy what is going to be the action of day number 2 for Blast Premier Open Rotterdam.